Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1: The Long-Lost Golden Finger. Character: Lu Yi. Cultivation Base: Qi Training Level 6. Cultivation Method: Baiyun Yin Qi Ju, LV2. Skills: Baiyun Swordsmanship, LV2, Baiyun Footwork, LV3. Current task: None. Lu Yi looked at the words that suddenly appeared in his sight, and rubbed his eyes several times before confirming that he was not dreaming. His eyes turned red, and he almost cried. "My golden finger, which has been lost for 16 years, you finally came to find me." Lu Yi is a time traveler who traveled to this world called Tianming continent 16 years ago. This world is extremely vast, and there are powerful immortal cultivators, demons, evil cultivators, and various dangers. Lu Yi's luck is still good. He traveled to a Xiaoxian sect. His parents are both deacons of the Outer Sect. Although the status is not too high, it is considered good compared to ordinary people. Although Lu Yi's own cultivation talent is not particularly outstanding, it is still passable. He reached the 6th level of Qi training at the age of 16. He hoped to build a foundation before the age of 20. Even better. Originally, Lu Yi's biggest goal was to join the Inner Sect, and then go to the Inner Sect to be a deacon, live happily for 200 or 300 years, marry several wives, have a full house of children and grandchildren, and then die. Unexpectedly, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and the golden finger appeared. Lu Yi silently crossed out the original goal. Woohoo, take off! Lu Yi studied it, and found that this golden finger was a bit like a panel in the game, showing his cultivation base and the skills he practiced. The sect that Lu Yi belongs to is called Baiyunzong. Baiyun Yin Kai Ju is the basic technique of Baiyunzong, which can be cultivated to the foundation level. Baiyun sword technique and Baiyun footwork are the basic techniques. It is also used by Qi practitioners. The last column current task should literally be about the task, but I just don't know how to take the task? Lu Yi didn't figure out why, so after thinking about it, he called softly in his heart, "System Wizard?" After waiting for a while, Lu Yi didn't get a response. It seemed like a simple panel. Lu Yi tapped the panel a few times with his mind, but there was no response. He was a little speechless. So why is this golden finger used? At this moment, a soft female voice came from outside the door. "Year, are you up yet?" It was Lu Yi's mother's voice. Lu Yi came back to his senses and replied, "Get up." He rolled over and got out of bed, intending to continue his research after breakfast. After going out, Lu Yi came to the main house on the side. In the lobby of the main house, there was a handsome middle-aged man and a delicate woman sitting at the table. The two are Lu Yi's father and mother in this life, Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi. Beside the two of them, there was a handsome maid named Bai Lingling. As the deacon of the Outer Sect of the Baiyun Sect, his status in the Outer Sect is still somewhat high, but not high. There is only one maid who is usually responsible for washing, cooking, and cleaning. "Year is here, sit down and have breakfast," Wang Saiqi said with a smile. As a father, Lu Jiayang was relatively dignified. He glanced at Lu Yi, frowned and said, "Why did you get up so late today? You can't slack off on the road of cultivation. Do you understand?" Lu Yi sat down. "I know, Dad." Wang Saiqi glared at Lu Jiayang. "Year's talent is better than yours, but she will go to the Inner Sect in the future, so I still need you to teach me." The corner of Lu Jiayang's mouth twitched, his face darkened a bit, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and lowered his head to eat. To be honest, Lu Yi's talent is indeed better than Lu Jiayang's, and Lu Jiayang has no way to refute Wang Saiqi's words. Lu Yi looked at the autistic Lu Jiayang and grinned. His parents often bickered in this life, but they had a good relationship and treated him very well. Lu Yi was very satisfied. At this moment, Lu Jiayang thought of something, and said, "By the way, this year's Outer Sect competition will be held in a month's time, and you have reached the 6th level of Qi training this year, so sign up when the time comes, and don't ask for a ranking. Just take it as a practice. Every year, the Baiun sect will have a grand competition in the Outer Sect, and those who rank higher in the grand contest will be rewarded. If they are in the top 10, they can also directly enter the Inner Sect without even needing to complete the assessment task. However, all the participants in the grand competition are monks who are at the 5th level of Qi training and above. The Baiun sect is very large, with more than 100,000 outer disciples, and tens of thousands of people at the 5th level of Qi training. It is conceivable how fierce the competition is up. Liu Yi was on the 5th level of Qi training last year, so he didn't sign up. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi didn't recommend that Liu Yi sign up. After all, he might not even pass the audition, not to mention the embarrassment, and it would affect his cultivation mentality. This year, Liu Yi has already practiced Qi level 6, so he can go and experience it. At least, passing the audition should not be a big problem. Liu Yi nodded and said with a smile, "I know, Dad." At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly lowered his head, his eyes flickered, because in his sight, the panel changed. Task: participating in the Baiun sect Outer Sect Grand Competition, the rewards are determined according to the ranking. Whether to accept, yes/no. So the task module is like this? Trigger the mission yourself? Liu Yi felt that he had a little understanding of the use of this golden finger. Accept missions and get rewards? Isn't that just playing games? He is good at this. He has played quite a few games in his previous life, such as Warcraft, Swordnet 3, Heavenly Sword and so on. Liu Yi was going to participate in the competition, of course there was no reason to refuse, he used his will to touch yes and accepted the task. Then Liu Yi found that his panel had changed a bit. Current task: participate in the Baiun sect Outer Sect Grand Competition. Liu Yi looked at this line of words, and had a bold idea in his heart. He looked at Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, and said with a smile, "Father, Mother, is there anything you need me to do? Do you want to squeeze your legs? Thumping your back or something?" Both Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi looked at Liu Yi inexplicably, their minds full of question marks. Liu Jiayang rolled his eyes speechlessly, "You just have to practice hard for me, boy. I really have nothing to do, so practice Baiun swordsmanship for me 10 times in the morning." Task: practice Baiun swordsmanship 10 times, progress, 0/10. Reward, Baiun swordsmanship level +1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, the corners of Liu Yi's mouth rose wildly, and he silently accepted the task, and it was exactly as he guessed. "I know, Dad, I will definitely complete the task." Seeing Liu Yi's excited look, Wang Saiqi, as a mother, felt a little worried. She reached out and touched Liu Yi's forehead. "Yi, are you okay? You don't have a fever, do you?" Liu Yi's smile froze, he was a little too excited, he couldn't hold it for a while, he had to calm down. Liu Yi laughed dryly, and said, "Mother, I'm fine, I'm going to practice first." Liu Yi took 2 meat buns and ran out, hurrying to complete the task and get the rewards. Chapter 2: I issued a task to myself. Liu Yi gnawed the steamed bun in his hand, took his long sword to the small courtyard, put on a posture, and began to practice Baiun swordsmanship. As a sect of cultivating immortals, even if it is just a basic technique, the Baiun swordsmanship is more subtle than the swordsmanship of the mortal rivers and lakes. Liu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship is level LV2, which is the level of the system, and according to the division of the world of cultivating immortals, it can be regarded as a small achievement realm, and the swordsmanship circulates, bringing a sharp wind. While Liu Yi was practicing Baiun swordsmanship, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi also finished their breakfast and walked out of the hall. Looking at Liu Yi, who was practicing sword hard in the small courtyard, both of them had a smile on their lips. Wang Saiqi said softly, Yeer's skill talent is really good. He has already cultivated Baiun swordsmanship to the level of Xiaocheng. If he can reach the level of Dacheng, he may be able to enter the top 5,000 of the competition. Liu Jiayang smiled proudly, then don't look at whose cub it is. Wang Saiqi glanced at Liu Jiayang, sneered, and said, without me, could you have survived? Liu Jiayang laughed dryly, of course it's due to Madam. Only then did Wang Saiqi nod in satisfaction, okay, go get busy and don't disturb Yeer's cultivation. As the deacons of the Outer Sect, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi certainly have a lot of things to do. Liu Yi was so immersed in Baiun's swordsmanship that he didn't notice that Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi had left. After practicing Baiun's swordsmanship once, Liu Yi took a look and found that the progress of the task had become 1/10. He was a little excited and continued to practice. One after another, soon, Liu Yi practiced 10 times. After 10 times, Liu Yi was sweating profusely, panting and sat down on the ground. Even though he was already at the 6th level of Qi training, it was still very tiring to practice Baiun swordsmanship 10 times in a row, but when he thought of the reward of the task, he would full of energy, never resting for a moment. Now that he had practiced 10 times, Liu Yi felt that he could hardly lift his hands, so he glanced at the panel. Current task. Practice Baiun swordsmanship 10 times, progress, 10/10. Reward, Baiun swordsmanship level +1. Completed. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Liu Yi was a little excited and quickly chose yes. Following Liu Yi's choice, a lot of information suddenly appeared in his mind, which was information about Baiun swordsmanship, how to move the sword, how to operate the spiritual energy, how to adjust breath, how to maximize the power of the swordsmanship. All these information seemed to be engraved into Liu Yi's mind and became his instinct. When the information was digested, Liu Yi opened his eyes, and he swung a sword casually. Laugh. There was a slight sound of piercing through the air, and Liu Yi saw a wisp of sword energy appearing on the surface of his long sword. The sword energy streaked across, and a sword mark appeared on the stone floor. Liu Yi widened his eyes. So powerful! This is much stronger than his previous LV2 Baiun swordsmanship. This should be regarded as the Baiun swordsmanship that is close to Dacheng, right? Level 3's Baiun swordsmanship is so strong, what about level 4, level 5? It won't surpass Dacheng Baiun swordsmanship, right? Environment? Back to basics? What about higher grades? At that time, will the Baiun swordsmanship still be the Baiun swordsmanship? Liu Yi was looking forward to it very much. He asked his father to release a mission every day. In a month, he should be able to improve the Baiun swordsmanship to a very high level. When the Zhongmen Grand Competition comes, maybe he can even get a very high ranking. What? If he is directly in the top 10, then Liu Yi can enter the inner door now, which is much faster than he originally thought. Not only that, but the rewards for the mission of the Outer Sect competition will probably be very good. At this moment, Bai Lingling came over and said, "My lord, it's time to eat." Oh, good. Liu Yi didn't think about it anymore, he practiced Baiun swordsmanship all morning. He was exhausted, so he had to rest first to recover his strength, and continued to practice in the afternoon. After lunch, Liu Yi went back to his room to rest. The task of practicing Baiun's swordsmanship is over, and there is still an outer door assessment task, which he can't do now, depending on the situation. Now he needs to find a few more tasks. Wait. At this moment, Liu Yi had a bold idea. Liu Yi clenched his fist with his right hand, coughed on his lips seriously, and said to himself, "I'm going to practice Baiun's footwork 10 times in the afternoon." As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, the panel in front of him changed again. Task. Practice Baiun footwork 10 times, progress, 0/10. Reward, Baiun's footwork perception has been improved. Whether to accept, yes/no. Good guy. Liu Yi looked at the mission prompt and felt that the door to a new world had opened, so he could really issue missions for himself? Is this okay? A lot of bold ideas suddenly appeared in Liu Yi's mind, and he coughed dryly, I'll take my left foot first. Liu Yi looked at the panel expectantly. After a while of silence, the panel did not respond, and did not announce the task of stepping left foot first. Liu Yi was a little unwilling, and said again, I will take 2 meters in 1 step. After a long silence, the panel still did not respond. Liu Yi was disappointed. He originally thought about sending tasks in daily operations, but it seems that the task panel does not recognize it. I don't know if it is too simple, or because it has nothing to do with cultivation. However, after being disappointed for a while, Liu Yi became open-minded. Anyway, he was already very happy to be able to release tasks and do them himself. If people are not popular enough, they will be punished by God if they are too greedy. At this time, Liu Yi also discovered something that was not quite right, that is, practiced the Baiyun swordsmanship 10 times in the morning, and his Baiyun swordsmanship had directly improved by 1 level, but now, practicing Baiyun's footwork 10 times, only improved his perception. That's it, you can't directly upgrade to 1 level. Liu Yi thought for a while, and quickly understood the difference. His Baiyun footwork is at LV3, which is higher than the original LV2 of Baiyun swordsmanship, and he practiced the same 10 times, so the improvement he brought must be different. According to the saying in the game, a skill requires experience to upgrade its level. The higher the level, the more experience it needs to upgrade. It must be more difficult to upgrade. For the same task, the experience gained is the same, and the low-level skills can be upgraded. It's normal for a high level to not be able to upgrade. Thinking of this, Liu Yi understood that if he issued tasks to improve his spell level, the higher the spell level, the more difficult it would be to improve, and the more practice times he would need to complete. But no matter what, it was much faster than his own perception. Starting today, I, Liu, will be a peerless genius. Liu Yi expressed his satisfaction. After the rest, Liu Yi began to practice Baiyun's footwork. The practice task was not difficult, just a bit tiring. After an afternoon of practice, Liu Yi easily completed the task. In the evening, when Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi came back, Bai Lingling had already prepared dinner, and the 3 of them went back to their room to rest after having dinner. In the world of monks, nights are usually used for cultivation, and it is the same for Liu Yi and the other 3. Back in the room, Liu Yi sat cross-legged, and issued a task to himself again, practice Baiyun Yankaiju 10 times. Because Baiyun Yankaiju is also level 2, the task reward is the same as practicing Baiyun swordsmanship in the morning, and the level of Baiyun Yankaiju is increased by 1. To practice Qi, one needs to control the aura to form a circle in the body and absorb the aura from the outside world into the body. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the stronger the Kung Fu, and the deeper the mastery of the Kung Fu, the higher the efficiency of absorbing aura. Liu Ming's Baiyun Qi Yanju level is only LV2, and it takes a long time to run it for a week, but it's not too difficult to practice 10 times in 1 night. Running the Baiyun Yankaiju over and over again to absorb spiritual energy, Liu Yi could feel his cultivation base slowly improving, and when he finished practicing 10 times, it was almost dawn. After the task was completed, Liu Yi chose to receive the reward. All of a sudden, various information about Baiyun Yankaiju appeared in Liu Yi's mind, and his perception of Baiyun Yankaiju began to improve rapidly. Chapter 3 Where did the reckless man come from? After a while, Liu Yi could clearly feel that he had a deeper understanding of Baiyun Yankaiju. He tried to execute the exercise, and was immediately pleasantly surprised. The aura flowed more smoothly than before, and the time for a week to run was shortened. The absorption efficiency of aura has also increased by nearly 1/3. In general, the efficiency of cultivation may be increased by nearly 50%. This improvement is too great. Liu Yi originally wanted to break through to the 7th level of Qi training, and it would probably take about 7 or 8 months, but now, maybe it will only take 5 or 6 months to break through. Not only that, the aura is running smoothly, and Liu Yi can use spells faster, and his combat power has also improved. It can be said that just the improvement of Qigong practice has brought Liu Yi a considerable improvement in all aspects. So Liu Yi issued another task for himself to practice Baiyun Yinkaiju 10 times, and continued to practice. Anyway, he had to practice, and he would always feel that he would lose blood if he didn't take up the task. And just like that, time passed. Liu Yi issued tasks to himself every day, practicing Baiyun swordsmanship in the morning, Baiyun footwork in the afternoon, and Baiyun Yinkaiju in the evening. With the completion of the task, the levels of his 3 skills are rapidly increasing. 2 weeks passed in a blink of an eye, and it was the beginning of the month. In the morning, Liu Yi, Liu Jiayang, and Wang Saiqi had breakfast. Liu Jiayang thought of something, looked at Liu Yi, and said, "Year, today is the day when the elders teach, don't forget the time." Liu Yi took a bite of half of the meat bun and nodded, "I know." At the beginning of the month, the elders of the Outer Sect will give lectures at Biang Peak, teaching some basics of cultivation, and will also point out some difficulties encountered in the practice of Outer Sect disciples. You must know that even the elders of the Outer Sect have the cultivation base of the Golden Core, and a little practice experience will be of great benefit to the outer disciples who are only in the realm of Qi training. Basically, at the beginning of every month, the outer disciples would attend lectures unless they had other things to do, and Liu Yi was no exception. There are free lectures by Jindan masters, so if you don't go to them, are you still human? Although Liu Yi now has a golden finger and his cultivation speed has become very fast, he will not swell up and feel that he is invincible. He is just a mediocre little monk who trains Qi now. There are 3 of us. What about the teacher, not to mention that the other party is a master of Jindan? Liu Yi felt that no matter what he did, he should not be arrogant, otherwise he must be the one who got hurt. After hastily eating breakfast, Liu Yi said, "Father, I'm going to Biang Peak." Seeing Liu Yi running out in a hurry, Wang Saiqi quickly said, "Be careful, don't run too fast." "Understood." Liu Yi replied with a smile, and ran out of the courtyard. The Baiyun sect is located in the Baiyun Mountains. The entire sect covers an area of hundreds of kilometers, and the interior is surrounded by high mountains. The outer sect is located at the outermost side of the sect, and there are hundreds of peaks, including Biang Peak, where the elders of the outer sect teach. The mountain where Liu Yi lives is called Bailing Peak, not too far from Biang Peak, only 6 peaks away. Liu Yi looked at the time, it was still early for the class to start, so he was not in a hurry, and slowly trotted along the mountain road to Biang Peak. Along the way, Liu Yi also saw other outer sect disciples, some of them were alone, and some were moving with friends in 2s and 3s. Everyone lives on the same mountain, and most of them have met each other, and now they meet each other, and they nod and smile at each other. Liu Yi is usually busy with cultivation and doesn't socialize very much. He doesn't have any special friends, and he doesn't care about it. In the world of immortal cultivation, although communication is important, strength is more important. He is now in the period of rising strength, so he should practice hard. Otherwise, when I get older, it will be too late to regret. Young idler, an old beggar. Of course, Liu Yi didn't have a particularly bad relationship with others. After all, his parents are deacons, so he still has a bit of face in this outer sect, so everyone can talk easily. Liu Yi's own cultivation talent is regarded as the upper class in the outer sect, and everyone usually looks at him highly, and few people take the initiative to provoke him for no reason. Not to mention Liu Yi's high cultivation level, even disciples with weak cultivation-based talents, generally everyone would turn a blind eye at most, and few fools would deliberately target them. After all, there is no need. His cultivation base is weak, is it good for your cultivation if you target him? It's not good at all, and it's a waste of my own cultivation time. What's more, if someone gets some chance and takes off in place, and then revenges you, won't you be so cold? Not to mention impossible, there are a lot of relics of various ancient sects in Tianming continent, inheritances of powerful monks and so on, and all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth may also exist. If they really get something extraordinary, what about the big chance? Liu Yi thinks that there is a good saying, Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about the ways of the world. The same is true in the cultivation world. Unless there is a real conflict of interest, everyone will live in peace. The closer Liu Yi got to Biang Peak, the more and more outer disciples he saw. There are more than 100,000 disciples from the outer sect, and about 100,000 people come to Biang Peak at the beginning of each month. Seen from the sky, it looks like a group of ants migrating. As they approached Biang Peak, the atmosphere among all the outer disciples also became serious. The place where Biang Peak preaches and teaches is located on the top of the mountain. Although the platform on the top of the mountain is not small, it only has 1,000 seats and can accommodate thousands of disciples. So what about everyone else? Of course, under the platform, on the mountain road, halfway up the mountain, you can stand wherever you can. The mountaintop platform can hear more clearly, not to mention, the elder will randomly point out the disciple's spiritual doubts after the lecture, and this disciple also refers to the disciple on the mountaintop platform. Who doesn't want to sharpen their heads on the platform? As for who can be on the platform? Of course it depends on strength. Those who are strong will go up, and those who are weak will be embarrassed. Liu Yi used to listen to lectures halfway up the mountain. This time, he planned to go to the platform to see the difference between the scenery above and the halfway up the mountain. With a smile, Liu Yi walked towards the top of Biang Peak. As they climbed up, the disciples on the first and second floors of Qi training stopped first. It wasn't that they didn't want to go up, but they didn't dare to go up. There were only so many places. If they went up and occupied the places of those powerful disciples, they would be beaten. Ordinary disciples are still very self-aware. Soon, the disciples on the third and fourth levels of Qi training also stopped. When it was halfway up the mountain, there were a lot fewer people, and the disciples on the fifth level of Qi training also stopped. After walking not far, most of the disciples on the sixth level of Qi training also stopped. Further up, that is the position of disciples above the seventh level of Qi training. Liu Yi didn't stop, and continued to walk up. Seeing this, the outer disciples on the side were all taken aback, and then showed expressions of watching the show. Someone wants to challenge the majesty of a powerful disciple under cultivation? It's been a long time since I met such an iron-headed baby. The disciples above the seventh level of Qi training next to him frowned when they saw Liu Yi. It was crowded up there, but now there are guys from the sixth level of Qi training coming to squeeze with them? Is it too much? Liu Yi didn't pay attention to their gazes, and continued to move forward with a smile on his face. The expressions of those disciples above the seventh level of Qi training gradually became strange. Because, even those who were on the seventh level of Qi training stopped, but Liu Yi hadn't stopped yet. That is already close to the top of the mountain, and it is the position where some particularly powerful disciples of the seventh level of Qi training, or even the eighth level of Qi training can stand. The position here is so small, how dare this iron-headed boy go up? Fuck! Where did this reckless man come from? Are you so unafraid of death? Don't be afraid of being beaten, I would like to call this junior brother Tituba. Make a bet, guess how long it takes for this kid to roll down? There was a lot of discussion. At this moment, a tall outer disciple stood in front of Liu Yi. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, are you in the wrong place? Why don't you go down by yourself? Here we go." The eyes of many outer disciples lit up, and they happily began to eat melons and watch the show. Chapter 4 Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. Liu Yi glanced at the outer disciple who was blocking the way. He had 8 levels of Qi training, and he didn't seem to be weak. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, I want to go to the platform to have a look. Why don't you do it conveniently? Go to the platform?" The brawny man froze for a moment, his expression shocked. The other outer disciples also had strange faces, and then there was an uproar. Hey, is it true or not? I thought this kid just wanted to stand in front, but I didn't expect him to want to be on the platform. Is he crazy? With the 6th level of Qi training, you want to go to the platform? This junior, listen to my advice, the water on the platform is too deep, you can't handle it, you'd better go down. An outer disciple looked kind and reminded Liu Yi. Liu Yi didn't care about other people's opinions, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, what do you think?" The corner of the strong man's mouth twitched, then he grinned and said, "I don't think so." While speaking, spiritual energy flowed all over his body, and he drew out the big knife on his back. "I guess so." Liu Yi smiled, drew out the long sword in his hand, and looked at the strong man calmly. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly had another bold idea. He tentatively issued a mission in his heart, "I want to defeat the opponent in front of me." The next moment, the sight in front of him changed. Task: defeat the 8th level outer disciple of Qi training, progress, 0/1. Reward, Ultimate Condensation Pill 10/Perfect Condensation Pill 1. Whether to accept, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the mission, he felt that he had opened the door to a new world, and it was really possible. Then wouldn't I be able to challenge the outer disciples in the future and get rewards? And this reward is so good. Not to mention the best pills, the perfect pills are pills without erysipelas at all. Taking the perfect elixir, you don't have to worry about erysipelas, and you don't need to waste time to resolve the erysipelas. The foundation is also extremely solid, and it is completely no different from your aura of a little hard work. Liu Yi doesn't know if the entire Baiyun school has the perfect pill, but what he knows is that, as an outer disciple, his monthly training resources are only a bottle of 10 middle-grade Qi condensing pills, not even top-grade. And what about this reward? 10 top-grade Qi condensing pills, or a perfect Qi condensing pill. Just defeating an outer disciple who practiced Qi training at the 8th level was such a good reward, Liu Yi felt that he could challenge Goldfinger to bankruptcy. Liu Yi looked at the strong man in front of him, his eyes changed, as if he was looking at a perfect elixir. When the strong man saw Liu Yi's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart, this kid doesn't have any special hobbies. The strong man's scalp was numb, he didn't dare to think too much. His eyes widened with anger, and he shouted, "Get down!" He stepped forward and slashed at Liu Yi with the sword. Under the light of the knife, there was the sound of a tiger roaring, and the wind of the knife whizzed, blowing Liu Yi's black hair. Tiger knife. Liu Yi knew that this saber technique, like the Baiyun sword technique, was the basic technique of the Baiyun sect, suitable for cultivators in the Qi training realm. The sword technique is fierce and fierce, taking the true meaning of the tiger. It is said that when it is practiced to the depth, there will be a tiger roaring between the light of the knife, shocking people's hearts, and making people collapse without fighting. However, this senior brother's saber technique doesn't seem to be very good. After half a month of training, Liu Yi's panel has long since changed. Character, Liu Yi. Cultivation base, Qi training level 6. Cultivation method, Baiyun Yinkaiju, LV6. Skills, Baiyun Swordsmanship, LV6, Baiyun Footwork, LV6. Liu Yi doesn't know how strong he is now, but he now knows that at least he is much stronger than this senior brother who has practiced Qi at the 8th level. He feels that as long as he thinks about it, he has several ways to instantly defeat this man. Senior brother defeated. But Liu Yi now has another idea. If he shows too much strength, no one will dare to stop him later, right? In that case, wouldn't he lose a lot of perfect pills? How can this work? Lui said that he could not accept it. Lui endured the idea of giving this strong man a direct sword strike, and used Biun swordsmanship to deal with the strong man little by little, showing that his strength was similar to his. Clang clang clang! The sound of metal and iron resounded, and the figures of the two flickered in an open space. But the outer disciple beside him had his eyes wide open and his mouth open, with the expression of a melon falling to the ground. Fuck! Is this junior so fierce? The 6th level of Qi training can actually fight against the brother of the 8th level of Qi training? What's the background of this kid? He used the Biun swordsmanship? Is the Biun swordsmanship so strong? I'm practicing Biun swordsmanship. I can be sure that he is practicing Biun swordsmanship. But, this junior brother's Biun swordsmanship has probably reached the level of transformation, right? There is a bit of Biun artistic conception in it. It's too outrageous. Hiss, the technique of transforming the realm? No wonder this kid is so fierce. Many disciples were in an uproar. The cultivation of spells relies most on one's comprehension. Even though basic spells are the easiest to practice, it is also easy to get started, and it is also difficult to practice to a deep level. Of the more than 100,000 disciples in the entire Outer Sect, there may not necessarily be 1,000 of them who can practice basic techniques to great success. Whether there are 100 is a question. These people used to be disciples on the platform and received the attention of the elders. Unexpectedly, another one came out now. That is to say, this junior brother's cultivation base is not high, otherwise he would have defeated his opponent long ago. The way each disciple looked at Lui changed. Of course, the strong man who fought against Lui was more aware of Lui's difficulty, and he was even more shocked when he faced the Biun swordsmanship of the Huajing level. However, after being defeated by the 6th level Qi training junior, the strong man felt that he couldn't afford to lose this man, so he used all his strength during the battle. The two fought for a long time, and in the end, Lui won by a slight advantage, and put the sword across the strong man's neck. The strong man's face was full of bitterness. I lost. Lui retracted his sword, exhaled slightly, looked at the strong man, and said seriously, "Senior brother is really strong, I admire you. If it wasn't for my good swordsmanship, I'm afraid I would have lost." He has to show that he has reached the limit of his strength, so that others will stop him later, otherwise he can't challenge them one by one, right? That was too high profile. Lui felt that he was a modest, friendly, handsome, unrestrained, and suave young man. Well, the main reason was that he was afraid of being beaten by being too high profile, and he was not invincible. The brawny man lost to Lui who was on the 6th level of Qi training. He felt ashamed at first, but he felt relieved when he heard Lui's words. He grinned and said, "Young brother's comprehension is amazing. I didn't expect to practice Biun swordsmanship to the level of perfection. Senior brother, that is the real admiration, and the defeat will be convinced. Senior brother accepts. Junior brother, you are welcome, please go over." The two gave way, and in a friendly atmosphere, the strong man stepped aside, and Lui walked over with a smile, and at the same time glanced at his own panel. Sure enough, the mission was completed. As for the choice of reward? Is this still an option? It must be the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. Although the best Qi Condensation Pill is good, but there is erysipelas after all, Lui has a high vision now. Lui didn't receive the reward directly, since he didn't need it now anyway, and the sudden appearance of a pill in his hand was outrageous. Lui expected in his heart that when someone blocked his way, he would have a new perfect medicine. Oh, right. Lui had another bold idea. He said to himself, "I want to climb to the platform of Biang Peak." The next moment, the task was displayed on the panel. Lui glanced at it, and after seeing the reward, his eyes widened and he was ecstatic. I didn't expect such a good reward. Chapter 5 Middle Grade Magical Artifact. Task. Climb to Biangfeng Platform. Reward, Mid-range Magical Artifact Flowing Cloud Boots. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lui never expected that the reward would be so generous, and it would be a middle-grade magic weapon. Magical Artifacts. There are more than 100,000 disciples in the outer sect of the Biun sect. It is estimated that there are only a very small number of magical artifacts, which are usually used by foundation building monks. Because Lui's parents are the deacons of the outer sect and the foundation building monks, he has a long sword that is a low-grade magic weapon. Back then, Lui's parents spent a lot of money to buy this low-grade magic weapon. A low-grade magic weapon is so precious, let alone a middle-grade magic weapon? As far as Lui knew, his father, Lu Jiang, only had a long sword with a medium-grade magic weapon. Lu Jiang was so precious that even he could only look at it and not touch it. His mother didn't even have a middle-grade magic weapon. Woolen cloth. I didn't expect to send this task directly, isn't that too generous? Lui felt that he had to climb up to the platform even if he climbed today, otherwise his conscience would be disturbed. Lui silently accepted the task, and stepped forward again. The outer disciples who had been watching the play around them gave way to let Lui walk over. Lui didn't feel it at first, until he got closer and closer to the platform. Lui found that something seemed wrong. How come no one stopped him? This shouldn't be, normally speaking, shouldn't a few more outer disciples be jumped out to prevent him from going on the platform? Many disciples from the 8th level of Qi training are listening to the sermon below, so just watch him, a disciple of the 6th level of Qi training, go up to the platform? This is not good, is it? As Lui walked, he realized that the platform was right in front of him, and the people in front seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Lui was a little anxious. Get up, brothers and sisters who practice Qi training at the 8th level. What about your dignity? So can he just let him, a rookie who has practiced Qi training level 6, go to the platform? He was ready to take the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill after passing through 5 levels and beheading 6 generals, so that's the result? That's it. Lui walked very slowly, intentionally waiting for someone to jump out to stop him, but no one stopped until Lui reached the steps under the platform. Lui was very disappointed in his heart, turned his head and looked behind him. Seeing senior brothers and sisters looking at him, he was a little bit unwilling, and planned to struggle in the end. He looked around, smiled and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, I'm going up right now? Hurry up and stop me. Hurry up. Right now." Lui waited eagerly. At this time, a senior sister who practiced Qi training at the 8th level smiled and said, "Junior brother, go up. Lin Gang's strength is also one of the best among us, you can defeat him, but none of us can guarantee a steady victory over you, so I won't stop you." That's right, junior brother. The Biun sword technique of transformation realm is truly extraordinary. After this lecture, I hope to discuss the way of swordsmanship with junior brother. Since that's the case, how about adding me? As the senior brothers and sisters talked one by one, Lui felt numb. Was the previous senior brother so powerful here? By the way, you are so fierce, why don't you let the person who ordered the food stop you first? Lui was very unhappy, and looked at Lin Gang. Seeing this, Lin Gang smiled at Lui honestly, "Junior brother, you can continue to discuss and learn from each other when you have time." Lui struggled to pull out a smile, "Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your love. If that's the case, then I'll go up there." He turned his head in frustration, and walked up the steps of the platform step by step. The steps are not long, and Lui soon came to the platform of Biang Peak. On the platform is a huge square, with futons placed one by one. In front of the futons, there is a platform, which is the seat of the preaching elder. Now is empty. There were already many people sitting on the futon. Lui found that the closer the futon was to the podium, the stronger the cultivation of the disciples sitting. There were several disciples who made Lui feel very dangerous. Weaker. Some of these disciples exchanged their cultivation experience in 2s and 3s, and some of them closed their eyes and meditated alone. After Lui came up, someone looked over. After seeing Lui, those disciples froze, some were puzzled, some frowned. 6 levels of Qi training? What's the situation? Why did the junior brother from the 6th level of Qi training come up? The people below won't stop him? That shouldn't be the case, right? How could the people below just watch a junior come up? Did you stop him? As soon as these words came out, many people showed surprised expressions, and more people looked at Lui, with different eyes. The eyes of the disciples sitting on the inner side were inquiring and interested, while the eyes of the disciples sitting closer to the outside were a little wary. There are only so many places on the platform, and every time it is full of people. If one comes up now, it means that someone has to go down. Since the junior brother of the 6th level of Qi training can go up through the obstacles of so many disciples below, it means that the strength is not enough. Generally speaking, the disciples in the inner circle definitely don't have to worry about going down, but those in the outer circle are worried. If they are driven off the platform, they will not be ashamed to death. Lui looked at the futon on the platform, thought for a while, and felt that it is better not to be too high profile. The brothers and sisters inside seem to be quite fierce, and he seems to be unable to fight, so just find a seat outside to sit. After all, meals have to be eaten at one bite, and goals have to be achieved one by one. Lui is already very satisfied to be on the platform today. Before, he could only be in the middle of the mountain. This progress is already big enough, let's be safe first. So, Lui casually found a seat on the side and sat down, happily looking at the panel. Current task. Climb to Biangfeng platform. Reward, mid-range magical artifact flowing cloud boots. Completed. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Mission accomplished. He will have a medium-grade magic weapon soon. But now there are too many people, Lui can only endure the excitement in his heart. He didn't receive the reward, and planned to wait until he went back to collect it. Seeing that Lui quietly found an empty seat to sit down, those eyes that were looking at Lui were gradually withdrawn, but Lui still felt that someone was watching him, and he was a little eager to try, wondering if anyone would challenge him. If there is, he will get another reward. As for taking the initiative to challenge, Lui never thought about it. Lui, is not such a high-profile person. Lui waited for a long time, and no one dared to challenge him. However, as time went by, more and more disciples came to the platform. Seeing Lui's new face, many people paid attention to him. As time passed, there were more and more people on the platform, and the futons were gradually filled up. The monks sitting on the inside were fine, but the monks sitting on the outside frowned when they saw Lui. At this time, Lui heard a cold voice, "This junior brother, the seat you are sitting on is mine." Lui turned his head and saw a handsome young man looking at him coldly. 8 layers of Qi training. Finally come. Do you know that all the flowers I've been waiting for you will wither? Lui stood up and said with a smile, "Hello senior brother, this position is mine now." Chapter 6 The Preaching Elder is a beautiful woman. Hey, is this newcomer very arrogant? Is the 6th level of Qi training so high profile? It's interesting. Hey. I'm afraid that I don't have enough strength. Being too high profile is not a good thing. Hearing Lui's words, all the disciples began to eat melons and watch the show, talking a lot. When Lui heard these people's words, his mind was full of question marks, and he felt a little wronged. He was obviously keeping a low profile, okay? If it was really high profile, he would have started challenging others and getting mission rewards. Didn't expect these disciples to look at him like that. At the same time, Liu Yi also began to reflect on his behavior. Was he really high profile? After much deliberation, he felt that there was no such thing. Confident.jpg. When Liu Yi was thinking, the face of the 8th level Qi training disciple in front of him was already turning blue. He sneered and said, "Okay, okay. Since the younger brother said so, then only the subordinates will see the truth." While speaking, he drew out his long sword with a clang and pointed it at Liu Yi. Liu Yi was overjoyed, and quickly said to himself, "I want to defeat the opponent in front of me." Task: defeat the 8th level outer disciple of Qi training, progress, 0/1. Reward, Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill 20/Perfect Qi Condensation Pill 2. Whether to accept, yes/no. The reward is better than defeating Lin Gang before. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then guessed that it might be because this disciple's cultivation base is stronger than Lin Gang's, and the task was judged on the panel as more difficult, so the reward was more generous. So Liu Yi was happier. Wouldn't it be better if the reward was higher? Liu Yi also drew out his long sword, and said with a smile, "Brother, please teach me." "Hey!" The handsome young man snorted coldly, his footsteps moved, his figure was like a snake running fast. He quickly approached Liu Yi, his long sword shook out sword shadows, and stabbed towards Liu Yi. With this shot, Liu Yi found that this senior brother was indeed much stronger than Lin Gang. Falling leaf swordsmanship and serpentine step are the basic techniques of Outer Sect, and this senior has mastered them well. If Liu Yi used the method he used to deal with Lin Gang to deal with this senior brother, he would definitely lose, but he didn't panic at all. As the aura flowed, Bayun's footwork started to work, his body seemed to lose weight and become erratic, drifting backwards with the handsome young man's sword wind. Seeing this scene, the disciples watching the play all stared wide-eyed, and some disciples even stood up. "What? Is this Bayun's footwork? It's so ingenious. Just relying on the strength of the sword wind, you can actually do this? Huajing's Bayun footwork? This junior is amazing." Their surprise was not over yet. Liu Yi's figure was erratic, and he approached the handsome young man very quickly. The long sword in his hand carried wisps of pale white clouds, and the seemingly soft but sharp sword energy enveloped the handsome young man. The handsome boy's pupils contracted, and he raised his sword to block it with all his strength. Clang clang clang. During the continuous collisions, the handsome young man retreated again and again, and was immediately at a disadvantage. The disciples in the distance were shocked. Sword Qi turning into clouds. This guy's White Cloud Swordsmanship has reached the realm of returning to nature. Having refined basic techniques to such an extent? This junior brother's comprehension is amazing. No wonder you are so arrogant, this junior has the strength to be arrogant. Wang Xingkai will lose. Even the disciples in the inner circle showed expressions of disbelief at this moment. The Bayun footwork of the transformation realm, the Bayun swordsmanship of the Gaijin realm. When did such a character emerge from the outer sect? A handsome, slender young man with his hands behind his back, frowned. Wang Xingkai's swordsmanship and footwork have reached great success, and he is not weak anymore. Unfortunately, the opponent is stronger. An ordinary-looking young man crossed his arms and shook his head. A pretty girl next to him looked at Liu Yi's figure with splendor. This junior is so handsome. The disciple next to him? They looked at the pretty-faced girl with question marks all over their heads. Everyone is looking at someone's strength, but you just look at their appearance? Oh, women are superficial. Everyone looked at Liu Yi, and they had to admit in their hearts that this junior was indeed handsome. A young man with 2 knives on his shoulders said with a cold expression, "This junior brother's cultivation level is a little bit low, otherwise, there will be another strong opponent in this competition." The others nodded their heads when they heard the words. Liu Yi's magic skills were too strong, which put them under some pressure. Even the strongest disciples of the Outer Sect, such as them, couldn't reach the back-to-basics level of magic skills. Fortunately, there's still half a month left for the big competition. It's a bit difficult to improve your cultivation. If this guy's cultivation reaches the 8th level of Qi training, we can all admit defeat directly. By the time they communicated, the battle was drawing to a close. Although Liu Yi hadn't used all his strength, the strength he showed was no longer something Wang Xingkai could resist. Facing the Baiyun swordsmanship of Jiankai Huayun level, Wang Xingkai's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he retreated in a row. He only held on for a moment before being held by Liu Yi with the sword on his neck. Liu Yi looked at Wang Xingkai, who had a stiff expression and was a little unbelievable, put away his long sword, and smiled slightly. "Senior brother, I've accepted it." Another 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills were credited. Liu Yi felt elated, more challengers like this should come. Wang Xingkai's expression was in a daze, and then he bowed his hands to Liu Yi with a bitter face, as if he had been hit a lot. "It's because I'm not as good as others." Seeing Wang Xingkai's deeply shocked appearance, Liu Yi couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that he was a good person. This brother had no grievances with him. If he beat him like this, he wouldn't beat him out of his psychological shadow, right? Liu Yi thought for a while, and said with a serious face, "Senior brother, you are very strong. You are the strongest opponent that I, Liu Yi, have encountered in these years. I hope that senior brother can continue to work hard, and we will compete again when the time comes." Although Liu Yi has only beaten 2 monks at the 8th level of Qi training in recent years, Lin Gang and him. As for the sparring, if it was a real sparring, could Liu Yi continue to earn quest rewards from this senior brother Wang Xingkai? That's good too. I'm such a good person. Liu Yi was a little moved by himself. Hearing this, Wang Xingkai's complexion improved a little, his eyes gradually brightened, and he showed a sincere smile. "Brother Liu Yi's talent is indeed the only one I have ever seen in my life, and the technique of returning to the original state really convinced the brother." Since the brother having said that, then senior brother will definitely have the audacity to ask him for advice in the future. "It's easy to say," Liu Yi said with a smile. Wang Xingkai nodded, "My position belongs to my younger brother." As he said that, Wang Xingkai turned his head, looked at a young man watching a theater beside him, and said with a sneer, "Li Qi, your place is mine." Li Qi, who was eating melon? What does it feel like to eat a melon and eat it on your own head? Li Qi wanted to scold her, but what made him want to scold her most was that he was really no match for Wang Xingkai. Li Qi glanced at Wang Xingkai depressedly. "Wang Xingkai, you have the ability to continue to challenge junior brother Liu Yi. What kind of ability is it to challenge me? I can't beat junior brother, but I can beat you." Wang Xingkai replied honestly. Li Qi's face turned blue with anger, and she looked at Liu Yi with a bit of resentment, then silently looked away. He couldn't beat this junior brother. Liu Yi can only look at others to find his own target. Can't beat Wang Xingkai, but he is not the weakest here either. At this moment, a sword light quickly crossed the sky from the horizon and landed on the podium. It was a young female cultivator in a white dress, with black hair like a waterfall, and a peerless appearance, as cold as ice. When Liu Yi saw this female monk, he was a little confused. He remembered that the preacher elder was a bad old man. "How did you become a beautiful girl?" Chapter 7 Bike to Motorcycle. Not only Liu Yi, but other disciples were also stunned when they saw the beautiful girl on the ground, and there were whispering voices on the platform. "Isn't this senior sister Lu Ningxuang? Why is she here? Is she senior sister Lu Ningxuang? That 19-year-old core disciple who formed the Golden Core? Now she is the senior sister of Ling Luo, Peak Lord's true disciple?" That's right, Peak Lord Ling Luo is amazingly talented, and has never accepted an apprentice in his life, but he made an exception for senior sister Lu Ningxuang, which is really enviable. Everyone was discussing, looking at the beautiful girl with awe in their eyes. Although Lu Ningxuang's appearance is peerless, most people would feel ashamed standing in front of such a proud girl like her, and they don't even have the courage to adore her. At this moment, Liu Yi was also looking at the beautiful woman on the podium in surprise. He had also heard Lu Ningxuang's name in the outer door. She became a core disciple at the age of 19, not to mention in Bianzong, even in the whole world. The Eastern Territory is an extremely rare arrogance. Even, in the Eastern region Tianjiao list, senior sister Lu Ningxuang has always been in the top 5. Liu Yi had only heard of this senior sister's name before, but he didn't expect to see a living person today. If it was the past, Liu Yi would not have dared to take a second look at such a proud girl, but now, he felt a little swollen, and dared to look at her. I have to say that this senior sister Lu Ningxuang is really good looking. Liu Yi has never seen such a good-looking woman in his 2 lifetimes. If I have to use a metaphor, it must be the existence of the pinnacle of human beauty, right? It's just that this senior sister looks a bit like an ice cube, and I don't know who can tempt her in the future? Liu Yi complained in his heart. At this time, Liu Yi suddenly paused, and had a bold idea in his heart. I wonder if there will be any rewards if the mission is released to make this senior sister fall in love with him? Liu Yi expressed a little curiosity. He said to himself, I want senior sister Lu Ningxuang to fall in love with me. Task. Senior sister Lu Ningxuang is in love with me. Rewards: consummating the artistic conception of ice, Hollow Realm Kung Fu Xian Bing Ning Jade Heart Sutra, low-grade spiritual weapon Longsword Bing Yu Yin. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi? Looking at the reward, a question mark slowly popped up in Liu Yi's mind, and then a lot of fuck came to his mind. There is really a reward? And is this reward serious? Artistic conception can only be mastered by the great masters of Dongxiu. Of course, some geniuses can master it in advance. Just think about how fierce it is. The skills of the whole realm are also not strong enough. No matter how strong your talent is, if your skills are not high enough, you will not be able to cultivate to a higher level. Of course, if you can create a higher level of skills yourself, then it is I didn't say it, but Bianzong is a master of cultivating immortals, and the cultivation method of the Zhenzong seems to be only the cultivation method of the transformation of the gods. Liu Yi is equivalent to directly obtaining a level of cultivation that is stronger than the cultivation method of the Zhenzong. As for the spiritual weapon, the magic weapon for cultivating immortals is divided into magic weapon, treasure weapon, spiritual weapon, etc. Magic weapon is already extremely rare, let alone a spiritual weapon. Even if it's just a low-grade spiritual weapon, the average Dongxiu master probably doesn't have it, right? Liu Yi's eyes were a little red. He was just curious to see if there was any reward, but now. Liu Yi just wanted to say, Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang is too fragrant. He silently accepted the task. Anyway, there is no task penalty, and it doesn't matter if he can't complete it, but what if it is completed? What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Give it a go. Turn your bike into a motorcycle. If you win, you will be a young model in the clubhouse. If you lose, you will be a young model in the clubhouse. Then the question arises, how should senior sister Lu Ningxuang fall in love with her? Liu Yi scratched his head in his heart. He thought he was okay after letting him practice, but chasing girls. Well, Liu Yi is a bit numb. In his previous life, Liu Yi just graduated from university and time-traveled. When he was in university, he used to play games, such as LOL, King of Kings, World of Warcraft, etc. He usually played in the dormitory except for class, and he also joined university clubs, but the activities I haven't been there a few times, but I have been to class activities, but he is a computer major, and there are only 4 girls in the class, who understand everything. When he was in middle school and high school, Liu Yi was also busy with reading novels and playing games. He didn't like girls. There were a few girls who expressed affection for him, but he didn't have that kind of thought at all at the time. Later, after college, he realized that when I arrived, I regretted it too much, and I was heartbroken. Only then did he realize that he had missed several sweet love affairs, and also missed the opportunity to become a scumbag. All in all, Liu Yi has never been in love in 2 lifetimes, and he doesn't know how to chase girls at all. Hateful. Why don't universities teach how to fall in love? This is a major event in human reproduction. If you don't pay much attention to this kind of thing, human beings will become extinct sooner or later. Liu Yi made a severe attack on the education in his previous life. Then again, he is also a time traveler after all, and he still chases girls? It's a disgrace to the time traveler, right? Which of the seniors didn't have a lot of beauties around after time travel? He has to chase after him on his own, and he will be laughed at if he talks about it. Liu, the shame of the traveler Yi, expressed his sadness. At this moment, Lu Ningxuang's cold and calm voice sounded, "Everyone, brothers and sisters, Elder Lin Feng has something to do. I'm here to preach to you today." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, sat down solemnly, and looked forward to looking at Lu Ningxuang. This is a super genius, he must have his own unique insights into cultivation, and if he can learn a little bit, it will be of great benefit. After everyone sat down, Li Qi, who was still standing, looked very abrupt. His mentality was about to explode, and he had no place to sit. Lu Ningxuang looked at Li Qi, her calm eyes made Li Qi almost cry, and he looked at Wang Xingkai with grief and indignation. "Wang Xingkai, you wait for me." Wang Xingkai looked puzzled. "You can't beat me, why blame me?" Li Qi's face flushed red with anger, seeing more and more people looking over, he waved his sleeves, covered his face and got off the platform. Lu Ningxuang's calm voice sounded, "Is there anything else? Start preaching without us. There is none left. Senior Sister Lu, let's start." Everyone spoke one after another, with excited expressions. Lu Ningxuang nodded, and said, "All the brothers and sisters are in the realm of Qi training. Today I will talk about the foundation of cultivation and the foundation of magic. Longevity's happy state." Lu Ningxuang's voice filled with spiritual energy diffused across the entire Biang Peak, telling the basics of cultivation, which also included Lu Ningxuang's own little understanding of the realm of Qi training and her understanding of the Biunyan Qi art. Lu Ningxuang herself is from a high position, and the content of the explanation is simple and easy to understand. Not only the disciples on the platform, but also the disciples on the mountainside and at the bottom of the mountain are thoughtful and seem to have some understanding. Even if it is Liu Yi, his current Biun Qi Yinju has reached LV6. According to the division of the world of cultivating immortals, it is already a state of returning to nature, but what he understands is only Biun Qi Yinju, and his vision is limited. After listening to Lu Ningxuang after his sermon, he also had a lot of insights. Even, because Liu Yi himself has a solid foundation and has gained more than other disciples, it may not take long for the Biunyan Qi art to be upgraded to LV7. Chapter 8 Lu Ningxuang and Number 039, S Invitation. As time passed, the sun gradually came to the sky, and Lu Ningxuang's preaching stopped. The whole Biang Peak was very quiet, and the disciples were still immersed in the truth that Lu Ningxuang narrated, and they did not return to their senses for a long time. Lu Ningxuang didn't bother, but just calmly looked at the disciples on the platform with cold eyes. It was not until a moment later that the disciples slowly recovered, with surprise in their eyes, as if they had gained a lot. As each of the disciples woke up, Liu Yi also came back to his senses. He was also a little excited, and felt that his understanding of the basics of cultivation had increased a lot. Seeing that everyone was back to their senses, Lu Ningxuang spoke again, "That's all for the basics of cultivation. After you go back, you juniors and sisters will digest it well. Next, I will talk about the basics of magic. All juniors and juniors are in the realm of Qi training. Today I will explain the most common practice of Outer Sect. Qi training technique, Outer Swordsmanship. Hearing this, the faces of the people on the platform changed slightly, and many people turned their heads to look in Luyi's direction. A certain guy at the 6th level of Qi training has already cultivated Outer Swordsmanship to the state of returning to the original. Luyi was sitting on the outside of the platform, but the disciples on the outside didn't care about Luyi, but even some disciples on the inside looked at Luyi behind him, which made Lu Ningxuang follow him with some doubts. Lu Ningxuang saw that the disciple everyone was staring at was a little monk who practiced at the 6th level of Qi training. Being able to come to the platform at the 6th level of Qi training showed that his talent was not bad, but this was not the reason why so many people paid attention. Lu Ningxuang was a little puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" A pretty female disciple in front said, "Senior Sister Lu, this handsome junior brother Luyi, his Outer Swordsmanship has been cultivated to the point of returning to the original." The disciple next to him. "They have black lines all over their heads, the word handsome is redundant, okay?" When Lu Ningxuang heard this, a look of surprise appeared in her cold eyes, and she sized up Luyi. He is indeed quite handsome, but that's not the point," she praised. "The 6th level of Qi training can make one the basic skills have been cultivated to the state of returning to the basics. Your talent is very good." Luyi was originally worried about how to get in touch with senior sister Lu Ningxuang. After all, he still had a task to make senior sister Lu Ningxuang fall in love with him. He didn't expect the opportunity to come to him like this. In addition, that senior sister really has vision. Luyi thought happily. Luyi smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'm overwhelmed." Lu Ningxuang thought of something, and asked, "Since junior brother Luyi has practiced the Outer Swordsmanship to the point of returning to the basics, why don't you join me in demonstrating it to all the juniors and sisters?" Luyi was taken aback, feeling strange. Isn't this the status of a lecturer in the university as a teaching assistant? He didn't work as a teaching assistant when he was in college, but he didn't expect to become a teaching assistant after traveling to another world? Of course. Luyi did not refuse. If it is based on love games, this kind of emergency can increase the heroine's favorability. How can he refuse? Oh, by the way, he has to post a mission to see. Luyi murmured silently in his heart, "I want to demonstrate Outer Swordsmanship to the disciples on the platform." Task: demonstrate Outer Swordsmanship for outer disciples. Reward: Outer Swordsmanship level +1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Seeing the reward, Luyi was even more pleasantly surprised. As the level of Outer Swordsmanship is getting higher and higher, he needs to practice more and more times to improve the level of swordsmanship. It has been 4 days since his Outer Swordsmanship broke through to LV6. Well, he hasn't felt any signs of a breakthrough until now, and he probably needs to practice for 3 or 4 days at least. He didn't expect to be able to break through just by demonstrating a sword technique now. Wonderful! Luyi cheerfully went up to the podium and stood beside Lu Ningxuang. He smelled a faint fragrance, which probably came from Lu Ningxuang. It smelled good. Lu Ningxuang stood aside, and a cold voice sounded, "Junior brother, are you ready?" "All right. Then let's start." While speaking, an ordinary long sword suddenly appeared in Lu Ningxuang's hand, and Lu Ningxuang's aura became a little sharper when she took the long sword. Seeing this, Luyi glanced at the white ring on Lu Ningxuang's slender finger, and felt a burst of envy in his heart. The space ring, he also wants to have it. But this thing is quite precious. The worst interspatial ring is more expensive than ordinary low-grade magical artifacts. He can't afford it. After his parents bought him a low-grade magic weapon long sword, they didn't buy him a space ring, it was too expensive. Liu Jiayang also told him that if he could enter the inner sect, the sect would give him a space ring. It would be better to enter the inner sect for free whoring later. It sounds like an old prostitute. It would be great if we could send a space ring when the mission happens. Lu Yi thought to himself. He also pulled out his long sword, looked at Lu Ningxuang, and said, "Senior sister, please enlighten me." Lu Ningxuang nodded, "Let's do it, the focus is on the demonstration." Lu Yi took a deep breath, and the aura flowed. Wisps of white clouds emerged from the long sword. Surrounded by the clouds, he ran the white cloud footwork and rushed towards Lu Ningxuang. Seeing the white cloud on Lu Yi's sword, Lu Ningxuang nodded secretly, and then a white cloud also appeared on her sword, which is also the White Cloud Sword technique of returning to the true state. As a peerless arrogance, Lu Ningxuang's savvy is naturally extraordinary, and she has mastered more than one or two methods of returning to the realm of innocence. The long swords of the two collided together. Clang! The sound of gold and iron colliding sounded, and the clouds and air intertwined and spread between the two long swords, and the entire podium was surrounded by clouds. The disciples below felt a sharp sword intent flowing between the two of them. They all stared wide-eyed, held their breath, and watched quietly. On the stage, Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang faced each other, looked at each other, and changed their moves tacitly at the same time. Clang, clang, clang. The purpose of the two is to demonstrate the Baiun swordsmanship, not to learn from each other in battle. Every move is clearly displayed, and the ethereal meaning of the Baiun swordsmanship is fully displayed. The two people facing each other's swords seemed to have inexplicable harmony, which made the disciples below them obsessed with it without blinking their eyes. On the entire platform, there was no other sound except the sound of collisions. At this time, Lu Ningxuang opened her red lips lightly, and slowly explained, Baiun swordsmanship is based on the artistic conception of Baiun, focusing on the sense of erratic. The meaning of the technique is not the shape, just as the cultivator emphasizes the heart, any technique is the same. Fellow juniors, let's be optimistic about the essence of this Baiun swordsmanship. During the changes in the two swordsmanship, the core of Baiun's swordsmanship was completely exposed, which made many disciples gain a lot, and many disciples showed surprise. So that's how the third formula is actually used? It should have the grandeur of Yunwan Yunshu. It turns out that I have misunderstood it all the time. I got it, I got it. Ha 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 ha. Is this the Baiun swordsmanship of returning to the basics? It's so terrifying. No, even with my senior sister's explanation, the realm of swordsmanship above Dachan is still like seeing flowers in the fog. How did junior brother Lu Yi manage to cultivate Baiun swordsmanship to the realm of returning to the true state? On the podium, Lu Yi sighed in his heart, senior sister Lu Ningxuang is indeed the proud daughter of heaven, she has a thorough understanding of the essence of magic. In fact, after Lu Yi raised the 3 skills and techniques to level 6, he also had some insights into the skills and techniques. After a set of Baiun swordsmanship was over, Lu Ningxuang and Lu Yi retracted their swords at the same time with a tacit understanding. The mountain wind blew past and lifted a strand of Lu Ningxuang's hair. She turned the corners of her mouth to Lu Yi, and for the first time a smile appeared on her cold face. She gave a slight smile, which was so beautiful. Junior brother Lu's Baiun swordsmanship is very exquisite, and his comprehension is excellent. If you enter the inner sect, you can consider participating in Ling Lufeng's assessment and joining Ling Lufeng. The new book has been signed. The update time is 12:30 and 18:30. If you think the writing is okay, please support me. It is best to follow up. Funny.jpg. Chapter 9 Time to Harvest. The disciples on the platform were all in an uproar when they heard the words. I didn't expect senior sister Lu Ningxuang to personally invite junior brother Lu Yi to Lingluo Peak. Lingluo Peak is one of the strongest 3 peaks among the 12 peaks of the inner school. I heard that there are a lot of training resources every month, and the benefits are super good. I want to join. Hee. Just think about it. Elder Lingluo just let it out. Lingluo Peak only accepts real geniuses, only junior brother Lu Yi. Do you think you are a genius? Me? Hee. I'm not boasting. I'm a real piece of trash. I didn't understand anything about senior sister Lu and junior brother Lu's demonstration just now. What a coincidence, they are both trash. The eyes of all the disciples turned green with envy. If possible, they would also like to enter Ling Luo Peak. Liu Yi on the stage was dazed by Lu Ningxuang's smile. This damn smile is so dazzling. He smiled and said, I will seriously consider it, thank you, senior sister. Drop, Lu Ningxuang favorability +1. Senior sister Lu Ningxuang actually invited him to participate in the assessment of Tongfeng. If it was a love game, it must be this reminder now. It's a pity that he doesn't have a golden finger in love games, tisk. As for joining Ling Luo Peak, of course Liu Yi has no objection. Ling Luo Peak is an extremely powerful peak in the entire Baiyun sect inner sect, and the peak leader Elder Ling Luo is one of the strongest in Baiyun sect, and he is also the youngest and strongest those who are extremely talented. It would definitely be better to join in and be surrounded by big bosses. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, turned her bare hands, and a white porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. This is the top quality condensing qi pill, and I gave it to junior brother Liu as a reward for cooperating with my preaching. Your cultivation is a bit low, junior brother, and you can't do it in terms of cultivation. Slack. While speaking, the porcelain bottle in Lu Ningxuang's hand floated towards Liu Yi. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, as if he saw the brilliance of a rich woman from Lu Ningxuang. This is the best pill. It is impossible for ordinary people to have it. Didn't expect Lu Ningxuang to give it to him directly. But having said that, if it was before, Liu Yi would definitely be overjoyed to have this top quality pill, but now, all the rewards for his mission are perfect pills, so there is no fluctuation in his heart. However, Lu Ningxuang had good intentions, so Liu Yi was of course too embarrassed to refuse. He took the Ningqi pill and said with a smile, thank you, senior sister. I will definitely practice hard and will not disappoint senior sister's high expectations. The disciples on the platform looked at Liu Yi and felt that the lemon was too sour. The ultimate Qi Condensation Pill. This is much better than the middle-grade Qi Condensation Pill, they wanted to. What's more, it was given by senior sister Lu, a legendary figure in the sect. They can blow a year. He could even put this bottle of Qi Condensing Pill on the table as an offering. The most important thing is, Sister Lu Ningxuang actually smiled at Liu Yi, actually smiled? Jealousy makes them unrecognizable. Well, you go down first. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. Liu Yi got off the podium and returned to his seat. Wang Xingkai beside him looked at Liu Yi, and he couldn't hide the envy on his face. Junior brother Liu, that's great. Senior sister Lu looks at you differently, brother, and I'm so envious. Low-key and low-key. Liu Yi smiled, and the same sentence, he felt that he was a low-key person. Next, if you have any doubts about cultivation, you can raise your hand and ask. I will pick 3 people to answer. Lu Ningxuang began the last step of the sermon, answering the cultivation questions. Hearing Lu Ningxuang's words, many disciples raised their hands and looked at Lu Ningxuang expectantly. If Lu Ningxuang could answer their doubts, their path of cultivation would be much smoother. Liu Yi thought for a while, and found that he didn't have any special doubts that needed to be answered. After all, his current skills and magic skills had improved smoothly, and he had mission rewards in hand, so there was no confusion. Lu Ningxuang glanced at Liu Yi's direction, and saw that Liu Yi didn't raise his hand to signal, and there was no surprise. There were not many techniques that could be cultivated in the realm of Qi training, and most of them led to the same goal by different routes. Excellent, it is difficult to encounter confusion in the realm of Qi training. Thinking of this, Lu Ningxuang stopped paying attention to Liu Yi, and randomly picked 3 people to solve the problem. The time for solving puzzles was very fast. When the final stage of solving puzzles was over, Lu Ningxuang said calmly, "This is the end of today's sermon, and you can leave now." Saying that, Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly to Liu Yi, turned into a sword light, disappeared into the sky, and left very freely. After Lu Ningxuang left, the disciples on the platform turned their heads to look at Liu Yi, and walked over one by one. Junior brother Liu Yi, I'm Bai Kunfen Li Long, we need to get closer in the future. Junior brother Liu Yi, senior sister is a little confused about swordsmanship. I wonder if I can make an appointment to ask junior brother alone? Junior brother, the maple leaves in the maple forest inside the gate are turning red, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. If you have free time, why not go for a stroll with senior sister? Liu Yi was a genius who was valued by Lu Ningxuang, the Tianjiao of the Zongmen, and gave him the best pill. There are only advantages and no disadvantages for them to make friends with Liu Yi. Liu Yi was squeezed by the crowd, feeling a little numb. These senior brothers and sisters are so enthusiastic. There are even more than a dozen beautiful senior sisters who asked him to talk about traveling alone. However, Liu Yi also understood that the reason why these brothers and sisters were enthusiastic was because he had shown great talent and strength. Just like those enthusiastic senior sisters, no one invited him so bluntly before. Obviously he is so handsome. So, man, strength is king. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, with a smile on his face, he said, brothers and sisters, I have a little enlightenment, I need to go back to practice, excuse me. Liu Yi squeezed away the crowd, directly exercised his body skills, went down the mountain, and ran away without looking back. If it goes on like this, Liu Yi is afraid that he won't be able to get out. Just now he saw a senior sister secretly trying to touch his thigh while taking advantage of the confusion. Simply too much. After leaving Biang Peak, Liu Yi quickly returned to Bai Lingfeng's home and returned to his room. Sitting at the table, Liu Yi took a breath, then rubbed his little hands excitedly, and it was time for harvest. Liu Yi glanced at the panel. Task: defeat the 8th level Outer Disciple of Qi Training, completed. Climb to the Biangfeng platform, completed. Defeat the 8th level Outer Disciple of Qi Training, completed. Demonstration of Baiyun Swordsmanship for Outer Disciples, completed. 4 completed missions, all of which can receive rewards. Liu Yi planned to receive one by one, first to receive the reward for defeating Lin Gang. The reward was a Perfect Qi Condensation Pill, so Liu Yi chose to receive the reward. As Liu Yi clicked, he discovered that the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill does not appear directly in front of him, but requires him to choose the position where the reward appears with his mind. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then he had an idea. He used his thoughts to control the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill to appear in his pocket. The next moment, Liu Yi felt something changed in his pocket. He reached out and touched a round circle. Something about the size of a glass bead. Liu Yi took out the thing. It was a white elixir with a faint medicinal fragrance. It is the perfect condensing pill. Liu Yi's eyes lit up. This function is fine, and it is very humane. He was worried that the rewards would appear casually and would attract attention. In the future, when outsiders are around, the rewards can appear in his pocket or in his arms. Liu Yi thought again, if there is a space ring in the future, can the rewards appear directly in the space ring? Comfortable if you can. When there is a space ring, you must try it. Liu Yi stopped thinking about it and continued to receive the reward. Thank you Jizixi for the 500 reward, and thank Dong Yao for the 500 reward. Chapter 10: The Transformation and Sublimation of LV7. Liu Yi clicked to receive the reward for the second mission, and immediately, a pair of light blue boots with exquisite moire patterns appeared on the table in front of Liu Yi. Medium-grade magic weapon, Liu Yun boots. Liu Yi was a little excited. He also has a middle-grade magic weapon. Think about that stingy old Liu, who didn't even let him touch the middle-grade magic weapon, the long sword, and now he has it himself. If Lao Liu knew about it, I don't know how envious he would be. Liu Yi can't wait to start to recognize the master. All magic weapons need to recognize the master. Only the magic weapon that recognizes the master can exert its full power. It is very simple to recognize the master of the magic weapon. Liu Yi's spiritual power enters the magic weapon and leaves his spiritual imprint, easily complete the recognition of the master. After recognizing the master, Liu Yi took off his boots and put on Liu Yun boots. After putting on the Liu Yun boots, Liu Yi stood up, jumped on the spot twice, and was pleasantly surprised. It is indeed a middle-grade magic weapon, and it is comfortable to wear. And what surprised Liu Yi even more was that after wearing the Liu Yun boots, he felt his body became lighter. If so, his speed would increase? Liu Yi injected spiritual energy into the Liu Yun boots, fully activated the magic weapon, and then he performed Baiyun footwork. His body swayed, and the next moment, Liu Yi instantly appeared from one end of the room to the other, his face only 1 centimeter away from the wall. It was so dangerous that my handsome face was about to hit the wall. Liu Yi was a little scared, and then a little pleasantly surprised. The Liu Yun boots increased his speed by nearly 30%. You must know that Liu Yi has already cultivated Baiyun footwork to the state of returning to the original, and the speed is very fast. It can be compared with the monks of the 8th or even the 9th level of Qi training, and it can be improved by 30%. Even the monks of the 9th level of Qi training, I'm afraid they can't match him in speed. It is worthy of being a medium-grade magic weapon. It is strong. It was as if Liu Yi had gotten a new toy. He was running Baiyun's footwork, and his figure kept flickering in the room. He was here for a while, and there for a while, erratically, like a ghost. After a while, Liu Yi had enough fun, sat on the chair contentedly, and continued to count the harvest. The third task is also to defeat the outer disciples, but the opponent is Wang Xingkai, and the reward is 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills. Liu Yi takes it and gets the Qi Condensation Pills. He now has 3, which can be used in the next training. The fourth task is to demonstrate Baiyun swordsmanship with senior sister Lu Ningxuang, and his Baiyun swordsmanship level +1. After Liu Yi received the task, he suddenly felt his brain swell, and a lot of information entered Liu Yi's mind. It was all about Baiyun's swordsmanship. Liu Yi closed his eyes to absorb the information. When he had completely absorbed the information, he opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of sword light in his eyes. He breathed out slightly, and then raised his fingers, and there were clouds on them, looking very soft. With a swipe of his finger, cloud-like ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and the ripples landed slowly, silently printing a few cloud patterns on the ground. Liu Yi looked at the cloud patterns on the ground, and felt extremely excited. LV6 and LV7 are completely different concepts. Although the Baiyun swordsmanship is still Baiyun swordsmanship, the way Liu Yi's aura moves at this moment is still no longer the way it used to be. After changing a few aura movement routes, the utilization efficiency of aura has become higher and its power has become stronger. This is an optimization. If it is said that the Baiyun swordsmanship before LV6 is the continuous proficiency of the original Baiyun swordsmanship, but at the LV7 level, it has jumped out of the original framework and sublimated the Baiyun swordsmanship. Liu Yi has a feeling that if he strikes with all his strength now, the power of Baiyun swordsmanship has increased by nearly 50% compared to the previous Baiyun swordsmanship, and his mastery has become more casual. Most importantly, the consumption of spiritual energy has not increased. The consumption of spiritual energy has not increased, but the power has increased by 50%, can you believe it? The change is simply unimaginable. Liu Yi's heart was shaken. Only level 7 Baiyun swordsmanship is so powerful. What about LV8, LV9? If the optimization continues, will the power of the Baiyun sword art continue to increase? Will the aura consumption not change? What kind of spell is that? Generally speaking, Qi training realm monks can only practice Qi training realm spells in order to exert their full power. Some geniuses can indeed master the foundation building realm spells in the Qi training realm, but the aura consumption of the foundation building realm spells is very difficult for Qi training monks. It is a huge burden. Even if the genius has a solid foundation, it is impossible to use it normally, at most it is used as a trump card. And if Liu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship continued to be upgraded, based on the increase in power, the consumption of spiritual energy would not change, then wouldn't he be equivalent to using the power of the foundation building technique to train Qi? Liu Yi's face was a little weird. Those magic techniques used by geniuses as ultimate moves, to him, they were just flat A. Isn't that good? Is this a bit unfair to others? As Liu Yi thought about it, the corners of his mouth began to rise crazily. It wasn't that he wanted to laugh, but he really couldn't help it. After all, he seemed to be getting a little aggressive. Liu Yi laughed for a long time before taking a deep breath to calm down his restless mood. Calm down. Even if the big move can be regarded as level A, but I'm just an ordinary rookie at the 6th level of Qi training. I really cook well. How can I be so good? Not to mention anything else, I am not invincible in the Outer Sect. You can't even beat Jindan at the level of Qi training, so you have the nerve to say that you are good? Shameless. Ping A has a limit when it is used as a big move, and it is not just waving a forbidden spell. Fly what? As long as it doesn't go beyond the timeline, I'm still a rookie. Stupid bird flies first. Hold on tight, we can win. Liu Yi silently instilled in his heart the idea that he was still a rookie, lest he be too inflated. Once a person is inflated, he is easy to conceit. Once conceited, he will lose his intelligence, and then start to die for no reason. Liu Yi felt that although he was not the kind of very cowardly person, it was wrong to commit suicide. Refuse to die, start with me. After constantly adding psychological hints to himself, Liu Yi gradually felt that this was a normal phenomenon. What happened to the Qi training monk whose normal attack was the foundation building technique? Not a Qi trainer yet? I, Liu, am just an ordinary little monk at the 6th level of Qi training. You have to continue to practice hard and walk steadily on the road of cultivating immortals. Liu Yi nodded slightly, expressing his approval of his thoughts. After counting the harvest, Liu Yi looked out the window. The sky was orange, and the sun had already set in the west. Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang had been preaching for a day, and it was already late when he came back. Then he counted the harvest and realized the LV7 Baiun sword Fa. Unknowingly, the time has entered so late. I don't know if Lao Liu and his mother are off work? Liu Yi felt a little hungry. At the same time, in the outer affairs hall, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were planning to pack up and get off work. As deacons, they were also on duty, and now it was their turn to get off work. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a rosaceous nose hurried over, looked at Liu Jiayang and shouted, "Okay, old Liu. I didn't expect that kid in your family to be so powerful. Why haven't I heard you say that before?" Liu Jiayang looked at the man with the rosy nose in a daze. Ah? What is it? Chapter 11, Going home is such a big commotion. The man with the rosy nose was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, who were bewildered with strange expressions. Don't you two know? Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi looked at each other, and they both saw the blankness in each other's eyes, and there were question marks in their minds. Liu Jiayang suddenly thought of something, his heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Do we know anything? What happened to my kid? Did he get into trouble?" Liu Jiayang thinks that Liu Yi's personality is not bad, and he shouldn't do anything to cause trouble. Why does it feel like he has done something that everyone knows? Are you afraid you want to break your leg? Liu Jiayang felt that it was necessary to hold a family meeting after returning home to discuss how to break Liu Yi's leg. Wang Saiqi was a little worried. "Brother Li, my year, what's wrong with him?" Seeing that the two were really confused, Li Meng, who is also the deacon, was puzzled, and said, "That kid from your family has gone to the platform of Biang Peak today, and he has practiced Baiun swordsmanship to the state of returning to the original. Don't you two parents even know?" When Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi heard Li Mang's words, their minds were filled with question marks. Wait, you said my brat, what's wrong with him? He has practiced Baiun swordsmanship to the point of returning to nature. Liu Jiayang always felt that he had heard it wrong, or that Li Mang was still living in a dream. That's right. Don't look at me like this. Today's incident is crazy in the Outer Sect. Today, Lu Ningxuan and Lu Zhenchuan are preaching. I heard that Lu Zhenchuan is very optimistic about your kid, and even gave your kid away. A bottle of top-quality Qi Condensing Pill, and even invited your kid to participate in Ling Luo Peak's assessment. Lao Lu, you are about to develop. Your kid seems to be a genius. Li Mang said, looking at Liu Jiayang's his eyes turned green. Damn it! How could he, Li Mang, not be so lucky to have such a son? Thinking of his son, Li Mang became very angry. He was almost 20 years old, and he had only cultivated Qi to the 7th level. Breaking through to foundation establishment was simply unrealistic. Nothing compares to it. The more Li Mang thought about it, the angrier he became, and he wished he could go back immediately and break his son's leg. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi didn't bother to pay attention to Li Mang anymore. They looked at each other with strange expressions. They don't know about their son? Why does it feel like Li Mang is not talking about Liu Yi? Wang Saiqi returned to her senses, and smiled at Li Mang, who had a distorted expression. Brother Li, let's go first if we have something to do. Before Wang Saiqi finished speaking, a gentle laugh sounded. Saiqi, Gao Yang, you are here. Liu Jiayang, Wang Saiqi and Li Mang's expressions changed, and they turned around to see an old man with a grey beard approaching with a smile. The three quickly bowed and said, I've met Elder Qi. Elder Qi is the elder of the Outer Sect who is in charge of the entire Outer Sect Affairs Hall. His name is Qi Fiyu. Qi Fiyu was practicing in closed doors on weekdays, and it was rare to see him. The three of Liu Jiayang did not expect Qi Fiyu to appear here, and depending on the situation, it seemed that he came for Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi. Excuse me. With a gentle smile on his face, Qi Fiyu looked at Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi who were still in a daze, and said, What difficulties do you have in your work recently? The work in the mission area is a bit laborious. Thank you Elder Qi for your concern, our work is going smoothly. Liu Jiayang smiled. It seems that you are doing a good job. By the way, recently there are 2 vacancies for the position of deacon who is in charge of distributing resources for outer disciples. You should go there to take up positions. With your abilities, it should be no problem. Qi Fiyu laughed. Liu Jiayang? Wang Saiqi? Li Mang? Qi Fiyu's words stunned all 3 of them. Distributing resources for outer disciples is a fat job. Generally speaking, the cultivation resources allocated by the sect to the disciples of the outer sect always have some surplus. Most of the surplus belongs to the elders, and the other part basically falls into the pocket of the deacon who is in charge of this area. This is the default rule of the affairs hall. Which deacon doesn't want to sharpen his head and join the resource department? But those who can go in are usually deacons with a big backstage, and the general deacons can only watch at most. Unexpectedly, today, Qi Fiyu, the elder of the affairs hall, would personally serve Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi and let them join the resource department. This was something that none of the 3 of them expected, and they were completely stunned. Seeing the shocked expressions of Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, Qi Fiyu smiled and said, How about it? Are you willing? Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi came back to their senses, full of surprises. They laughed and said, Of course I would, thank you Elder Qi. Liu Jiayang cautiously asked, Elder Qi, could it be because of my year? Qi Fiyu smiled slightly, Liu Yi's talent is good. In the future, if he enters the inner sect, the sky will let birds fly. Gao Yang, you are blessed. Work hard. Of course, Qi Fiyu had also heard about Liu Yi's affairs. The three words Lu Ningxuang in Bianzong had great significance. To be favored by Lu Ningxuang, even Qi Feiyu couldn't escape the common customs and showed his favor to Lu Yi. Qi Feiyu didn't stay long, and his body disappeared in place. The three foundation establishment deacons present couldn't see clearly how Qi Feiyu disappeared. After Qi Feiyu disappeared, Li Mang looked at Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi with greener eyes. I didn't expect that even Elder Qi would personally give you a job in the resource department. Old Lu, you have already begun to develop. Li Mang was even more angry. Why didn't he have such a son? It seems that I have to practice a trumpet. Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were still in a daze, a bit like they were dreaming. They looked at each other, and then Lu Jiayang said with a smile, Old Li, next time I will be the host, please celebrate. We have something to do this time, so let's go back first. Gone. Li Mang expressed his understanding and nodded, go ahead. Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi couldn't wait to get out of the hall. Along the way, they saw many people looking at them with weird eyes. The deacon, who was originally on an ordinary relationship, also smiled when he saw the two, even if they were higher than their status. The taller deacons were all smiling, and the two of them understood that all of this was probably because of Lu Yi. The two of them went out, impatiently waiting for Yujian to take off, and flew towards Bailing Peak. By Ling Feng. Lu Yi felt that Lao Lu and his mother hadn't left work yet, and they were wondering whether to practice Tian Baiun Yin Qi Ju for a week first. Today, senior sister Lu Ningxuang's sermon gave him a new understanding of Yin Qi Ju, but he was a little hungry and not too hungry. Want to practice? At this moment, two ear-piercing sounds of piercing the air approached from far away, with great momentum. Lu Yi's eyes widened. Enemy attack? Impossible? Which monk would dare to come to Biangzong to make trouble after eating bear heart and leopard feces? But not afraid of 10,000, just in case, Lu Yi got up cautiously. If there was an enemy, he would run away. At this moment, Lu Jiayang's voice sounded, Lu Yi. Come out. Lu Yi was taken aback, with a strange expression on his face. He put down the long sword in his hand and walked out of the room. He saw Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi standing aggressively in the small courtyard. There were traces of sword marks on the floor of the small courtyard. The flowers and plants were all chopped up. A question mark slowly emerged in Lu Yi's mind. Father and mother, what's wrong with you? Are you making such a big noise when you go home? What's wrong? Isn't it because of you? Lu Jiayang glared at Lu Yi. Thanks to Raymond Tai for the 500 tip. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 12 The Bottleneck of the 6th Level of Qi Training. Lu Yi was at a loss. Me? What's wrong with me? Seeing Lu Yi's bewildered face, Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were numb. For such a big matter, this kid is like a normal person. Wang Saiqi took a deep breath and asked, Year, you went to Biang Peak today, did you go to the platform? When Lu Yi heard this, he immediately understood, and felt strange. Lao Lu and his mother reacted so strongly, so it was because of his being on the platform? It seems that they know about Biang Peak. It was already evening when they finished their sermons. How long has it been since now? The outer door is so big, how did this matter reach the ears of Lao Lu and his mother so quickly? Lu Yi felt that he had greatly underestimated the gossip level of the outsiders. Lu Yi complained in his heart, and then said cheerfully, Yes, I went to Biang Peak. How is it? Is your son a genius? I, Lu, have also experienced a genius addiction. Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi looked at each other with shock in their eyes. It's really that kid Lu Yi. Both Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were still a little uncertain at first. After all, they were their own sons, how much their son weighed, and they didn't know how much their son weighed? Lu Jiayang's complexion changed, and he was still a little uncertain and asked, So, your boy's Baiun swordsmanship has really been cultivated to the state of returning to the original? Yes. Liu Yi nodded. So, Lu Ningxuang and Lu Zhenchuan invited you to Lingluo Peak to participate in the assessment? Give you the best Qi Condensation Pill? That's right, senior sister Lu is super nice. Liu Yi nodded. Hiss. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi gasped. Liu Jiayang looked at Liu Yi and said in shock, how could my son be such a genius? I don't believe it. Liu Yi's head was full of question marks, and his head was full of black lines. It's not Lao Liu, you don't believe that I am such a genius. Mother, judge. Liu Yi was very unconvinced, why couldn't he be such a genius? Wang Saiqi hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, to be honest, I know best about your talent, and I can't believe it. Liu Yi? How can anyone say that about their son's parents? If he hadn't started time travel from a fetus, Liu Yi would have thought that he was picked up from a garbage dump. Liu Yi said speechlessly, it is rumored that there are seniors who read poetry and books thoroughly. Once they attain the Tao, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. What if I have some insights? Hearing this, Liu Jiayang squinted at Liu Yi, do you still want to compare with the immortal? Seeing Liu Jiayang's small eyes, Liu Yi was so angry that he almost spit out blood. He sneered, looked at Liu Jiayang and said, Old Liu, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor. Maybe I will you really become a fairy in a few years? Be careful that I don't take you flying. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Liu Jiayang felt a severe headache, his head was full of black lines. I believe you, you brat, your heart is getting bigger and bigger, and you still want to become a fairy. Ah! Before Liu Jiayang finished speaking, she let out a scream. Wang Saiqi silently retracted her foot that was on Liu Jiayang's foot. She smiled and said, Year, you are ambitious. Mother supports you. But you really have perceived? In fact, if it wasn't in the sect, with the support of the sect's large formation, it would be impossible for a powerful evil cultivator to sneak in. Both Wang Saiqi and Liu Jiayang would guess whether Liu Yi had been taken away. In addition, Liu Yi's temperament and behavior are the same as before, and his habits in all aspects are the same as before. If it is a house, although the person who seizes the house will hide it, some details can be hidden if you want to hide it. Both Gao Yang and Wang Saiqi confirmed that Liu Yi was not taken away. If so, it can only be due to other reasons. Liu Yi nodded, well, since a while ago, I feel that my mind is much clearer, and when I practice the skills and techniques, I feel that the perception is getting faster and faster. Otherwise, I would not be able to master Baiun sword in such a short time. Dharma cultivation to the state of returning to nature. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi looked at each other, what's the reason? They couldn't figure it out. Year, did you accidentally eat some natural treasures? Wang Saiqi guessed. I don't know, maybe, right? Of course, Liu Yi would not say that his long-lost golden finger had arrived, and he could just fool around with such things. Anyway, Bianzong is an orthodox sect with a good atmosphere, and the treatment of geniuses is very high. As long as you don't betray the sect, it is basically easy to discuss. Like Liu Yi, both parents are in Bianzong, and I am even a young man who was born and raised in Bianzong. In the past, Bai Yunzong wished that Liu Yi would become more talented. Liu Jiayang couldn't guess why. He said, this is a good thing, maybe this state will disappear sometime. Yeer, you may work harder in cultivation during this time. I see. Liu Yi nodded. Wang Saiqi laughed happily and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cook something delicious for you two myself. After dinner, Liu Yi went back to his room and burped. It must be said that his mother's cooking tasted very good. His aura was running, digesting the food quickly, and then he sat cross-legged on the bed, planning to practice. Before practicing, of course, Liu Yi announced in his mind the task of practicing Baiun Qi Yinju 10 times, but after seeing the task reward, Liu Yi's eyes widened. Task. Practice Baiun Yinkaiju 10 times, progress, 0/10. Reward, Baiun Yinkaiju level +1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Is the level of the Baiun Yin Qi art going to be raised? Liu Yi couldn't believe it. You know, his Baiun Yin Qi art is the same as Baiun sword art. It only took 4 days to reach level 6. He originally thought it would take a few more days. Liu Yi quickly realized that it was because he had some insights after listening to Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang's sermon today. After I realized something myself, the improvement speed of the Baiun Yin Qi art became faster. According to the words in the game, this is probably a special event. After I realized it, I increased the experience value of Baiun Yinkai art, right? Liu Yi is happy, his talent is not bad. Liu Yi was not in a hurry to cultivate, but first took out a white pill, which was the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. He planned to use the Qi Condensation Pill now to improve his cultivation. Liu Yi put the Perfect Condensing Qi Pill into his mouth, and the elixir entered his stomach, turning into wisps of warm current, spreading in Liu Yi's body. The rich aura made Liu Yi feel his body was full, and he quickly started to practice the exercises. With the operation of the Kung Fu, the rich aura was slowly absorbed and entered Liu Yi's Danshan, where Liu Yi could feel his cultivation base improving at an extremely fast speed. As he performed the exercises over and over again, Liu Yi's cultivation was getting higher and higher, and his aura was getting more and more. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly felt a barrier. This feeling is extremely mysterious. It is not a visible barrier, but invisible, but because of the existence of the barrier, Liu Yi's spiritual energy cannot continue to gather, even if the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill is continuously releasing the spiritual energy. It's like a bottle has been filled with water, and if you continue to pour water into it, the water will only overflow. Liu Yi is very familiar with this feeling. After all, he has experienced it several times. The bottleneck, he has reached the bottleneck of the 6th level of Qi training. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, then ecstatically, he didn't expect to reach the bottleneck so soon. Chapter 13 Double Happiness. Originally, Liu Yi thought it would take a few months to break through, but he didn't expect to break through in just half a month from the awakening of Goldfinger. This has a lot to do with the fact that the Baiun Qi Yinju has reached LV6, and the cultivation speed has been greatly improved, and the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill is also indispensable. Liu Yi calmed down, focused on controlling the spiritual energy, and planned to break through the bottleneck. Based on his experience of breaking through several times, it was not easy to break through the bottleneck. It took him a long time to break through every time before. But this time, the spiritual energy in Liu Yi's body was like a torrent. With the rolling spiritual energy emitted by the Perfect Condensing Pill, it hit the invisible barrier heavily with an unstoppable posture. Boom! A roar sounded, and the tide of spiritual energy and the barrier in Liu Yi's body were deadlocked. Just a moment later, with a click, the barrier cracked and then shattered, and the invisible bondage disappeared. Liu Yi felt light all over his body, and started to absorb spiritual energy again with the operation of the entraining Qi art. After breaking through, the bottleneck couldn't even resist Liu Yi for a minute. Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised, but he was not surprised. After all, his entraining Qi has reached LV6, and his foundation is extremely solid. Not only that, he also contains the spiritual energy of the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill in his body. This spiritual energy is endless. There are so many spiritual energy supply, even if it is not him, a normal Qi cultivator can easily break through in a few days. The breakthrough only made Liu Yi happy for a while, and soon he calmed down. This is just the beginning. In the future, he can also break through to foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, etc., and even become an immortal. You still have to continue practicing now. The Qi in training art continued to run, and soon it reached 10 times. The task of practicing the Qi in training art was completed, and Liu Yi stopped, a little excitedly choosing to accept the reward. Immediately, all kinds of information about Biunian Kaiju appeared in Liu Yi's mind. The information was very mysterious and difficult to understand, but Liu Yi could easily absorb it. As Liu Yi guessed, there was also a big difference between the Biunian Kaiju that reached level 7 and the Biunian Kaiju that reached level 6, the root of the Biunian Kaiju has changed. Originally, there were 17 Zhou Tianqiao points that Biunian Qiju passed through, but after the change, there are 6 more points. Liu Yi couldn't wait to try the LV7 Biunian Kaiju, he continued to issue a training task for himself, and started to run the Biunian Kaiju. As soon as he practiced, Liu Yi discovered the difference. The spiritual energy absorption efficiency of the LV7 Biunian Qi art was more than double that of the LV6. Not only that, the aura in Liu Yi's body was continuously tempered with his practice, and after only 1 week of practice, the aura in Liu Yi's body became stronger. Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised. After refining the spiritual energy, the quantity of the spiritual energy will remain the same, but the quality will obviously increase. After all, under the same quality, will the hardness of rocks and sponges be the same? Definitely different. Biunian Qi art can refine his aura, which is enough to raise Liu Yi's already solid foundation to another level. Of course, the power of spells used through spiritual energy will also be greatly improved. In the future, the quality of my aura won't be similar to that of a foundation cultivator, right? Liu Yi was looking forward to it. Feeling the benefits brought by the LV7 Biun Qi Yinju, Liu Yi practiced more attentively, running the Biun Qi Yinju over and over again to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill in his body. The Perfect Qi Condensation Pill contains a lot of aura. Even after breaking through, there is still a lot left. As Liu Yi absorbs it, he can clearly feel that his cultivation base is improving at an extremely fast speed. There was nothing to say all night, the sky was getting brighter, and the sun rose and the sun shone between the clouds among the Biun mountains, dyeing the clouds golden red. Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a pale white light flashed in his eyes, he exhaled slightly, showing a touch of joy. After a whole night of practice, he finally digested the Perfect Qi Condensing Pill completely, and the realm of the 7th level of Qi training has also taken a big step forward. Liu Yi estimated that if he had the Perfect Qi Condensing Pill every day, he might be able to break through to the 8th level of Qi training in only 1 month. Just for a month. Even if he is a genius, he dare not say that he can break through the cultivation level of Qi training realm in a month. This speed is not the limit. If his Biun Binkiju continues to upgrade to LV8, LV9, then the breakthrough speed will be even faster. The only problem is that Liu Yi only has 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills left. Liu Yi suddenly thought of Wang Xingkai and other senior brothers. How about, find some time to discuss with those senior brothers? It won't take long to complete several missions, and you can get several Perfect Qi Condensation Pills. Who wouldn't want to do this kind of thing? But now there are 2 more, don't worry, let's practice other things first. Now Biun Swordsmanship and Biun in Training Energy are both at LV7, only Biun Footwork is still at LV6, a bit behind, let's make up for it first. Liu Yi thought to himself and left the room. For the next 2 days, Liu Yi continued to practice steadily. He practiced Biun Swordsmanship during the day, Biun Footwork in the afternoon, and Biun Qi Yinju at night. He lived a very fulfilling life. 2 days later, Liu Yi's Perfect Qi Condensation Pill ran out, so he had to start thinking about getting some Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. Although Liu Yi still had a bottle of the best Qi Condensing Pill sent by Lu Ningshuang, after using the Perfect Qi Condensing Pill, Liu Yi didn't even want to use the top quality Qi Condensing Pill. After breakfast, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi went to work, and Liu Yi also left his small courtyard. This was the first time he went out after returning from preaching. The outer sect of the Biun sect has a special martial arts stage area. This area is usually the area where the Outer Sect disciples practice. If the disciples in the sect have conflicts and want to solve them privately, they can also stage a martial arts stage fight. If it rises to life and death, it is also possible to stage a life and death fight on Muay Thai, which requires a notarization by a deacon. However, Liu Yi has been in the sect for so many years, and he has never seen a few life and death fights. The atmosphere of Baiyun sect is still very good, and the fellow sects are basically very harmonious and united. There are some to learn from. After all, not everyone is like Liu Yi. If you issue tasks for yourself, you can improve your skills and spells. Even genius monks need to understand their own shortcomings through battles. Cultivation is not a closed door. Yanwu Terrace is located in a basin outside the Baiyun Mountains, between Baiming Peak and Baila Peak, not too far from Bailing Peak. Liu Yi trotted all the way towards Yanwu Terrace. Along the way, when the outer disciples saw Liu Yi, they quickly greeted him with a smile. "Brother Liu Yi! Brother Liu Yi! Are you out of customs? I heard that senior brother Liu Yi's Baiyun swordsmanship has reached the point of returning to the basics. I wonder if I can give my junior sister a lesson or two." Liu Yi responded one by one with a smile, and touched his face. He didn't expect that the news of Biang Peak had spread all over the world, and he had reached the point where he could swipe his face everywhere. There are still several beautiful and lovely senior sisters who want special counseling. If I didn't have things to do today, I almost agreed, damn it. Liu Yi hurriedly strengthened his determination to go to the Tao, and gritted his teeth to refuse. Thank you for the 100 reward from the poor scholar. Chapter 14. It didn't take long for Liu Yi to arrive at the Yanwu Tai area. The entire area is extremely huge, with a radius of several kilometers, and the whole is paved with dark blue stone slabs. It is a huge square, and there are rings scattered on the square. These rings are used for the disciples of the Outer Sect to compete. There is a larger arena in the central area of the martial arts arena. This arena is called the Central Arena. General life and death fights and some important competitions will be held on this arena. At the moment, there are many people in Yanwu Tai Square who are practicing spells. There are so many outer disciples. Some disciples like to practice quietly by themselves, but some disciples like to practice in crowded places. You can communicate and discuss with fellow students, there are many such people. Not only that, even monks who practice alone will come to the martial arts arena to find someone to learn from and improve their understanding when they reach a bottleneck. When Liu Yi entered the martial arts arena, a third-level disciple who was practicing swordsmanship glanced at him, and then stopped for a while. He widened his eyes, and then greeted him, "Senior brother Liu Yi? Senior brother Liu Yi, what are you doing? Come to the martial arts field too?" Liu Yi smiled slightly. "After the sermon, I felt a little bit, and I want to find someone to discuss with others." As Liu Yi said, he stepped into the Yanwu Tai Square. The eyes of the third-level Qi training disciple were shining. He is also a sword learner. Maybe he can learn something from senior brother Liu Yi's competition? Back to basics level swordsmanship. When I was preaching before, only the disciples on the platform could see the demonstration of swordsmanship. There were 100,000 disciples from outside sects on the platform who had no chance to see it. They also wanted to see this powerful swordsmanship. Unfortunately, they not strong enough. But never expected that senior brother Liu Yi would come to the martial arts arena to compete. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? The disciple hurriedly followed. The voice of Liu Yi chatting with this outer disciple was also heard by a few outer disciples nearby, and they also started talking. Senior brother Liu Yi, is that the brother who practiced Baiyun swordsmanship to the state of returning to the original and returning to the true state, and was appreciated by senior sister Lu Ningxuang? It's him. I didn't expect him to come to perform martial arts. No, I have to go and see, maybe I will have some insights. Senior brother Liu Yi is grand. We couldn't see the demonstration of basic spells during the previous sermon. We are also blessed this time. As the discussion spread, many disciples followed Lui into the Yanmu stage. The martial arts terrace is the same as Biang Peak. The area close to the core is basically cultivated by outer disciples with stronger cultivation bases, so Lui can just walk inside. Not long after he left, Lui saw a familiar person coming to greet him. It was Wang Xingkai, who had competed with Lui on the platform before, but he did not expect him to be here too. Junior brother Lui, I noticed you coming when I heard the commotion outside. I didn't expect you to come to perform martial arts? Wang Xingkai laughed. It turned out to be senior brother Wang Xingkai. I have some insights recently and I want to find someone to compete with. Isn't this just finding an opponent? Lui was happy. Lui silently said to himself, I want to defeat Wang Xingkai. The panel is silent, unresponsive, and shows no tasks. How come there is no task? Lui was a little confused. There were obviously 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills before, why didn't even the task show up this time? Then something came to Lui's mind, and his face was strange. It couldn't be because his strength improved too fast, right? After all, Lui's current cultivation base has been upgraded to the 7th level of Qi training, and both Baiun swordsmanship and Baiun art skills have been upgraded to LV7. His strength is completely different from 2 days ago. According to the judgment of the panel, the gap between Wang Xingkai and him is too big. It is normal that there is no way to calculate the task. That's the only possibility. Lui scratched his head. It seems that he should find a monk who is above the 9th level of Qi training to get rewards. Fortunately, the 9th level monk who practiced Qi training did not pose any threat to him. Wang Xingkai didn't know what Lui was thinking. His eyes lit up. I'm looking for someone to learn from. Since that's the case, let's learn from each other, brother. Brother, I just happen to understand something. Hearing this, Lui was a little helpless. Why didn't he reward him for the competition? Senior brother Wang Xingkai is too good for him. He will have to consider this senior's self-esteem at that time, and he can't be ignored. Isn't it a waste of time? Lui smiled slightly, and then the breath from the 7th level of Qi training escaped. 7 levels of Qi training. Wang Xingkai widened his eyes and said in shock. Then he said enviously, I didn't expect you to break through, junior brother. Yes, senior sister Lu gave you a bottle of top-grade Qi condensation pill before. Speaking of this, Wang Xingkai sighed and shook his head. When you were training on the 6th level, the senior brother was no match for you, now. Wang Xingkai no longer mentioned the matter of sparring, and Lui felt relaxed. Wang Xingkai continued to speak, with the current strength of my junior brother, I am afraid that I can only gain something by competing with the senior brothers and sisters of the 9th level of Qi training. There are 2 senior brothers who I have made good friends with, and they are Qi training 9 level. Junior brother, why don't you come with me? Lui's eyes lit up, so he didn't even need to find his opponent? He nodded, then trouble brother. Ha ha ha, junior brother is too polite, those 2 senior brothers have praised you very much, junior brother Lu, and have wanted to get to know you a long time ago. Wang Xingkai said. Lui nodded, and the 2 walked inside together. It didn't take long for Wang Xingkai to bring Lui to the edge of a ring. There were 2 teenagers sitting cross-legged, discussing Taoism. Both of them carried long swords on their backs. Lui looked at the faces of the 2, but he didn't have any impression. After all, there were about 1,000 people on the platform at that time, and Lui would not deliberately remember anyone. Wang Xingkai led Lui and walked over. The 2 teenagers felt something and turned their heads to look over. After seeing Lui, the expressions of the 2 teenagers changed slightly, and then they stood up. The handsome young man on the left smiled and said, Junior brother Lu is here too? The boy on the right was even stronger, and he grinned, I just said that I feel good today, so I want to meet junior brother Lu. Hello, two senior brothers. Lu Yi smiled. Wang Xingkai introduced, this is senior brother Lu Ling, and this is senior brother Wang Wulian. Both senior brothers are at the 9th level of Qi training, and they can be ranked among the top 100 in the outer gate. Then he looked at the handsome young man, and said, Senior brother Lu, junior brother Lu has broken through to the 7th level of Qi training, and he plans to find someone to compete with. I wonder if the two senior brothers are interested? 7th level of Qi training. Lu Ling, a handsome young man, stared at Lu Qi with wide eyes and said in surprise. Wang Wulian thought of something, and said enviously, on the platform, senior sister Lu Ningxuang gave junior brother a bottle of top-grade Qi condensing pill, it seems to be very useful. Lu Yi laughed happily and said, senior sister Lu has a good heart. He said to himself, I want to defeat Lu Ling. Task. Defeat Lu Ling, progress, 0/1. Reward, Ultimate Condensation Pill 10/Perfect Condensation Pill 1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lu Yi. His mood was very complicated, he was happy that he finally had a mission, but sad that even Lu Ling, who was at the 9th level of Qi training, was only worth a Perfect Qi Condensation Pill? Is it too bad? Chapter 15 Brother, you are really a good person. I don't know if the two senior brothers are willing to compete with me? Lu Yi calmed down and asked with a smile. Lu Ling and Wang Wulian looked at each other, and they both saw eagerness in each other's eyes. Lu Ling smiled and said, of course. When I was at Biang Peak, I was deeply impressed by your back-to-basics Biun swordsmanship, junior brother Lu Yi. I have long wanted to ask for advice. Wang Wulian also laughed loudly, me too. Today is my wish fulfilled. In that case, why don't the two senior brothers come one by one? I'll go first. Wang Wulian said on the spot. Lu Ling glanced at Wang Wulian, shrugged, and had no objection. Lu Yi announced in his heart the task of defeating Wang Wulian, and the reward was the same as defeating Lu Ling, a Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. The two entered the arena together, thousands of outer disciples gathered in the entire Yanwu arena, looked at the two on the arena, and whispered. Senior brother Lu Yi has already trained Qi level 7. Senior sister Lu Ningxuang gave him the best Qi condensation pill before. Coupled with the talent of senior brother Lu Yi, isn't it normal to break through? I don't envy senior brother Lu Yi's talent, I just envy senior brother Lu Yi who can get a different look from senior sister Lu Ningxuang. It would be great if I could let senior sister Lu Ningxuang take another look. Wash up and sleep, brother, there is everything in the dream. By the way, senior brother Lu Yi and senior brother Wang Wulian, who do you think is stronger? Does it need to be said? It must be senior brother Lu Yi. The Biun swordsmanship of Gaijin realm is the eternal god. Then I don't think senior brother Wang is weak. He has already reached the 9th level of Qi training. It is said that he is only one step away from the 10th level of Qi training. His strength is not weak. We just watched it. Not only were they talking, Wang Xingkai and Lu Ling were also talking. Wang Xingkai asked curiously, Brother Lu, who do you think will win? Lu Ling shook his head, I don't know. Intellectually speaking, I am more optimistic about Brother Wang, but the spells in the realm of returning to the true realm must have something extraordinary, and junior brother Lu has a chance of winning. Wang Xingkai looked at Lu Yi, full of envy in his heart, then, junior brother Lu has the strength of the top 100 in the outer sect? He only has the 7th level of Qi training. Lu Ling glanced at Wang Xingkai, a genius who can comprehend the return to the true technique, especially the average 7-level Qi training monk, can be compared? That is to say, Lu Yi's current cultivation level is a bit low, as long as his strength reaches the 8th level of Qi training, even if it is a disciple of the outer sect, he can fight for it. Hiss! Wang Xingkai gasped, and the oxygen level around him dropped sharply. On the arena, Liu Yi and Wang Wulian stood facing each other. Wang Wulian took out his long sword and said with a smile, "Junior brother Liu Yi, the technique I practice is Liu Feng sword technique, which has reached the stage of great accomplishment. Junior brother Liu, don't hide your secrets. I still hope can you give me some inspiration and help my swordsmanship break through to the realm of transformation?" Liu Yi took out the long sword casually, and smiled slightly, "Don't worry, senior brother Wang, junior brother will definitely not hide his secrets. Junior brother, I am not such a person. I don't need the Baiun swordsmanship of LV7, so as not to hurt people too much. Oh, I just upgraded Baiun's footwork to LV7 yesterday, if necessary, I can use the LV6 Baiun's footwork." Liu Yi thought in his heart. Wang Wulian was very satisfied when he heard Liu Yi's words. His whole body was full of spiritual energy, and he rushed towards Liu Yi. His blue robe was hunting, his figure was like a blue shadow, and his speed was extremely fast. Obviously, Wang Wulian's footwork is also well practiced. In fact, it is basically impossible to have obvious shortcomings at the front level of the outer gate. Whether it is cultivation or technique, they are quite good. Otherwise, how can it be possible to enter the top 100 of the outer gate? Being able to enter the top 100 out of more than 100,000 outer disciples is considered a genius for ordinary people. Of course, although Wang Wulian's speed was quite good, it was still not enough for Liu Yi. Liu Yi's face was calm, the long sword shook, and the next moment, the sword gas turned into a cloud, and the cloud flow turned, and he went up to meet him. Clang clang clang! The moment the figures of the two intersected, there was a continuous collision sound, and the collision of spiritual energy turned into a translucent energy, which spread to the surroundings, and the wind pressure blew the robes of the surrounding disciples. Many disciples remained unmoved, staring at the ring closely, wishing they could get their eyes into it. They hoped to gain some understanding of the sword skills of the realm of returning to the true state. On the ring, the figures of Liu Yi and Wang Wulian flickered and staggered. Their speed was so fast that in the eyes of mortals, they might seem like ghosts. Even the outer disciples at the bottom of Qi training, watching the competition between the two at this moment feels a bit strange. Strenuous. Almost every breath, there are several collision sounds, the sword light is cold, the aftermath of spiritual energy turns into wind, and the battle is fierce. Wang Wulian's expression was dignified, and he had gone all out. Liu Yi was expressionless, but he still had thoughts in his heart to sigh. It has to be said that, as an elite disciple of the Outer Sect, Wang Wulian's strength is much stronger than Wang Xingkai's, not only in terms of cultivation, the mastery of spells is stronger, and the experience of fighting the enemy is more sophisticated. Liu Yi is not as good as Wang Wulian in terms of experience in fighting the enemy, but he is stronger, even if he doesn't use his full strength, he can handle it with ease. In the face of absolute strength, all the bells and whistles are paper tigers. As long as Liu Yi is willing, even if he doesn't use LV7 Baiun swordsmanship, he can end the battle within a few strokes. However, Liu Yi's purpose is to get rewards continuously, so of course he won't be so unsympathetic. Senior brother Wang is a good helper to help him collect rewards. He has to show the Baiun swordsmanship of the Gaijin realm, so that people can learn happily, so as not to hurt his self-esteem later and stop fighting with him. Liu Yi felt that he was quite considerate. On the arena, the two fought for hundreds of rounds. Liu Yi swung the long sword in his hand, and the airflow changed, shaking Wang Wulian's sword away. Taking advantage of Wang Wulian's middle door wide open, Liu Yi's figure was like a streamer, flashed by, approached Wang Wulian in an instant, and put the sword across Wang Wulian's neck. Wang Wulian froze on the spot, glanced at the long sword, then let out a breath, shook his head and smiled wryly, "I lost. Junior brother Liu Yi is really powerful." Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Senior brother is not weak, and junior brother is lucky to be better. Winning is winning, but I learned a lot from the battle with junior brother, so go down and digest it first. Wang Wulian said impatiently. If some insights are not grasped in time, they might be fleeting like a meteor. Liu Yi glanced at the completed task, nodded, and said seriously, brother, let's get to the bottom of it first. After you get it, we can continue to discuss. Liu Yi silently completed the task, let the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill enter his arms, and released another task to defeat Wang Wulian by the way. Really? Wang Wulian opened his eyes wide, full of surprise. Liu Yi said seriously, of course it's true. Since the senior brother has some insights, the only thing the junior brother can help is to practice a few more games with the senior brother. Wang Wulian was so moved that he almost wanted to cry, Junior brother Liu Yi, you are really a good person. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to me, I, Wang Wulian, will say nothing. Liu Yi smiled very gently, senior brother is serious, go and realize it. He still wants to complete the task of defeating Liu Ling. Thanks to Raymond Tai for the 100 tip and the poor bookman for the 153 tip. Chapter 16 The Great Competition begins. After Wang Wulian got off the ring, Liu Yi smiled at Liu Ling who was eager to try, senior brother Liu Ling, shall we compete now? Liu Ling froze for a moment and asked, junior brother Liu Yi, you just went through a battle, don't you need to rest? Liu Yi smiled and said, my Baiyun Qi Yinju level is not low, and my spiritual energy recovers very quickly, so I don't need to rest. Hiss! The surrounding onlookers gasped. Baiyun's swordsmanship has returned to the true state, Baiyun's footwork has transformed into a state, and even Baiyun's Qi Yinju has reached a profound state. You are worthy of senior brother Liu Yi. Senior brother Liu Yi's comprehension is too high, I'm really envious. I wish I had half of senior brother Liu Yi's comprehension. Amidst the whispers among the crowd, Liu Ling also took a deep look at Liu Yi. To be honest, even he was envious. Soon Liu Ling stopped thinking about it and said with a free and easy smile, in that case, I'm not going to be polite. He tapped his toes and floated onto the ring lightly. Liu Yi saw that this Liu Ling also practiced Baiyun footwork, just like him, this move is still okay. Liu Ling stood still and took out his long sword, junior brother Liu, please. Please. Liu Yi smiled. Then the two of them rushed towards each other without saying much. Just like dealing with Wang Wulian, Liu Yi also sparred with Liu Ling for a long time. Liu Ling's swordsmanship level is not as good as Wang Wulian's, but his body skills are faster. Of course, it is the same for Liu Yi. The battle has always been his under control. After sparring for a while, Liu Yi defeated Liu Ling, which gave him enough face and made Liu Ling feel comfortable. After the sparring with Liu Ling, Wang Wulian hadn't finished his comprehension yet, so Liu Yi just took advantage of this moment to recover. Although he wasn't particularly tired and still had about half of his aura left, if he didn't reply, he would be treated as a monster. In this way, Liu Yi, Wang Wulian, and Liu Ling continued to exchange ideas, and the monks who watched from the sidelines formed a group, observing the precious realm of Baiyun swordsmanship, hoping to gain something. The sparring lasted for a whole morning. Liu Yi had a total of 16 sparring sessions, completed 16 missions, and obtained a total of 16 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills. These Qi Condensation Pills are enough for him to practice until the competition begins. Liu Yi thinks it is almost enough. After the competition with Liu Ling, Liu Yi smiled slightly, and said, Senior brother Liu, Senior brother Wang, I'm almost here today. I've already gained something. Thank you two senior brothers for accommodating them. Liu Ling and Wang Wulian were both taken aback when they heard the words, then quickly shook their heads. Liu Ling said gratefully, Junior brother Liu, I have benefited a lot from the discussion this morning. Maybe it won't be long before I can break through to the realm of swordsmanship. It's all thanks to Junior brother. Wang Wulian on the side also nodded again and again, expressing his agreement. Brother Lu is right, my swordsmanship is only one step away from the transformation realm, and all of this is thanks to you, junior brother. Lu Yi touched his pocket and bosom, where there were 16 perfect Qi condensation pills. He smiled modestly and said, you two brothers are too kind. In the friendly atmosphere of the three of them, Lu Yi bid farewell, turned around and left, and there were quite a few monks watching, all of whom came for the name of Lu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship in the Gaijin realm. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to leave, they all rushed get out of the way and let Lu Yi pass by. Many people looked at Lu Yi and were full of gratitude. They just watched the competition, and they also gained something. For monks, watching the battles of powerful monks is more effective than their own normal practice. Lu Yi's one morning sparring also has the effect of preaching to them. After leaving the martial arts stage, Lu Yi returned to Bailing Peak and started today's practice. The time to practice Baiun swordsmanship in the morning was delayed, but the time in the afternoon and evening could not be delayed. In the following time, with the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill in his hand, Lu Yi no longer went out, and practiced with peace of mind, preparing for the grand competition. Practicing Baiun swordsmanship in the morning, Baiun footwork in the afternoon, and Baiun Qi Yinju in the evening. There is almost no time to rest. This diligent appearance reminds Lu Yi of his college entrance examination. At that time, it can be said that he read books all night long. I can't bear to think about it. However, the difference between cultivation and the college entrance examination is that when Lu Yi releases tasks by himself, he can visibly feel that he has become stronger with the naked eye. That feeling is addictive, and he also enjoys it. In this way, time soon arrived half a month later. On this day, Lu Yi opened his eyes, with a ray of white aura in his eyes, the aura slowly disappeared, and Lu Yi breathed out slightly. Time is up. Today is the big time. Lu Yi went out and came to the lobby of the main house. In the lobby, Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were already sitting at the table with breakfast on the table, but neither of them moved their chopsticks. When Lu Yi entered, the two of them looked over. Lu Jiayang's face was dignified. Today is the competition, how do you feel? Wang Saiqi also looked at him. During this time, they didn't say anything about Dabi in front of Lu Yi. But in fact, in the affairs hall outside, many deacons asked the two of them about Lu Yi's situation from time to time. After all, when he was preaching, Lu Yi was amazing and became famous in the Outer Sect in one fell swoop. If Lu Yi didn't perform well this time, one can imagine how many criticisms there would be. Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi didn't want to add pressure to Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, old Lu, I feel fine." During the past half-month, Lu Yi didn't play every day, and his hard work every day has paid off, and his board has changed again. Character, Lu Yi. Cultivation Base, Qi Training Level 7. Cultivation Method, Baiun Yin Qi Ju, LV8. Skills, Baiun Swordsmanship, LV8, Baiun Footwork, LV8. All the skills and spells have reached level LV8. To be honest, Lu Yi himself didn't know how strong he was. After all, LV8's spells were too powerful. It was not easy for Lu Yi to try it in the small courtyard, for fear that the small courtyard would be demolished accidentally. Anyway, Lu Yi felt that it would be no problem for him to compete in a big competition, but he hadn't forgotten that he still had a big competition task. I don't know what will be rewarded if I get the first place. Lu Yi is looking forward to it. Seeing Lu Yi's confident face, Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi also felt relieved. Wang Saiqi smiled and said, "I knew my year would be fine." Lu Jiayang also showed a rare smile. "How do you say that? A tiger father has no dogs." Lu Yi glanced at Lu Jiayang speechlessly. He had never seen such a brazen person who called himself the tiger father. Shameless. Eat, eat. After breakfast, let's go to the martial arts arena together. Luj Yang laughed. Every year, the venue for the Outer Sect Grand Competition is Yanmutai. As the biggest event of the Outer Sect, almost all the Outer Sect disciples will go to the martial arts stage during the big competition every year. Although not everyone will participate, they can go to watch the powerful brothers and sisters compete. The same is true for the weak Outer Sect monks. There are also benefits. Because the disciples are all there, the deacons and elders are free, and they basically go to join in the fun. Luj Yang and Wang Siki are of course the same, not to mention that their son is going to participate in the big competition this year. They have to go and see. Chapter 17. The image is gone. The Yanmutai area is crowded with people at the moment, and a large number of outer disciples have come here. Some came here to participate in the big competition, and some came to watch the big competition. Those who watched the grand competition could not enter the Yanmu Square, but could only watch it in the peripheral area. There were also a large number of people standing on the nearby mountain to watch. Everyone was a Qi training monk, and their eyesight was still good, so they could see clearly. In addition to the disciples of the Outer Sect, there are also deacons and elders of the Outer Sect. Most of them are holding their swords in the air, with their hands behind their backs, and they are full of immortal aura. Compared with Qi training monks who cannot fly with a sword, their compulsion is much higher. At this time, 2 sword lights streaked across the sky, came to the outside of the martial arts platform, and landed on the ground. It was Luj Yang and Wang Siki. Luj Yang still had someone in his hand, it was Lu Yi. Feeling the eyes of the outer disciples nearby, Lu Yi blushed a little. He was considered a respectable person in the Outer Sect anyway, but he didn't expect to be carried away by someone. My image of being wise and mighty is gone. Lu Yi felt ruthless. He must quickly break through to the Foundation establishment realm, and learn to fly with the sword as soon as possible. Luj Yang put Lu Yi on the ground, and patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. Stinky boy, do your best in everything, don't force yourself too much. Wang Siki smiled slightly. Year, come on, mother believes that you are the best. Lu Yi smiled at the two of them. I see. Luj Yang and Wang Siki nodded slightly, then turned into streamers and flew into the air, where their colleagues were. And Lu Yi walked towards Yanmu Square. Along the way, when the outer disciples saw Lu Yi, they all smiled and greeted him. Brother Lu Yi! Brother Lu Yi, you're here! Brother Lu Yi! Lu Yi smiled and nodded in response, and soon came to the inside of Yanmu Square, where all the people who participated in the competition. Compared with the entire Outer Sect disciples, the number of people participating in the big competition is much less, but there are tens of thousands of people. The entire square was still crowded with people. These outer disciples either closed their eyes and meditated alone, or communicated in 2s and 3s. After seeing Lu Yi, most of the disciples nodded and smiled to say hello. Junior brother Lu Yi. This way. At this time, Lu Yi heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and found Lu Ling, Wang Wulian, and Wang Xingkai standing beside him. Lu Ling waved to him with a smile on his face. Lu Yi smiled and walked over. 3 senior brothers. Junior brother Lu, you are finally here. The audition is about to start. I thought you would not be able to catch up. Wang Wulian said with a smile. Lu Ling smiled. Junior brother Lu is the son of Deacon Luj Yang, and Deacon Lu will definitely bring him here. What are you worried about? Aren't you worried about losing an opponent? Wang Wulian grinned. Lu Ling rolled his eyes, and said quietly, the last time we competed, neither of us won. It's different this time. My swordsmanship has already reached the level of transformation. Wang Wulian grinned, full of confidence. This time, my goal is to be in the top 30. Lu Yi heard this and said with a smile, congratulations, senior brother Wang. It's all thanks to you, junior brother Lu, and I have to thank you. Wang Wulian expressed gratitude. When the four of them were communicating, not long after, a figure crossed the sky and landed on the central ring. It was an old man with grey hair, a serious expression, and a white robe. He is Dugu Fang, the great elder of the outer sect of the White Cloud sect. It is said that his cultivation has reached the peak of the golden core, and he may break through the elixir and become a baby at any time. He is considered the strongest in the entire outer sect, and even in the entire White Cloud sect. With the appearance of Dugu Fang, the original noisy voice gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Dugu Fang on the central ring, which was the majesty of the great elder. Dugu Fang glanced at the crowd below, and said, "It's time for the annual Outer Sect contest again. I hope this time, someone can make this old man shine and make a difference in the Baiun section." Now, the audition starts. This time is no different from the previous ones, and it only takes an incense stick of time to resist the pressure of the old man. While speaking, an ordinary incense stick appeared in Lonely Fang's hand. He did not move, and lit the incense directly. Dugu Fang then threw the incense, and the wooden stick of the incense was like gold and iron, directly inserted into the stone slab in the central ring, burning slowly. "Let's start." Saying that, an extremely powerful coercion was released from Dugu Fang's body, spread in all directions, and finally slowly enveloped the entire Yanwu square. Immediately, the disciples who participated in the big competition felt a tightness in their chests. Many disciples turned pale on the spot, and some disciples even coughed up a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground and passed out. Most of the people who come to participate in the assessment are monks who are at the 5th level of Qi training or above, but there are always young and frivolous disciples in the outer sect who feel that they are special existences. Even if they are at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi training, some people will come to participate in the competition. I thought maybe I could become famous in one fell swoop. There are many such disciples in each big competition. Obviously, they are not special. Under the pressure of Jindan, they can't even hold a breath. Compared with these people, although the monks at the 5th level of Qi training generally feel that their chests are dull, they can still resist it if they use their spiritual energy to resist. The higher the cultivation base, the better the performance of the outer disciples. Facing such coercion, Liu Yi felt as if a breeze was blowing on his face, and he hardly reacted at all. He glanced at the people next to him. Wang Wulian and Liu Ling looked very relaxed and didn't seem to respond. Wang Xingkai was a bit worse in comparison. His face was a little pale, but compared to those monks who practiced Qi at the 5th and 6th levels, Wang Xingkai is already quite good. At this moment, Liu Yi thought of something, and said to himself, "I want to pass the audition." Although he has already taken over the task of the big competition, what if he can do another task of audition? However, Liu Yi waited for a while, but there was no change on the panel. Obviously, he could not accept the task. Liu Yi felt a little regretful, but he wasn't surprised. The loophole was too big. According to his research on the task panel, the possibility of success was not high. Liu Yi stopped thinking about it. As time went by, many monks at the 5th level of Qi training began to shake and found it difficult to stand still. Some monks at the 5th level of Qi training fell to the ground directly and could not pass the audition. And Wang Wulian and Liu Ling also started to circulate their spiritual Qi. They glanced at Liu Yi and were convinced. They were obviously only training Qi at the 7th level, but they didn't even need to activate their spiritual energy, and they easily resisted the coercion of the Great Elder. Soon, the time for a stick of incense was over. Lonely Fang dissipated the coercion, and there were not even half of the disciples standing in the Yanwu square. Most of the disciples at the 5th level of Qi training couldn't even pass the audition, and most of those who could pass the audition were above the 5th level of Qi training. Dugu Fang took a look at these disciples, feeling a little disappointed. The quality of the outer sect still hasn't changed this time. However, he wasn't too surprised. He just said, "Those who pass the audition stay, others, leave Yanwu Square." A group of failed outer disciples were full of bitterness, helping each other to leave the square, and the disciples who had fainted were also taken away by acquaintances. Soon, only the disciples who passed the audition were left in the entire square. Even so, there were still nearly 10,000 people, and the number could be said to be extremely exaggerated. In the past, every big competition would be held for several days, which is not unreasonable. After all, there are too many disciples of Bianzong. Thanks for the 100 reward from the poor bookman. Chapter 18 Pain Mask. Dugu Fang said, the next step is to enter the preliminary selection stage. As before, 2-2 battles, the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. While speaking, Dugu Fang waved his hand casually. Densely packed small stone plagues suddenly appeared in the air. These stone plagues turned into streams of light, and landed in front of every disciple of the outer sect on the square. Liu Yi took the stone plaque floating in front of him, glanced at it, and it was engraved, 101 to 25. Liu Yi still has a little understanding of this. Although he has never participated in the outer sect competition, he has seen it several times. The front of this number is the ring number, and the back is the number of the competition. Together, it is the 101st ring, the 25th round. This martial arts arena is extremely huge, with a total of 320 rings, and ring 101 is considered to be near the front. At this time, Wang Wulian looked at his own stone tablet and said, I'm in the ring 28. How about you? Liu Ling smiled slightly, I am number 211. Wang Xingkai said, I am number 7. The three looked at Liu Yi, who smiled, number 101. Immediately, the three of Wang Wulian breathed a sigh of relief, and Wang Xingkai smiled and said, it's a good thing we're not in the same arena as junior brother Liu, otherwise we'd be out of luck. That's right, with junior brother Liu Yi's strength, in a ring, if you're unlucky, you might be eliminated in the first few rounds. Wang Wulian nodded approvingly. Liu Yi said with a smile, a few seniors have won the prize, and the juniors are not that strong. The three of them rolled their eyes. They didn't believe Liu Yi's nonsense. Didn't they know whether this guy was strong or not? Just as they were communicating, Dugu Fang's voice sounded again, okay, next, all the participating disciples go to the ring area where they are, and the referees are in place. As soon as Dugu Fang finished speaking, in the sky, deacons landed on the ring one after another. They are the referees of this outer sect competition. Liu Yi smiled at Wang Wulian and the others, three brothers, I wish you success. The three looked at each other and nodded. Liu Ling smiled and said, borrow the auspicious words from my junior brother. With my junior brother's words, I'm sure I can win the group arena. Wang Wulian grinned and laughed loudly, I'll go first. Wang Xingkai was a little nervous, and said with a smile, then I will go too. The four separated, and Liu Yi walked towards the number 101 ring. Soon, he found ring 101, and there were already hundreds of people standing under the ring, all of them were outside disciples of this ring competition. These disciples had relaxed expressions at first, but after seeing Liu Yi, the expressions on their faces froze. Liu, brother Liu. Fuck, why am I so unlucky? To be in the same ring as senior brother Liu. Ah! I still want to enter the top 1000. I hope I don't meet junior brother Liu in the first few rounds. The faces of the outer disciples were full of despair. Liu Yi expressed his innocence, and he could not choose any arena. The deacon on the ring was named Feng Tian, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He naturally recognized Liu Yi, who had a great reputation in the outer sect these days, and couldn't help but take a few extra glances. I have to say that this kid Liu Yi is really good-looking, and he should be very pleasing to the little girl, but I don't know if his strength is really as strong as the rumors. You'll find out later. As each of the outer disciples found their own arena, Dugu Fang on the central arena said, it's time to start. After finishing speaking, Dugu Fang raised his hands behind his back, soared into the sky, and stood together with other elders in the sky. A black-haired middle-aged man smiled slightly. The great elder has worked hard. Lonely Fang looked at the ring below, and said indifferently, the Outer Sect is the place where our Baiun sect cultivates elites, and the Outer Sect Grand Competition is the most important thing. As the great elder of the Outer Sect, this is what I should do. How hard is it? Great Elder Gao Yi. I should also learn from the great elder. All the elders spoke one after another. Lonely Fang sighed. Unfortunately, the number of people who can pass the audition this year has not increased much. It seems that it is difficult to find outstanding talents. Hearing this, Qi Fiyu, the elder of the affairs hall, said with a smile, Great Elder, what you said is not right. You have been retreating in seclusion this month, but you don't know. Recently, a genius has appeared in our outer sect. Hearing this, Dugu Fang was taken aback, looked at Qi Fiyu, and asked curiously, Oh? What kind of genius? Presumably other elders should understand it. Liu Yi from Bailing Peak has practiced Baiun swordsmanship to the point of returning to the original. Qi Fiyu laughed. Liu Yi? The old man has heard of this kid's name recently, and I heard that he has a good understanding. Yet, I heard that Lin Feng went out to the sect some time ago and asked Lu Ningxuan and Lu Zhenchuan to preach on his behalf. Lu Zhenchuan is very optimistic about Liu Yi. In my opinion, with this level of comprehension, it may not be impossible to become a core disciple in the future. Many elders talked to each other, discussing Liu Yi. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lonely Fang's eyes brightened slightly, and he said, Have you understood Baiun swordsmanship to the state of returning to the original? This comprehension is indeed extraordinary. Those of our Baiun sect who can understand the art of the sword to the state of returning to the true state will have good achievements. Still got Lu Zhengquan's favor? Maybe there is hope to break through to nascent soul? Dugu Fang became happier as he talked, and asked, How old is this Liu Yi? This. Everyone looked at each other. They were all elders, how could they ask people this? At this time, Qi Fiyu smiled slightly, and said, Liu Yi's parents are the deacons of our Baiun sect, and they work in my affairs hall. I know that the child is only 16 years old. I heard that he broke through to the 7th level of Qi training a while ago. Only 16 years old? Good. Dugu Fang smiled, which ring is Liu Yi in? Qi Fiyu has been paying attention to Liu Yi since the beginning. Hearing what Dugu Fang said, he pointed directly, It's in ring 101. As Dugu Fang announced the competition, Feng Tian, who was standing on the ring, said, Okay, number 1 is on stage. Immediately, 2 monks with the number 1 engraved on the stone plagues jumped onto the ring. Liu Yi glanced at it. The 2 monks were both at the 6th level of Qi training. In fact, after passing the audition, the number of monks at the 6th level of Qi training was the largest, followed by the 5th level of Qi training and the 7th level of Qi training. At the level of the 8th level of Qi training, there are not many outside sects in the entire Baiun sect, only more than 1,000 people, and even fewer at the 9th level of Qi training, and as for the 10th level of Qi training, there are less than 10 people. The 2 disciples on the 6th level of Qi training saluted each other, and then began to fight. Liu Yi was very interested in watching it at first, but soon became bored. One didn't even reach the small Chengdu. Liu Yi looked at those moves full of flaws, and he was about to commit embarrassment. With such a technique, he can kill randomly with his eyes closed. After the 2 rookies pecked at each other for a while, the disciple who had completed the trick was even better and won the victory. One match ended, and the second match soon began. Round after round of competition passed, Liu Yi almost fell asleep waiting. Thinking of having to compete in this arena for several rounds, Liu Yi put on a mask of pain. Chapter 19 Luck. On stage on the 25th. Feng Tian's voice sounded, and Liu Yi, who had been drowsy, was shocked, and finally it was his turn. Standing under the stage, he was so sleepy to watch, he hoped that someone with stronger strength would come, at least he could do a task and get some rewards. Liu Yi soared into the air and came to the arena. Many disciples under the arena were in a commotion, and they finally saw Liu Yi on the stage. Liu Yi entered the ring, and soon, another young man entered the ring. Seeing this young man, Liu Yi was taken aback, a little stunned, and said with a smile, "So it's senior brother Li Qi, what a coincidence." This young man was the melon-eating young man who was kicked off the platform by Wang Xingkai at Biang Peak before. He was completely unlucky at that time, and Liu Yi had a little impression of him. The expression on Li Qi's face was a bit distorted, he had already put on a mask of pain, he looked at Liu Yi, the corners of his mouth twitched, he couldn't even smile, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Liu Yi, what a coincidence." He was really desperate, why was he so unlucky? This is only the first round. He actually met the monster Liu Yi? Obviously, with his own strength, he basically made it into the top 1000. Li Qi almost wanted to cry. Feng Tian glanced at Liu Yi and Li Qi, then said calmly, "The competition begins." Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Brother Li Qi, please." He felt that Li Qi was a miserable person. Although he couldn't accept the task, he still made up his mind and planned to practice more with Li Qi later, so as not to hurt her self-confidence. The corner of Li Qi's mouth twitched violently, and then his face was full of grief and indignation, "I admit defeat." Liu Yi froze for a moment, then saw Li Qi turn around and jump off the ring, disappearing into the crowd. Liu Yi. Brother Li Qi mentality won't collapse, right? Liu Yi sighed, luck is also very important on the road to immortality, it seems that senior brother Li Qi belongs to the type of bad luck. Liu Yi got off the ring, and Feng Tian beside him originally wanted to see Liu Yi's strength, but he didn't expect Li Qi to admit defeat. He was also a little helpless, so he could only continue to say, "On the 26th. The audition took a very short time. When the preliminary selection started, it was still early, and the next whole day was the preliminary selection. The time for the Qi training monk competition was not too long. After round, several rounds passed quickly. Liu Yi didn't know if it was because of his luck. In the number 101 ring where he was, the strongest was Li Qi, who was on the 8th level of Qi training, and there wasn't even a monk on the 9th level of Qi training. Every time Liu Yi goes to the ring, his opponents always admit defeat, and Liu Yi expresses his despair. It can be said that he stood under the ring for a whole day in vain, without even pulling out his sword. In the end, he was a little numb, wasting time, and really wanted to go home and practice. Unfortunately, as a player, he cannot be absent. The sun gradually set to the west, and finally sank into the mountains, and the color of the clouds on the day turned orange, and the preliminaries were finally over. Of course, Liu Yi is the number 1 in the entire 101 ring, and the next step is to compete with the number 1s in other rings to compete for the top 10. That's a ranking match. When the preliminaries were over, Dugu Fang came to the central stage and announced, "This is the end of today's big competition, and the ranking competition will start tomorrow. I hope you will maintain your form and perform at your best tomorrow." As he said that, Dugu Fang glanced at Liu Yi's direction, and felt a little regretful in his heart. He also wanted to see Liu Yi's strength, but he didn't expect his opponent to admit defeat again and again. After Dugu Fang announced the end, many disciples left one after another. After a day of fighting, it was not a small burden for most disciples. Even if there is a deacon watching as a referee, they will inevitably be injured during the competition, and they need to go back to heal their injuries so as not to leave sequelae. Liu Yi looked at the sky and found that Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi didn't seem to come down yet. In order to avoid being carried home by Liu Jiayang under the watchful eyes of everyone, he directly moved his body and turned into a streamer, disappearing into the crowd. He wanted to run by himself go back. In the sky, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were all smiling, beside Li Mang, the deacon of the affairs hall, and others. These people are congratulating Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi at the moment. Congratulations, brother Liu, Liu Yi has entered the ranking competition without even drawing a sword. It's really amazing to be defeated without a fight. That's right, brother Liu, let us know what is Liu Yi's strength? I see, it will definitely be in the top 100. Top 100? Did you underestimate Liu Yi? I think he can make it into the top 10. Anyway, brother Liu has a good son. Don't forget about the brothers when you get rich in the future. It's easy to talk, easy to talk. Liu Jiayang's smiling eyes were narrowed, almost invisible. Wang Saiqi, who was on the side, was also chatting with the female deacon, with a happy face and a happy face. Everyone, Liu still wants to take the dog home, so I'm sorry, hey. Where's Liu Yi? Liu Jiayang looked down for Liu Yi, and found that Liu Yi had gone somewhere. Wang Saiqi, who was nearby, heard the words and lowered her head to search, also with a dazed expression. Where is my son? What about my big son? Why didn't you look at it for a while, and the person disappeared? After Liu Yi returned to Bailing Peak, he went back to his room to rest. In fact, with his cultivation base, he wouldn't be tired from standing for a day, but he was tired and didn't do anything, just stood. How is this a competition? It's simply a punishment, right? Liu Yi complained in his heart, hoping that the competition would end soon, and then he could get the reward of the competition. That Dabi mission had been on his mission panel for a long time, and he kept it in his heart. After a while, Wang Saiqi's voice came from outside, Year? Year, are you home yet? Liu Yi was taken aback, then went out, and saw Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi standing outside. He was a little puzzled. I'm at home. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Jiayang's head was full of black lines. You boy, we are still waiting to take you home, but it's good that you came back first. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, waiting for him to carry it and fly. Liu, don't want to lose face? He coughed dryly, and said, didn't I see Lao Liu and Mom chatting in the sky, so I came back first. When Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi heard the words, they didn't care anymore. Wang Saiqi smiled and said, as expected of my son, you are really powerful. You can defeat others without fighting. Those deacons today speak highly of you. Liu Yi? After standing for a day, others still think highly of it. I'm afraid it's not a serious illness. Liu Jiayang cheerfully echoed, that's right, those brothers who are fathers feel that the tiger father has no dogs. Liu Yi glanced at Liu Jiayang speechlessly. As long as this guy is happy. The three chatted and laughed. After dinner, Liu Yi was rushed back to his room to practice. Both of them hoped that Liu Yi could stay in good condition. Liu Yi went back to the room and accepted daily tasks to practice. As the spiritual energy circulated, Liu Yi's spiritual energy became stronger and stronger. He had a feeling that the 8th floor of Qi training was not far away. After the Baiyun Qi Yinju has been upgraded to level 8, the speed of cultivation has more than doubled compared to level 7. Coupled with the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill, Liu Yi's cultivation speed is too fast now. Chapter 20 Courageous. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, Liu Yi woke up and had breakfast with Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi. Liu Jiayang said, let's go to the martial arts stage. Liu Yi looked at Liu Jiayang's outstretched hand, his expression changed, and he quickly said, old Liu, wait a minute. I plan to go there by myself today. Liu Jiayang's hand stopped, and he looked at Liu Yi with some doubts. Why? How convenient is it for me to take you there? Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said, you also know that I'm very famous now. It's still early, I passed too early, and I'm so embarrassed to be surrounded by people. It's better to go slowly. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Liu Jiayang thought about it, and felt that it made sense, and Wang Sike beside him also smiled and said, "In this case, let Yi go there by himself, Yi has grown up and has his own ideas." The two left Yujian. Liu Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to be carried away today, and there should be room for his impression to be redeemed. With a happy face, Liu Yi trotted out the door. When Liu Yi arrived at the Yanmu stage, there were already many people gathered in the Yanmu stage, because the audition and preliminary selection had been completed yesterday, and now there were very few people in the square, but there were more and more people in the outer circle of the Yanmu stage. Seeing Liu Yi approaching, the eyes of the outer disciples lit up. "It's junior brother Liu Yi. Yesterday I was still thinking about seeing junior brother Liu Yi's swordsmanship, no matter whether it was at Biang Peak or at the martial arts stage before, I was not there. I didn't expect that junior brother Liu Yi didn't make a sword yesterday, or I didn't see it." "That's right, but today we're going to choose the top 10 rankings, so you can definitely see junior brother Liu Yi's sword." Many disciples faintly looked forward to it. Liu Yi walked into the martial arts arena, near the central ring area. Around the central arena, there are 10 slightly larger arenas. These 10 arenas are the arenas for the ranking competition. In previous competitions, 320 disciples competed in 10 arenas, and the top 10 disciples were selected. At this moment, there are already many disciples in the arena area, and these disciples are all 320 people. Seeing Liu Yi approaching, all the disciples looked over with probing eyes, some were a little wary, even Liu Yi saw a few hostile eyes. He glanced at the hostile disciples, they were all disciples of the 9th level of Qi training. Liu Yi thought for a while, and felt that he had never provoked them. Why did he feel that these people seemed to be unhappy with him? Liu Yi couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. At this moment, Liu Yi heard Wang Wulian's voice, "Junior brother Liu, this way." Liu Yi turned his head and saw Wang Wulian waving to him with a smile on his face. Liu Yi walked over and said with a smile, "Senior brother Wang." After speaking, he looked around and asked with some doubts, "Where is senior brother Liu?" Liu Ling's strength is not weak, and Liu Yi didn't see him here. Wang Wulian gave a wry smile, and said, "Brother Liu is unlucky, the ring he was in actually had senior brother Zhang Fan, so he failed to advance." "Senior brother Zhang Fan?" Liu Yi thought for a while, and then he thought of something, the senior brother from the 10th level of Qi training? Besides him, who else could it be? Wang Wulian said. "Liu Yi." He found out that senior brother Li Qi was not the only one who was unlucky, senior brother Liu Ling was also quite unlucky. He obviously has the strength of the top 100, but he didn't even pass the preliminaries. However, the outer sect doesn't care about fairness or unfairness. To a cultivator, although luck is illusory, it is really important. Even luck is also a part of strength. Liu Yi also felt that there was no problem. He had read various novels in his previous life, and he hadn't seen how talented those sons of luck were, but they were like Xiaoqiang who couldn't be killed. He couldn't die anyway, and he could get all kinds of good things, who can I ask for reason? By the way, senior brother Wang, who is that senior brother in the green robe? Why do you look at me as if I robbed him of something important? Liu Yi was a little puzzled. The guy's eyes were so unfriendly, which made Liu Yi think that he had robbed that guy's wife. Wang Wulian glanced at the direction Liu Yi indicated, and quickly looked away. He grinned and said with a smile, "It's not because Liu Yi's cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of Qi training. What does this have to do with my breaking through to the 7th level of Qi training?" Liu Yi was a little numb. "Hey! Because of your amazing talent, junior brother Liu Yi, you already have the combat power of the 9th level of Qi training at the 6th level of Qi training. Now that you have broken through to the 7th level of Qi training, some people are scared?" Wang Wulian smiled gloatingly say. Junior brother Liu Yi should also know that every year the top 10 in the competition can be exempted from the examination and directly enter the inner sect, right? Liu Yi nodded, I know that. To be honest, this is also Liu Yi's own goal. Wang Wulian explained, among the disciples of the Outer Sect this time, there are only 6 brothers and sisters from the 10th level of Qi training, and the remaining 4 are selected from the disciples of the 9th level of Qi training. The guy you saw just now is named Mo Lingzi, he has the strength of the top 10, or just stuck in the 10th position. Junior brother, do you understand what I mean? Liu Yi came to a sudden, he finally understood why some guys from the 9th level of Qi training looked at him with hostility just now. It is estimated that those guys are all qualified to hit the top 10 outer disciples, right? Now that Liu Yi has come out, it is equivalent to having an extra competitor, not to mention the strength that Liu Yi has shown, they may feel that they are not sure that they can win. As for this guy who looked particularly unfriendly, Liu Yi also understood that this guy happened to be ranked 10th. If Liu Yi himself made it into the top 10, he must be the one who was squeezed out, and he would not be able to enter the inner door. Uncomfortable? No wonder this guy is so unfriendly. Liu Yi felt a little sympathetic to him. He sighed, and said, I hope that brother Mo will have better luck next year. Wang Wulian? His head was full of black lines, and he looked at the sighing Liu Yi. Junior brother, do you think that I will definitely be in the top 10? Liu Yi smiled and said, what's the point? In fact, Liu Yi's goal is number 1. He has not forgotten until now that the mission of Zongmen Grand Competition is rewarded according to the ranking. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Wang Wulian grinned, and gave Liu Yi a thumbs up. Junior brother Liu is courageous. But don't underestimate those disciples who can compete for the top 10, they are not like me and brother Liu, who have 1 or 2 unique skills. At least one technique has been cultivated to the level of transformation, and some even have magic tools. Magic weapon? Liu Yi felt strange, but he had 2 pieces, a low-grade magic weapon longsword, and a pair of middle-grade magic weapon shoes. As for Huajing's technique, it's not that Liu Yi boasted, it's a little bit behind compared with him. While they were communicating, Dugu Fang came to the central ring again. Dugu Fang looked at Liu Yi and the others, his expression was milder than yesterday, and he said, you are all elite disciples from the outer sect of my Baiun sect to enter the ranking competition, and you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect in the future. I hope that you will be able to enter the inner sect in today's competition. You can perform well. Now start the ranking competition. While speaking, Dugu Fang waved his hand again, and 320 stone tablets appeared, flying towards Liu Yi and the others. Chapter 21 Brightling Milk. Liu Yi picked up the stone tablet floating in front of him and glanced at it. 9-5. Wang Wulian looked at Liu Yi nervously. Junior brother Liu Yi, what are you? Liu Yi smiled and said, number 9. Wang Wulian grinned, and immediately laughed, I'm number 10. If I'm lucky enough, maybe I can make it to the top 10? Liu Yi. Brother Wang is very optimistic. Liu Yi didn't hit him, and nodded with a smile, I think senior brother Wang's strength must be fine. Wang Wulian laughed out loud. Ring number 9 and ring number 10 happened to be next door, and the 2 came to the edge of the ring together. At this moment, Liu Yi felt a sharp gaze. He turned his head and found that Mo Lingzi was looking at him coldly. Liu Yi was taken aback, did not expect that Mo Lingzi was also in this ring. The look in this guy's eyes felt like he was going to be knifed. The others also noticed Mo Lingzi's attitude, they all showed expressions of eating melons and watching a show. The outer disciples who can reach this level are of course not bad in strength. They still know Mo Lingzi, the top 10 goalkeepers. Now I'm at a sudden rise of Liu Yi, don't these 2 people beat the dog's brains out? They were so happy that they wanted to eat melon seeds. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, Junior brother Liu, I didn't expect you to be here. Liu Yi turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking boy with firm eyes walking towards him with a smile. 10 levels of Qi training. Brother Zhang Fan? I didn't expect Brother Zhang Fan to be in the ring here. It's over. I'm definitely not in the top 10. Brother, don't just drink, eat a little food. As long as you have a peanut, you won't be so drunk. Brother Liu Yi or Brother Zhang Fan, which one do you think is stronger? I am more optimistic about Brother Zhang Fan. He is also a genius. He should be able to compete for the first place, right? I'm also more optimistic about Senior Brother Zhang Fan. If Junior Brother Liu Yi's cultivation base is the same as Senior Brother Zhang Fan's, I think Junior Brother Liu Yi is stronger, but Junior Brother Liu Yi is too disadvantaged in cultivation base. Many people nodded. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, Brother Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled and asked, are you number 9 or number 10? Liu Yi smiled and said, number 9. Zhang Fan smiled, that's a pity, I am number 10, and I thought I could fight you sooner, but I heard that you have broken through to the 7th level of Qi training. Liu Yi froze for a moment, then smiled and said, during the top 10 ranking competition, the juniors will ask the seniors for advice. Zhang Fan was taken aback, and then took a deep look at Liu Yi. Junior brother Liu Yi is very confident, so brother has to look forward to it. Said, Zhang Fan smiled at Liu Yi, turned and left. Liu Yi looked at Zhang Fan's back, and felt a little weird. His perception ability is very strong now, and Zhang Fan's strength is quite strong, which even gave Liu Yi a slight sense of danger. You know, Liu Yi has mastered the LVA technique now, and his strength is much stronger than the general 10th level of Qi training. Doesn't that mean that this senior brother Zhang Fan is also much stronger than the general 10th level of Qi training? It is worthy of the Fan in the name, but it is not simple. Liu Yi complained in his heart, and at the same time said to himself, I want to defeat senior brother Zhang Fan. Task. Defeat Zhang Fan, progress, 0/1. Reward, 1 drop of Breitling milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the reward, his expression froze. Good guy, Breitling milk? There is even a spiritual milk reward? This is a treasure of practice that is more precious than pills and spirit stones. The absorption of spirit milk is extremely difficult, without any side effects, and it can also nourish the body, and even improve the affinity of spirit energy to a certain extent, which is equivalent to directly improved cultivation talent. Although Liu Yi's cultivation speed is quite fast, it is mainly because of his high level of cultivation techniques, coupled with the continuous perfection of Qi condensation pills every day. In fact, his own cultivation talent can only be regarded as an upper middle level. Then his cultivation talent will definitely be greatly improved. By then, won't his cultivation speed be faster? Although the effect of Breitling milk is definitely much worse than that of thousands of years, it is still spiritual milk. Most importantly, this is a reward for sparring and can be repeated. It seems that I have to be a little bit nicer to Brother Zhang Fan, and I will discuss with him more in the future. It doesn't need to be much, just 30 to 50 times a day, 30 to 50 drops of Breitling milk a day. Won't his cultivation talent be improved quickly? Liu Yi suddenly felt that senior brother Zhang Fan's ordinary face had become so handsome. Just when Liu Yi was feeling happy, he felt the cold gaze from Mo Lingzi again. He came back to his senses and said to himself silently, I want to defeat senior brother Mo Lingzi. Task. Defeat Mo Lingzi, progress, 0/1. Reward, Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill 20/Perfect Qi Condensation Pill 2. Whether to accept, yes/no. Tisk. Liu Yi was disappointed, senior brother Mo Lingzi is delicious. What's the matter? Junior brother Liu? When Wang Wulian heard that Zhang Fan was in his ring, everyone else was dumbfounded. He came back to his senses when he heard Liu Yi smacking his lips, and looked at Liu Yi. Lui smiled at Wang Wulian, it's okay. Brother Wang seems to be terminated by Brother Zhang Fan. Wang Wulian's expression froze. Junior brother Lu, stop talking, I want to be quiet. Ha ha ha. During the exchange between the two, Dugu Fang said, now the competition begins. After Dugu Fang finished speaking, the deacons on the ring began to call their names. Number 1 is on the ring. The strength of the disciples who can enter the ranking competition is much stronger than yesterday's preliminaries. The lowest level of cultivation is the 8th level of Qi training. Those who are lucky are relatively lucky and have not encountered strong opponents. Those who are lower than the 8th level of Qi training are useless even if they are lucky. It is impossible that there is not even a monk at the 8th level of Qi training in a ring, right? Therefore, no matter how lucky you are, you need a certain amount of strength as a support. The competition among the disciples in the arena was very exciting, and basically one of the techniques had reached the level of mastery. Lui also watched it with relish. Unlike yesterday, when he almost fell asleep watching it, it was torture. The competition took turns, and number 5 was soon called. Lui is number 5, he soared into the air and landed lightly on the ring. On the opposite side of Lui was a girl with a pretty face and black hair like a waterfall. 9 levels of Qi training. When the girl saw Lui, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, with a shy smile. Hi, junior brother Lu, senior sister's name is Gu Mingzi. Lui smiled slightly. Hello, senior sister Gu. Junior brother's talent in swordsmanship is really powerful, and senior sister admires it very much. Gu Mingzi didn't start fighting directly, but spoke with a smile. Lui was a little confused. Didn't they come up for a competition? How did it become a chat? The corner of Lui's mouth twitched. Senior sister, I'm overwhelmed. At the same time, he murmured silently in his heart, defeat senior sister Gu Mingzi. Task. Defeat Gu Mingzi, progress, 0/1. Reward, Ultimate Condensation Pill 10/Perfect Condensation Pill 1. This senior sister has something to eat. But Lui didn't dislike it, no matter how small a mosquito's legs were, it was still meat. Gu Mingzi hadn't made a move yet, his pretty face was slightly red, and he said, Junior brother Lu. If you are free, can you have a discussion with senior sister? Lui? This senior sister Gu, seems to be a little bit wrong. Thank you for the 100 rewards from the big guys who don't want too much. Chapter 22. Not only Lui was dumbfounded, but even the disciples watching below were full of black lines. All the male disciples gritted their teeth looking at Lui, full of envy and hatred. Hateful. Is it amazing to be handsome and talented? Why did someone even invite you to the grand competition? Even the deacon who was the referee was a little confused, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he coughed dryly. During the competition, don't talk about irrelevant things. Gu Mingzi's pretty face flushed, and she nodded again and again. Oh. Let's start the competition. The deacon felt a little tired. Gu Mingzi nodded repeatedly, looked at Lui and said, Junior brother, please advise. Don't dare, senior sister, give me more advice. Lui also felt tired, because being handsome is indeed quite distressing sometimes. But it wasn't his fault either. Gu Mingzi also practiced swordsmanship. Holding a long sword, he rushed towards Lui like a butterfly. Lui was expressionless, and compared in his heart, he found that Gu Mingzi's strength was a little worse than that of Lu Ling and Wang Wulian, and he should not be too strong in the 9th level of Qi training. As long as Lui is willing, he can end the game with one move, but Lui can't bear to think that this senior sister is so discerning. Moreover, he has to prepare for the next top 10 challenge. After the top 10 are selected, it is different from the previous preliminaries. If the following disciples are not convinced, they can choose to challenge the top 10 disciples. He still wants to come. Several people challenge him, and he can get rewards for sparring. Still take it easy. With the long sword in Liu Yi's hand, he greeted him with cloud energy. In the air, Lonely Fang and a group of elders all looked down at the competition below, focusing mainly on Liu Yi's arena. Dugu Fang smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen Liu Yi draw a sword, right?" Qi Fiyu said with a smile, "Yes, sword energy turns into clouds, it is true as rumored, Liu Yi's Biun swordsmanship has reached the realm of returning to the truth." An elder next to him touched his white beard slightly, and saw that Liu Yi was suppressing Gu Mingzi on the ring, and nodded, "The swordsmanship in the Gaijin realm does have merits, and the cultivation base of the 7th level of Qi training can actually suppress it. Gu Mingzi, who is on the 9th floor of Qi training, is truly extraordinary in strength." "That's true. Liu Yi is only 16 years old. He has cultivated Biun swordsmanship to the realm of returning to the true state. His comprehension is quite extraordinary and his future potential is quite strong. Maybe he can become a pillar of our Biun sect. And this little guy's parents are both members of our Biun sect, this is the best thing. Yes, there is no need to worry about being spies from other sects." Dugu Fang looked at the battle below, his expression gradually became strange, and he said with a smile, "Little Liu Yi, keep your hands." All the elders were taken aback by these words. They watched the battle on the ring carefully, a little confused. "Great Elder! Tell me, Liu Yi is still keeping his hand?" Qi Fiyu couldn't believe it. "Yeah, the 7th level of Qi training can suppress the 9th level of Qi training, which is already quite strong, so you should keep it." Why didn't the old man see that this kid kept his hand? Several elders were startled and a little puzzled. Dugu Fang smiled inscrutably, "Gu Mingzi may not be able to force the real strength of this little guy Liu Yi. The footwork he cultivated is Biun footwork, and he may have reached the realm of returning to the truth." "What?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. "Elder, is this true? Both techniques have been cultivated to the state of returning to the true state? This comprehension is much stronger than the old man imagined." Seeing the shock of so many elders, Dugu Fang smiled lightly. The old man also practiced Biun footwork when he was young, and he has studied Biun footwork quite well. Although this little guy is very clumsy, how can he hide it from the old man's eyes? When the elders heard this, they no longer had any doubts. They looked at Liu Yi with even more surprise, and their eyes flickered. At the age of 16, both kinds of techniques have reached the realm of returning to the truth. No, maybe his level of comprehension is not low? Such a genius is extremely rare in the entire Biun sect. It is enough to make them, the elders of the Outer Sect and the great monks of the Jindan realm, pay more attention. An elder chuckled and said, "This little guy Liu Yi is young and romantic. Gu Mingzi expressed his affection for him before. Does this little guy know how to be sympathetic?" These words made many elders laugh, who has never been young. Instead, they thought, young people, it's normal to like beauties, they have lived for hundreds of years, who doesn't have a few beautiful juniors, maybe they can introduce them to Liu Yi. The battle on the arena lasted for a while. Liu Yi saw that Gu Mingzi's aura was starting to weaken, which was a sign of a lot of spiritual energy consumption. He saw that the time was almost up, so he started to move his footwork on Gu Mingzi's long sword. Clang! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Gu Mingzi's long sword was trembling. Liu Yi took the opportunity to put the long sword across Gu Mingzi's neck. Gu Mingzi gasped again and again, his chest heaved and heaved, sweat appeared on his forehead, and he looked at Liu Yi shyly. Liu Yi was speechless. What happened to this guy's eyes? You won't make him responsible, will you? He hastily withdrew his long sword and said with a smile, "Senior sister Gu, I have accepted it. Junior brother is really good, senior sister lost." Gu Mingzi said. Seeing that Gu Mingzi seemed to want to say something, the deacon beside him sensed that something was wrong, and quickly said, Since the competition is over, let's go down. Liu Yi smiled at Gu Mingzi, and quickly jumped down. Seeing Liu Yi and Wang Wulian standing together, Gu Mingzi was a bit thin-skinned, and he didn't dare to move closer, so he walked aside. After Gu Mingzi, the competition continued. A total of 320 disciples participated in the ranking competition, and each ring had 32 students. After the first round, 16 people advanced, and those who advanced began to compete in the second round until the last two competed for the first place in the ring. In the second round, Liu Yi met a monk who practiced Qi at the 8th level. This monk immediately gave up, and Liu Yi was also happy and relaxed. In the third round, Liu Yi met a senior brother who practiced Qi at the 9th level. His strength was about the same as that of Gu Mingzi. Dabi tried for a while before ending the battle and obtained a Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. In the fourth round, Liu Yi's opponent was also a senior brother who practiced Qi at the 9th level. Liu Yi also obtained a Perfect Qi Condensation Pill as before. The fifth round is the last round, the fight for the top 10. The last round begins. Liu Yi and Mo Lingzi, go to the ring. The deacon's indifferent voice sounded. Mo Lingzi moved and appeared on the ring in an instant. He looked at Liu Yi who was in the audience with sharp eyes. Junior brother Liu Yi, come up and fight. Let me see if you can enter the top 10 as you said. Liu Yi also jumped onto the ring, and said with a cheerful smile, don't worry, brother, I will definitely be in the top 10. 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills, plus the previous ones, it is still possible to get 5 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills in this round of competition. When Mo Lingzi heard Liu Yi's words, a look of anger appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, okay, if that's the case, then let me see your strength. The disciples below, the elders and deacons in the sky were all overjoyed seeing this, and looked at the two curiously, wanting to see which of the two disciples was stronger. Chapter 23 Gentle and Considerate to Junior Brother Liu. Qi Fiyu looked at the ring and asked, Grand Elder, do you think Liu Yi can win? Dugu Fang smiled slightly, if Liu Yi showed Baiyun's footwork in Gaijin realm, he should be able to win, but Mo Lingzi is not weak, so I'm afraid it won't be too easy to win. Hearing this, the elders also nodded slightly. Mo Lingzi is practicing the Spirit Snake Sword technique and Spirit Snake footwork, both of which have reached the realm of transformation, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi training, so he is indeed not weak. If Liu Yi can defeat Mo Lingzi, then he will definitely be in the top 10, and the 7th level of Qi training will enter the inner section. Looking at the history of our Baiyun sect, there are not many, right? If you don't count the geniuses brought back from outside, there have been no such geniuses for hundreds of years. The last one was Wu Yang, the head of the law enforcement hall of the inner gate, right? Now he has the strength of Yuan Ying. Everyone looked at Liu Yi with more satisfaction. And not far away, Liu Jiayang, Wang Siki and a group of deacons were also paying attention to Liu Yi's ring. Both Liu Jiayang and Wang Siki are a little nervous at the moment. If Liu Yi wins, he will be in the top 10 of the outer sect and can enter the inner sect. This will have a huge impact on Liu Yi's future. As parents, how can there be no reason not to be nervous? Li Mang and the others beside him were curious and looking forward to it. Brother Liu, this is the most crucial match. Do you think you can win? Hearing this, Liu Jiayang shook his head and said, I don't know, of course I hope Yi can win. The little guy Mo Lingzi is not weak. Liu Yi's cultivation is still a bit low. If Liu Yi reaches the 8th level of Qi training, he will definitely win. Yet, even if you can't win this time, it's not a big deal. After a year, Liu Yi's cultivation has reached the 8th level of Qi training, and then he will definitely become a top 10 existence in the inner sect. It's just a year. While everyone was talking, the competition on the ring had already begun. Mo Lingzi's face was ice cold, and the aura of the 9th level of Qi training exploded, and he came up with all his strength. Both the spirit snake footwork and the spirit snake sword technique are based on the strangeness of the spirit snake. Mo Lingzi's footwork is strange, and the speed is also amazing. Almost instantly, he appeared beside Liu Yi. The long sword is like a spirit snake. The letter stabbed at Liu Yi's chest. The spiritual energy wrapped around the long sword, broke through the air, and made a piercing scream. Liu Yi's face remained unchanged, his footsteps moved slightly, his body was floating like a white cloud, and he retreated in the direction of the sword wind, looking extremely free and easy. Seeing Liu Yi retreating, Mo Lingzi bullied him, and the long sword attacked Liu Yi again and again with a strange momentum. Ling Ran kept in his heart, if it was them, they would definitely not be able to stop such continuous attacks. However, Liu Yi was still able to handle such a storm-like attack with ease, dodging the attack time and time again with his figure erratic. While avoiding the attack, Liu Yi couldn't help sighing, senior brother Mo Lingzi is worthy of being a top 10 goalkeeper, his strength is more than a notch stronger than senior brother Wang Wulian and senior sister Gu Mingzi. However, this strength is quite strong for the general Qi training level 9, but for Liu Yi, it can only be regarded as such. After all, when Liu Yi faced senior brother Wang Wulian and the others before, he was full of water, and he didn't even let go of the Baiun swordsmanship of Gijin realm. Now, Liu Yi felt that he could put in a little more effort. Wisps of cloud air drifted out from the long sword in Liu Yi's hand. This time the cloud air was much thicker and thicker than before, and it drifted out to a range of more than 1 meter. Liu Yi stopped to dodge, and then swung his sword out. The next moment, Jian Yun, who looked light and fluffy, slashed at Mo Lingzi at an extremely fast speed. Mo Lingzi's pupils shrank, feeling a huge threat. What? Mo Lingzi quickly gave up the offensive, and the snake's footwork was running, backing up again and again to avoid Jian Yun. Jian Yun slid across Mo Lingzi's side and landed on the ring. The stone slabs on the ring were printed with smooth cloud patterns. The pupils of the deacon next to him shrank, and he couldn't help being startled. Is the power of this Baiun swordsmanship so fierce? The stone on the arena is Qinggang stone, and it has been specially treated to make it hard to break. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi's sword directly engraved patterns on the arena. This kid is a bit arrogant. The disciples below exclaimed even more. The power of this sword! I can't stop it. This sword, I'm afraid only the brothers and sisters who have trained in the 10th level of Qi can block it. Brother Liu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship has reached such a powerful level. When he competed with other senior brothers and sisters before, he didn't use his full strength. Wang Wulian didn't have a competition, so he looked at Liu Yi on the stage and was stunned. Is this the true power of the Gijin sword technique? Gu Mingzi, who had competed with Liu Yi before, and the other 2 disciples at the 9th level of Qi training all stared wide-eyed, with expressions of disbelief. One of the senior brothers smiled wryly and shook his head. I thought the gap with junior brother Liu Yi wasn't that big, but now it seems, it's a world of difference. Another senior brother next to him also had a bitter face, and Gu Mingzi looked at Liu Yi with even brighter eyes. Mo Lingzi, who was face to face with Liu Yi, could feel the pressure brought by Liu Yi's long sword even more. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He stared at Liu Yi with wide eyes. You were so clumsy before. Liu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly. After all, it is not easy for the senior brothers and sisters to cultivate. If you attack them too hard, it will not be good if they break their Dao heart. If it weren't for the strength of senior brother Mo Lingzi, the younger brother would also it will not use such power. He can't say that he pretends to be so that someone can come to him to discuss with him in the future, can he? If it's all instant kills, who will come to him to discuss? No one asked him to discuss. How did he complete the task and obtain the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill? Hearing this, Wang Wulian and the others trembled, their eyes widened, and they looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. Wang Wulian was touched and said, Junior brother Liu Yi, you think of me so much. Junior brother is really a good person. Gu Mingzi's eyes almost burst into tears. Junior brother is too gentle and considerate. Junior brother Lu Yi, you have been worrying about me. Even the other disciples looked at Lu Yi with admiration. Brother Lu Yi is righteous. Senior brother Lu Yi is the role model for my generation. Disciples of the same sect should take care of each other. Even Zhang Fan on the side nodded slightly, looked at Lu Yi's expression with a hint of approval, and said with a smile, Junior brother Lu Yi is really kind-hearted and worth making friends with. Mo Lingzi was a little silent when he heard Lu Yi's words. Then he took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yi, and said sternly, Brother Lu Yi is righteous. If it was the past, I would have had a good time with my junior, but this time the competition is about the number of places in the inner sect, so I can only say sorry. Lu Yi smiled and said, Senior brother, there is no need to have psychological pressure. The road to immortality is vast, and you and I are fighting to get across. It's about the future. Just do your best and don't leave any regrets. The long sword in Lu Yi's hand was clanging, and the clouds were lingering, with a gentle smile. Chapter 24 Precepts and Deeds. Mo Lingzi took a deep breath and rushed towards Lu Yi again. Lu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship broke out, and he also went up to meet him, and the two fought together in the ring again. Mo Lingzi's body skills were weird, while Lu Yi's body skills were ethereal, and his figure flickered above the ring. Every time he collided, the sword energy crisscrossed, and the spiritual energy turned into translucent ring-shaped air waves and scattered. But on the whole, Lu Yi still easily suppressed Mo Lingzi. After all, he had almost used the Baiun swordsmanship to the limit of Gaijin realm. Time passed, and not long after, Lu Yi took advantage of the flaws in Mo Lingzi's swordplay, and the clouds and air flowed, and a sword knocked Mo Lingzi out of the ring. Mo Lingzi staggered to the ground, his expression dazed for a while, then he gave a wry smile, put his sword back and cupped his fists at Lu Yi who was on the ring. Junior brother Lu Yi is amazingly powerful, brother feels ashamed. In fact, after Lu Yi showed his powerful swordsmanship before, Mo Lingzi felt that he might be in trouble. Lu Yi nodded with a smile, senior brother Mo is very powerful, but the younger brother is only slightly better. Hearing these words, Wang Wulian and others always felt a little familiar, and looked at Lu Yi with a slightly weird expression. This guy said the same thing after he defeated them. Now when they tell Lu Yi this, they don't believe it at all. The deacon on the ring came back to his senses, took a deep look at Lu Yi, his originally indifferent expression became more gentle, he was also deeply touched by Lu Yi's words before, he nodded to Lu Yi, and said, Lu Yi wins. Into the top 10. In the sky, Tugu Fang looked at Lu Yi, with a smile on his face, and said with satisfaction, this little guy is really good, talented and affectionate. Such a disciple is the blessing of our Baiun sect. Qi Fiyu on the side also nodded and said, that's right, compared to those talented but ruthless geniuses, this little fellow Lu Yi is more to my liking. The other elders also nodded. After all, no one wants to spend all their time cultivating a genius disciple, but when this disciple encounters a problem, he turns away from the sect, or even turns against the sect. Loving and righteous disciples, at least they don't have to worry about being betrayed. Not to mention that this loving and righteous disciple is extremely talented. Lonely Fang sighed and said, if it wasn't for the talent of this little guy, the old man would have wanted to accept him as a closed disciple. Hearing this, many elders were taken aback, and looked at Tugu Fang in surprise. The great elder was joking, you are almost at the nascent soul realm, can't you teach Lu Yi? Yes, if the great elder is willing to accept disciples, it will be Lu Yi's blessing. All the elders spoke one after another. Tugu Fang shook his head, this little guy's strength is stronger than I thought. I'm afraid the Baiun swordsmanship has reached its limit, and it's even impossible to advance. With such a talent, entering the inner sect, this little guy I'm afraid it will cause a storm in the inner sect. Hiss! Many elders stared wide-eyed. They did not expect Lonely Fang to have such a high opinion of Liu Yi. What kind of comprehension, what kind of talent is required to cultivate a technique to the point where there is no way to advance? For a moment, these elders were in a trance. Not far away, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi were relieved to see that Liu Yi had actually defeated Mo Lingzi. Okay. As expected of my son. Liu Jiayang said with a cheerful smile. Wang Saiqi next to her was also smiling. Li Meng and the others looked at Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi enviously, their hearts were sour, and they congratulated repeatedly. Congratulations, brother Liu. Entering the inner sect at the 7th level of Qi training is something that has not been encountered in our Baiyun sect for hundreds of years. Yes, nephew Liu Yi is extremely talented, brother Liu, you have to treat me. What touched the old man the most was what nephew Liu Yi said. This little guy values love and righteousness. These words made many deacons nod. Brother Liu and sister-in-law are good at teaching. My Baiyun sect needs a genius like Liu Yi's nephew. Liu Jiayang smiled happily. That's not true, my wife and I teach by precept and example every day. Seeing that Liu Jiayang was so happy that he couldn't find Bei, Wang Saiqi couldn't help being speechless. This guy was gasping for breath, and after returning he was going to clean him up. She smiled and said, my year has been sensible since she was a child, and she didn't make us worry too much. While everyone was chatting, Liu Yi got off the ring. As soon as he got off the ring, Wang Wulian came over. He looked at Liu Yi with a moved face, and said, Junior brother Liu Yi, I've accepted your wish. Brother will definitely not talk about anything after that. A handsome young man came over. He was the 9th level Qi training brother who was defeated by Liu Yi before, and his name was Lin Qifeng. Lin Qifeng also nodded, and said, Junior brother Liu Yi, if you are free, you can come to Bela Peak as a guest at any time. Congratulations to junior brother Liu for entering the top 10 and entering the inner sect. Junior brother Liu has entered the inner sect. I am afraid that the sky is high enough to let the birds fly. Congratulations. Senior brothers and sisters came over to congratulate Liu Yi. They were very friendly. Liu Yi also responded with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Fan came over, and he said with a smile, Junior brother Liu values love and righteousness. We can communicate more in the future when we have time. Hearing this, Liu Yi's eyes lit up. Brother Zhang Fan's sparring task is the reward of Breitling milk. This is not much communication, is that still human? Liu Yi said cheerfully, I'm afraid I'll have to bother senior brother Zhang Fan more from now on. While joking, the arena competitions ended one after another. Soon, the top 10 was born. With the end of the ranking competition, Dugu Fang landed on the central ring again, and said calmly, the ranking competition is over, the top 10 outer sects have been decided, please invite the top 10 outer sect disciples to the central ring. Hearing this, Liu Yi and Zhang Fan glanced at each other, and then moved their body skills one after another, soared into the air, and came to the ring. In addition to the two, there were 8 other people on the ring. A boy in black with a strong figure and a breath like a beast, a boy in black with a simple and honest expression, a boy in white with brocade clothes and a handsome appearance, a boy in black with a pair of knives on his back and a stern face, a girl in white with a handsome appearance and a long sword on her back, a pretty girl in Xingyi with bright eyes, and Zhang Fan. These 6 people are all 10th level Qi practitioners. As for the others, there are 2 brothers and sisters who are at the 9th level of Qi training, and Liu Yi who is at the 7th level of Qi training. There are 10 people in total. Liu Yi glanced over and saw the pretty girl. He was stunned. This girl is the senior sister who praised him for being handsome and good-looking on the Biang Peak platform. She seems to be called Mu Wan'er. Mu Wan'er also saw Liu Yi. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled at Liu Yi, but with Dugu Fang around, she dared not speak. Everyone stood beside Dugu Fang. Dugu Fang glanced at them, then looked down the ring, and smiled calmly, the top 10 disciples are here. According to the usual practice, if someone is not convinced, they can challenge them, and if they win, they will replace them. Hearing this, there was some commotion below, and several people were eager to try. These are all disciples of the 9th level of Qi training. The brothers and sisters at the 10th level of Qi training must not dare to challenge, but for the other 4, 3 are at the 9th level of Qi training, and 1 is at the 7th level of Qi training. This is their last chance. Liu Yi was also looking forward to it, and looked down the ring eagerly. Choose me. Be sure to choose me. Chapter 25. In the center of the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was a little quiet, and the outer disciples who had the strength to hit the top 10, but thought they were unlucky, were sizing up the top 10 players on the ring. To be precise, what they were looking at were the 3 on the 9th floor of Qi training and 1 Liu Yi. Standing on the ring arena, the 3 outer disciples on the 9th floor of Qi training had cold faces, and their eyes swept over the fellow disciples who were about to move, exuding aura, intending to let those guys carefully weigh the consequences of choosing them. But Liu Yi didn't exude any aura, and looked like a harmless little white rabbit. At this moment, Mo Lingzi stepped forward and said, "Yu Ming, I want to challenge you." Yu Ming is an ordinary-looking 9th level Qi training disciple with thick eyebrows. He frowned and looked at Mo Lingzi. "Mo Lingzi, are you sure you want to challenge me? Do you think I'm the weakest one?" Mo Lingzi grinned and said, "I can't help it. I think Tian Liu and Lin Yu are a little bit worse." Junior brother Liu Yi. "Hey, I lost just now. I think junior brother Liu Yi is better than Tian Liu and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is better, only you, I think I have a little chance of winning." Hearing this, many people's faces changed slightly, and they looked in Liu Yi's direction. "What? Mo Lingzi just lost to junior brother Liu Yi? Really? Junior brother Liu Yi is so strong? You guys don't know? Junior brother Liu Yi and Mo Lingzi are the ones vying for the top 10 places in the number 9 ring. Junior brother Liu Yi is extremely powerful, and the Baiun swordsmanship really opened my eyes. I don't know. We are in the number 4 arena, which is just separated from the number 9 arena by the central arena. I didn't pay attention. Then you've missed the show. I think junior brother Liu Yi is stronger than senior sister Tian Liu and senior brother Lin Yu." Hiss! Everyone gasped, and those disciples who were eager to challenge looked at Liu Yi with apprehensive expressions, and quickly looked away. That being the case, it seems that the only challenge is another person. Liu Yi felt the eyes of everyone, and everyone was numb. He looked at Mo Lingzi and the disciples who were talking below, feeling very desperate. What kind of hatred? He also thought that this wave might be able to earn some perfect Qi condensation pills, but what happened? Why do you call me so powerful? I'm obviously very good at it. When Liu Yi saw the disciples on the 9th floor of Qi training who looked away, his heart sank. Yu Ming's expression changed when he heard what Mo Lingzi and the disciples below said. He glanced at Liu Yi, gritted his teeth, and snorted coldly at Mo Lingzi, "Then try it. Yu Ming, are not easy to mess with." Seeing this, Du Fang smiled and said, "If that's the case, let's challenge." The top 10 challenge was held on the central ring. Liu Yi and others got off the ring. Du Fang floated in the air and acted as the referee himself, while Mo Lingzi and Yu Ming entered the ring. Under the arena, Liu Yi's expression was numb. He had no love in his life, and he was about to become a grievance. I would have given Mo Lingzi a hard time before I knew it, but this bastard actually boasted about him like this. If no one came to challenge him, it was all Mo Lingzi's fault. Then Liu Yi thought, if he was really ruthless, the others would probably be even less afraid to challenge him. Thinking of this, Liu Yi felt even more self-contained. Lin Wanner on the side looked at Liu Yi with a smile, and said, "Junior brother Liu Yi, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Liu Yi came back to his senses, seeing several disciples on the 10th level of Qi training nearby were all looking at him. he smiled shyly. Senior brother Mo Lingzi exaggerated, I am just so-so. Zhang Fan on the side chuckled, why should junior brother Lu be humble? I can see your strength, and the Baiun swordsmanship is probably close to its limit, right? When the others heard the words, their faces changed, and they looked at Lu Yi with a surprised expression. Cultivate the basic skills to the limit? The cold and stern young man with 2 knives on his back looked at Lu Yi, his eyes flashed with fighting intent. It's interesting, tomorrow's top 10 ranking competition, I look forward to fighting with you. The other disciples on the 10th level of Qi training also looked at Lu Yi with a little more caution. Seeing the expressions of the 10th level Qi training disciples, Lu Yi relaxed a lot. Although there are a few less Qi training 9th level seniors to compete with each other, tomorrow's top 10 ranking battle will definitely be against each other. At that time, there must be some rewards, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt better again. He said with a smile, Brother Zhang Fan has won the prize. In tomorrow's ranking competition, I hope that all senior brothers and sisters can fight lightly. As they spoke, the battle in the ring had already begun. Lu Yi is well aware of Mo Lingzi's strength. He is at the top of the 9th level of Qi training, but Yu Ming's strength is equally strong. Lu Yi watched the battle, and found that Yu Ming had also cultivated his skills to the level of transformation. The most rare thing was that the long knife in Yu Ming's hand was a low-grade magic weapon, which Mo Lingzi lacked. The battle between the two was in full swing, and finally Yu Ming won the competition by virtue of the magic weapon. Mo Lingzi was a little unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After the battle between Yu Ming and Mo Lingzi, someone challenged him again, because Mo Lingzi's words made these challengers avoid Lu Yi. Perhaps it was because Yu Ming was the weakest among the 3 Qi training 9th level disciples, and he was challenged the most. In the end, an outer disciple with 2 swords defeated Yu Ming and became the new top 10. Lu Yi also knew the name of this disciple holding 2 swords. His name was Wanhua, and he had extraordinary strength. He was originally a genius in the forefront of the Outer Sect. Yu Ming is relatively weaker. To be able to enter the top 10, he has both strength and luck. It's a pity that he lost to Wanhua in the end and made a wedding dress for him. After Wanhua, no one continued to challenge, and the top 10 were fixed. At this time, the sky has also come to the evening. The day's competition is over, and tomorrow is the last day of the big competition, and it is also the most critical day. Pick the top 10 rankings. Although there was a bit of an accident in the final challenge, Lu Yi still got 5 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills, which can be regarded as a small gain, and he was quite happy in his heart. Lonely Fang announced the end of today's competition as usual, and everyone left one after another. Lu Yi also did not go back with Lu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, but returned home by himself. Early the next morning, almost all the disciples, deacons, and elders of the Outer Sect got up early and came to the martial arts arena. Lu Yi was no exception. When he came to the martial arts arena, he found that there were more people floating in the sky than before. Lu Yi understood that some were elders from the inner sect, and they also came to check on the situation. After all, the top 10 disciples can enter the inner sect without examination, and now they can be regarded as inner sect disciples. Some elders of the inner sect will come to see the strength of these disciples. If they are satisfied, they will even contact these disciples and accept them as disciples. Only. Of course, the elders who will come to observe the outer sect's assessment are just ordinary elders in the inner sect, and the powerful elders and peak masters will not come here leisurely. No matter how talented the outer sect disciples are, few of them can really make their mark when they go to the inner sect. After all, the inner sect disciples are basically promoted from the outer sect. Who is not a genius in the outer sect? Some of them were even brought back from the outside and cultivated by big figures since they were young. These people are even more talented. To them, the top 10 contestants in the outer sect are just like that. After entering the inner sect, they can still show extraordinary talent, which will attract the attention of these big shots. Chapter 26 Just warming up. Liu Yi soon arrived at the central ring area, and everyone else had already arrived. Zhang Fan held the back of his head with his hands, and still held a piece of dog's tail grass that he pulled out from somewhere in his mouth. After seeing Liu Yi, he smiled and said, "Hello, junior brother Liu Yi, are you here?" The others looked over and nodded slightly to say hello. Lin Wanner smiled and waved to Liu Yi, "Junior brother Liu Yi, which peak do you plan to go to when you enter the inner sect?" When the others heard this, they looked at Liu Yi curiously. Liu Yi smiled and said, "I promised senior sister Lu Ningxuang that I will go to Ling Lufeng's assessment when the time comes." Hearing this, the handsome 10th level Qi training brother in brocade clothes smiled and said, "With Liu Yi's understanding, it is really possible to enter Ling Luo Peak. His name is Bai Yulong, and his strength is also among the top 3 in the outer sect." The honest 10th level Qi training brother next to him scratched his head, and said, "It's a pity that my talent is not good enough. If I go to Ling Luo Peak, I'll probably be kicked out." This senior brother is called Tai Man, and his strength is equally strong, and he is practicing the art of body refining. Ling Luo Peak, the inner sect, is also a gathering place for geniuses. How can ordinary people go there? It's different for me. I plan to go to Chilia Peak. I heard that there are the most fire cultivators there. After I build my foundation, I plan to practice fire magic. When we get to the inner gate, I don't know if we can still make a difference. We're not sure, but junior brother Liu Yi is probably fine. Everyone chatted freely about the future scene after entering the inner door, and they all had some longing. Not long after, Dugu Fang fell from the sky and landed on the central ring. The 10 people stopped talking and became quiet. The atmosphere of the disciples watching the big competition became even more enthusiastic. Dugu Fang glanced over, and his voice sounded, "Quiet." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and Dugu Fang's majesty was still quite deep. He looked at the top 10 disciples, and said, "The ranking battle for the top 10 begins now. As before, 2 battles will determine the final ranking." While speaking, he took out 10 jade tokens, and the jade tokens floated before Liu Yi and 10 people. Liu Yi took the jade token and took a look. 1. He froze for a moment, didn't expect him to be the first. He looked around and found that other people were also looking at the jade cards in other people's hands, and they seemed to be very curious about other people's numbers. At this moment, Dugu Fang said, "Now the competition begins, number 1 stays in the ring, and the others leave the ring." Hearing this, the 8 of them hit the ground and floated down the ring, leaving only Liu Yi and Tai Man staring at each other. Seeing Timan, Liu Yi grinned and said with a smile, "Brother Timan, what a coincidence." He said to himself, "I want to defeat Brother Timan." Task: defeat the Iron Man. Progress, 0/1. Reward, Ultimate Huangming Dan 40/Perfect Huangming Dan 4. Whether to accept, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the mission, he was taken aback. It wasn't Qi Condensation Pill. But Huangmingdan? Huangmingdan is a elixir for body training, which can speed up the speed of body training. Even if you don't practice body training, taking Huangmingdan can increase the strength of your body, but the effect is definitely not as good as practicing body training. Liu Yi didn't expect that the mission reward this time would be this thing. This is a good thing, even more precious than Qi Condensation Pill. You must know that the strength of a monk's physical body generally follows the realm, unless it is practicing body training exercises, which can increase the strength of the physical body, but the cultivation of body training exercises is very difficult, and the cultivation costs a lot of resources. Time to polish: generally not many people have the time, energy, and resources to practice. Liu Yi hadn't practiced before, after all, his previous talent didn't allow it, and after Goldfinger awakened, Liu Yi also gave priority to improving his aura cultivation to ensure that his combat power improved, in order to get good results in the grand competition. In fact, he had the idea of practicing body training exercises after the big competition, but that was something to do later. He didn't expect to reward body training pills now. Not bad, he looked at Timon with more kind eyes. Maybe he can discuss with senior brother Timon more in the future? Seeing Luyi's kind smile, Timon also smiled honestly. It's a coincidence, junior brother Luyi, it seems that we have to start first. As soon as the disciples below saw that the first match was already a competition between the disciples of the 10th level of Qi training and Luyi, they immediately became energetic and looked at the central ring expectantly. Lonely Fang glanced at the two of them and disappeared in place. Only a voice sounded, "Let's start." Hearing this, Tai Man grinned, his aura flowed, and his skin slowly turned grey iron. He clenched his hands into fists, and when they touched each other, he made a dull sound. "Junior brother Luyi, please advise." Seeing this, Luyi also drew out his long sword, and the air flowed on the long sword, and smiled slightly. "Brother Timon, please advise." Tai Man grinned, his thick legs exerting strength. Boom! The ground where he was split like a spider web. His body suddenly disappeared on the spot, and appeared above Luyi's head in an instant, with a beast-like breath escaping, which was extremely frightening. He clenched his fist with his right hand and struck towards Luyi's head. The edge of the fist was filled with translucent energy, which caused the strong wind to howl, causing Luyi's black hair to dance. Luyi felt that his skin was tingling under the force of the fist, and sighed in his heart, "Brother Timon's aura is really amazing." He circulated spiritual energy, and his figure was like a white cloud. It seemed to be very slow, but in fact he retreated very fast. Tai Man's punch was empty, and landed on the ring, and the ring immediately dented a small hole under Tai Man's fist. With a step on Timon's legs, he disappeared in place again. At this moment, Luyi's long sword swung to the right, a strong cloud of sword flowed, and Tai Man's body just appeared in that position. Feeling Jian Yun's terrifying aura, Tai Man shrank his pupils and let out a low growl. The next moment, a layer of aura flowed on the surface of his body, and the grey iron color on his skin became deeper. Tai Man clenched his fists and blasted straight at Jian Yun. Boom! The fist containing spiritual energy collided with the sword cloud, making a violent roar, and the air waves swept in all directions like a storm. The surrounding outer disciples felt the terrible pressure, and their eyes widened. Hiss, what a powerful destructive force! This power! I'm not bragging, just one click, and I'll lie down on the ground and let the two senior brothers personally burn incense for me. Then you really didn't boast. On the edge of the arena, Bai Yulong and the others saw the astonishing fluctuations in the arena, and their expressions also changed. The three of Wanhua, who were on the 9th floor of Qi training, looked at each other with a confused expression. Is this really the 7th level of Qi training? Are you kidding me? Anyway, I'm lying flat, and I've already entered the top 10. I don't want a higher ranking, as long as I can enter the inner sect. It's junior brother Luyi, I'm convinced. Wait until we're 3 o'clock, okay? Don't fight them so hard. The three nodded at the same time. Lin Wanner at the side glanced at the three of them, said with a smirk, "You think they beat hard? They've just warmed up." Wanhua 3? Chapter 27. Is there a possibility? Dugu Fang in the sky and a group of elders also paid attention to the battle on the ring. A chubby old man looked at Luyi below, and exclaimed, "This little guy is really a genius. He is only able to erupt such a powerful force with a mere cultivation of the 7th level of Qi training. Elder Dugu, the Outer Sect is out this time. A terrific character." A middle-aged man on the side nodded slightly, looked at Luyi and said, "If this strength can be maintained in the future, maybe there is hope for us to be listed in King's Hu's Tianjiao list." The other elders were taken aback when they heard the words, and some elders said, "Elder Lin, this evaluation is a bit exaggerated. Of those Tianjiao on the list of Tianjiao, which one is not talented in cultivation? Although Liu Yi has extraordinary understanding, his cultivation talent does not seem to be outstanding. It's too strong, and you can only cultivate Qi at the 7th level at the age of 16, so the gap is not small. The other elders also nodded slightly to express their agreement. Hearing the words, the middle-aged man smiled slightly, with a strong comprehension. It means that his speed of comprehending the exercises is not bad. If this little guy has a powerful cultivation method, plus some cultivation resources, he will be able to cultivate. He has been promoted. On the contrary, the perception of the bottleneck can't be done without comprehension, and I am more optimistic about this little guy. These words made the eyes of the other elders flicker, and they also agreed. Anyway, it's a good thing that my Baiun sect has one more genius. In the arena, after the roar, Liu Yi and Tai Man retreated at the same time. Liu Yi shook his hands, feeling a little numb. It has to be said that Timon's strength is the strongest he has encountered after awakening Goldfinger. His current Baiun swordsmanship has used all the power of Gaijin realm, and still cannot completely suppress Timon. Even, Timon's physical strength was so strong that Liu Yi's hands felt a little numb after the collision. But that's where it gets interesting. Liu Yi smiled, and then the aura flowed, and a little more aura was output. The aura strength he used before was basically equivalent to the ordinary aura strength of the 7th level of Qi training. His Baiun Yin Qi art had reached level LV8, and the aura in his body was almost foggy. It is estimated that it will be condensed into spiritual liquid, and the quality of the spiritual energy is not comparable to that of ordinary 10th level Qi training monks. Liu Yi felt that the quality of his aura was almost comparable to that of a monk who had just entered the foundation establishment. Even if the output of aura is only increased a little, the power of Liu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship will increase a lot. With the explosion of Liu Yi's aura, his aura strengthened a lot. He looked at Timon and said with a smile, "Brother Timon, the warm-up is almost over, use more strength?" Feeling the wave of aura surging from Liu Yi's body, Tai Man's pupils shrank slightly, feeling a lot of pressure. He grinned with a serious expression on his face. "Junior brother Liu Yi, it seems that we still underestimate you a little bit." Ah, the strength of the 7th level of Qi training really makes the senior brother ashamed. But, the senior brother can't let the water go. While speaking, Tai Man's aura surged, and he gave a low drink, and the next moment, there was the roar of a tiger above the fist wind. Practicing Qi realm techniques, tiger boxing. The tiger fist, like the tiger knife, is the basic technique of the Baiun school, which is derived from the tiger's true meaning. The Lin gang that Liu Yi met before was not very strong when he used the tiger saber, but Tai Man was different. He was physically strong, and his blood was like a beast. Now he was using the tiger fist, and the tiger roared with terrifying aura. The airwaves around him almost turned into strong winds and spread in all directions. The powerful aura of the fierce tiger pressed down the chests of the weaker outer disciples around him. These disciples were shocked and looked at the ring in horror. Feeling the powerful pressure, Liu Yi smiled slightly. "Senior brother, I will do my best, and I will not let the water go." Brother Timon is a little stronger than he imagined. He needs to use the LV6 Baiun footwork. When Liu Yi was thinking in his heart, Tai Man stepped on the ground with his feet, and the floor cracked. His body was like a tiger descending the mountain, and he rushed towards Liu Yi with a tragic momentum. In a daze, Liu Yi seemed to see a huge fierce tiger rushing towards him. A sword light flashed in his eyes, and then a cloud of swords that was wider than before swept out, facing Timon. Boom! Under the roar, tiny wounds appeared on Timon's skin, which were cut open by the sword energy. However, the fresh blood made Timon even more excited. With a roar, he rushed away from Jianyun with his powerful body and rushed towards Liu Yi. Liu Yi smiled helplessly, tapped his toes, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Boom! Tai Man's fist landed on the floor, and then he felt an extremely sharp sword intent coming from behind him. The hairs on his back stood up, and when he turned his head instinctively, he saw a cloud of swords coming into view. Timon's pupils shrank, and before he had time to fight back, he could only roar angrily, burst out with spiritual energy, and crossed his hands in front of his chest. Boom! Timon's clothes were torn, Jian Yun tore sword marks on his body, blood flowed, and his body even flew upside down. However, Timon's physical body is extremely strong, and this kind of injury is not serious for him. As soon as he landed, Timon turned over. At this moment, a long sword fell on Timon's neck, and Timon's body froze immediately. Liu Yi stood in front of Timon, smiled and said, "Senior brother Timon, I've accepted." The air on and around the ring became very quiet. Then the disciples below were in an uproar. What happened just now? How could senior brother Liu Yi's speed suddenly become so fast? Yeah, that speed is completely different from before. I couldn't even see senior brother Liu Yi clearly. Is there a possibility that senior brother Liu Yi's Baiun footwork has also reached the realm of returning to true self? These words stunned the people around, and then they looked at Liu Yi with shock in their eyes. Is this impossible? Brother Liu Yi has cultivated the two basic spells to the realm of returning to the true state? How strong is that comprehension? Isn't this joke a little too big? I'd rather believe that junior brother Liu Yi hides his cultivation, but he is actually at the 8th level of Qi training. Lin Wanner, Zhang Fan, and others below the ring were also looking at the ring at the moment. Bai Yulong, Lin Wanner and several disciples on the 10th level of Qi training all had serious expressions at the moment. Zhang Fan looked at Liu Yi seriously, and he chuckled softly, "Junior brother Liu, you are really powerful. Baiun swordsmanship, Baiun footwork, all of them are true. This guy is still hiding, right? He doesn't know Baiun footwork. Have you cultivated to the limit too?" When the others heard the words, they looked at Zhang Fan speechlessly. The stern young man with two knives on his back said, "Zhang Fan, don't be crowed." Lin Wanner nodded, "That's right. If you really guessed it right, it will be difficult. I don't want to lose to a junior who is younger than me and has a lower cultivation level than me. Moreover, this junior is so handsome, what a shame." Bai Yulong took a deep breath and said slowly, "Have you ever thought about a question? Outer Sect disciples all practice one skill and two basic skills. Is there such a possibility that this guy's skills can also reach have you returned to the realm of innocence?" Zhang Fan's smile froze, and Lin Wanner and the others also froze. Probably, it's unlikely, right? On the contrary, the 9-level trio of Qi training who had already laid flat watched the show with a happy face. Anyway, they can't beat anyone, so what does it matter to them who they love? They are just passing melon eaters. Chapter 28. Timon's expression on the ring was stiff, with shock on his face. After looking at Liu Yi for a moment, he grinned and said, "Baiun's footwork in Gaijin realm?" "Yeah." Liu Yi nodded with a smile, and withdrew his long sword. Timon scratched his head, and cupped his hands to Liu Yi, "I'm convinced, junior brother Liu Yi is amazing, I lost." With that said, Timon jumped off the ring and began to adjust his breath. The top 10 competition is not just a competition. If he loses this round, the ranking of the top 5 is useless, but the bottom 5 still have to compete for competition. We will not resume the competition now. If so, the state will be worse. Liu Yi also jumped off the ring, seeing Zhang Fan and others looking at him. Liu Yi smiled shyly, "Senior brothers and sisters, what's wrong?" Bai Yulong coughed dryly, shook the folding fan in his hand, and asked, "Junior brother Liu Yi, tell us the truth, your Baiun Yin Qi art, is it also cultivated to the realm of returning to true self?" Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then he said in surprise, "Brother Bai Yulong is really smart, I can guess this." Bai Yulong and the others were silent. Even Timon, who had already started to adjust his breath, was still breathing, fluctuating at the moment. Obviously he heard this too. In the silence, Goldfinger had already come to the ring, and said, "Number 2 is on stage." Only then did everyone come to their senses. Lin Wanner jumped onto the ring at the same time as a brother who practiced Qi at the 9th level. The senior brother at the 9th level of Qi training behaved very serenely. He knew that he was not Lin Wanner's opponent, and he had no intention of fighting. Next came the third competition, between Zhang Fan and the senior sister in white who practiced the 10th level of Qi training. The senior sister in white's swordsmanship and body skills were both excellent and had reached the realm of transformation. However, Zhang Fan's strength was obviously superior. Zhang Fan practiced the saber technique, named Rujian saber technique. The saber technique was extremely sharp, completely different from his ordinary appearance. He took control of the situation as soon as he fought, forcing the senior sister in white to fight again and again. Backed away, and was finally cut out of the ring with a single knife. Liu Yi looked at Zhang Fan's saber technique, his eyes flickered, and he found that Zhang Fan seemed to have some leeway, probably not with all his strength. Brother Zhang Fan's sharp gold sword technique may have reached the realm of returning to the true state. Liu Yi sighed a little, as expected of a senior brother who could make him feel a little bit of threat. His strength is indeed powerful. The fourth comparison test was between Bai Yulong and another brother who practiced Qi at the 9th level. The weapon Bai Yulong used was a rare folding fan, which surprised Liu Yi a little. If it is above the foundation building realm, there are more magic weapons used, and all kinds of weapons are strange, but in the Qi practicing realm, more weapons such as swords and guns are used. However, Bai Yulong's folding fan is a low-grade magical weapon with extraordinary power, and the attacks performed by using the folding fan have a sharp saber intent, which is very powerful. Liu Yi looked at Bai Yulong, who was dressed in white like snow, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He found that this senior brother was quite narcissistic. Obviously it is better to use a knife to perform knife skills, but this guy uses a folding fan. Obviously he thinks a folding fan is more handsome, right? Liu Yi looked at Bai Yulong, who was pretending to be handsome, and was also thinking in his heart, whether he should also make some more handsome spells and magic tools. After all, whether you are strong or not is a matter of a moment, and whether you are handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Bai Yulong's strength is naturally extremely strong, and the brother who practiced Qi training at the 9th level was slapped out of the ring by Bai Yulong's fan without a few struggles. The rest is Li Yun, the cold and severe senior brother who uses 2 knives, and his opponent is the senior sister of the 9th level of Qi training. Li Yun is not the kind of person who will pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. His saber technique is also extremely fierce. He is merciless in the face of the senior sister who is practicing at the 9th level of Qi training. With just 2 knives, the senior sister was sent flying, causing the senior sister's eyes to turn red, a little want to cry. Liu Yi glanced at the expressionless Li Yun, feeling that this guy might be doomed. After deciding the top 5, they have an hour of interest rate adjustment time. After that, the second round of competition will start. 5 people will compete in pairs, and 1 person will have a bye. This is decided by drawing lots. Goldfinger and Liu Yi were standing on the ring, 5 jade plagues were floating in front of Liu Yi and the other 5. Goldfinger smiled and said, "Choose one." 5 people, you look at me, I look at you, and then Bai Yulong smiled slightly, "Junior brother Liu Yi, you are the youngest, so you will go first." Liu Yi smiled and had no objection, "No problem." He glanced at the 5 jade plagues, and prayed secretly, "Don't give me a bye. Don't give me a bye." He plans to compete again and get rewards. Liu Yi directly chose the jade card on the far right. After the jade card fell into his hand, he opened it to see, 1. He suddenly showed a smile, "It's not a bye. Wonderful." The 4 people at the side glanced at the jade token in Liu Yi's hand, and chose their own jade tokens one after another. After taking it, Zhang Fan was taken aback, and said cheerfully, "It seems that my luck is good." He flipped over the jade tablet, and it was blank with no numbers on it. Bai. The corner of Bai Yulong's mouth twitched slightly, and he silently took out his own jade token, 1. He looked at Lu Yi, smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't expect that we would meet." Seeing Bai Yulong's jade plaque, Lin Wanner and Li Yun's expressions softened slightly. Lin Wanner smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't meet junior brother Lu Yi and Bai Yulong. These two guys are very troublesome." Li Yun glanced at Lin Wanner, and said calmly, "What? Do you think I'm weaker than them?" Lin Wanner glanced at Li Yun, and smiled, making Li Yun's aura even more indifferent. At this time, Dugu Fang said indifferently, "The others go down, Lu Yi and Bai Yulong stay." Lin Wanner smiled at Lu Yi, "Junior brother Lu Yi, come on, beat this bratty guy." Lu Yi glanced at Bai Yulong, who had a stiff expression, and felt happy. It seems that senior sister Lin Wanner still has a little understanding of senior brother Bai Yulong's sullenness. Zhang Fan beside him patted Lu Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on." Li Yun didn't speak, he was shut up by Lin Wanner's contempt just now, and left the ring silently. After the three got off the ring, only Lu Yi and Bai Yulong were left on the ring. Seeing this, the disciples below were all in an uproar. It's going to be a duel between senior brother Lu Yi and senior brother Bai Yulong so soon. Brother Lu Yi's Baiun swordsmanship and Baiun footwork are so powerful, and senior brother Bai Yulong is the top 3 disciples in the Outer Sect. Their duel must be very exciting. Yet, both of them are geniuses in the Outer Sect. Who is stronger? Many disciples who watched were full of anticipation. Not only them, but the elders and deacons in the sky are also looking forward to it. Lu Jiang and Wang Saiqi are no longer worried because Lu Yi entered the top 10. Anyway, they must enter the inner sect. It can only be said that winning one is profitable, there is no pressure, and the same is true looking forward to how strong Lu Yi can show. On the ring, Lu Yi looked at Bai Yulong and said to himself, "I want to defeat senior brother Bai Yulong." The next moment, words appeared in front of Lu Yi's eyes. He glanced at the text, was taken aback for a moment, and then he was very pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be such a reward. Chapter 29 Lu Yi and the Old Man are destined. Task: defeat Bai Yulong, progress, 0/1. Reward, a wisp of sword intent. Whether to accept, yes/no. Sword intent. Lu Yi didn't expect that the reward would be this one. The last time he encountered the task of rewarding artistic conception was the task of making senior sister Lu Ningxuang fall in love with him. Although this is just a ray of sword intent, artistic conception is artistic conception. This is a powerful means that only a master in the void realm can have. Even a ray is extremely powerful, enough to increase Lu Yi's combat power by a large margin. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled, he looked at Bai Yulong with a warm smile on his face, "Brother Bai Yulong, please give me your advice." Bai Yulong was taken aback by Lu Yi's enthusiasm, and quickly smiled, "Junior brother Lu Yi, please give me some advice." Dugu Fang's voice sounded, "Start." Hearing this, Bai Yulong stretched out his folding fan, the spiritual flow circulated, and there was a breeze around his body, and his figure disappeared. Lu Yi smiled slightly, followed the same Baiun footwork, and disappeared in place. The next moment, in the central area of the arena, the bodies of the two appeared at the same time. Lu Yi's long sword and Bai Yulong's folding fan had strong aura surging and collided together. Boom! The sharp sword chi and saber air turned into aftermath waves that raged, drawing traces on the ring. Then the bodies of the two disappeared at the same time, and reappeared in the next instant, and the sound of collision sounded again. Bai Yulong's footwork is much stronger than Tai Man's, and his speed is faster. When facing Tai Man, Lu Yi can use his speed advantage to find Tai Man's weakness with lightning speed and defeat him. For Bai Yulong, Lui couldn't do this. In terms of attacking techniques, Bai Yulong's sword technique is very powerful. Although it is not small compared to Lui's Baiun sword technique, his cultivation level is high enough. I'm afraid he has been in the 10th level of Qi training for a while. Deep and powerful. As a result, the battle between the two was stalemate for a while, and Lui showed a slight advantage, but unfortunately, this advantage was not too great, and could not even be transformed into a victory. On the arena, the battle between the two fluctuated extremely violently, and the aftermath of translucent waves turned into strong winds and spread to the surroundings. All the outer disciples nearby were shocked. It's too strong, whether it's senior brother Lui or senior brother Bai Yulong, they are all too strong. Yet, I'm afraid I can't resist their random blow. Brother Bai Yulong doesn't matter, after all, he is at the 10th level of Qi training, and he is only one step away from the foundation establishment state, but junior brother Lui is only at the 7th level of Qi training, and he is so powerful. It's so terrifying. Boom! There was another collision. Lui and Bai Yulong retreated at the same time, and landed on two corners of the ring. Bai Yulong let out a breath of turbid air to calm down the vibrating spiritual energy in his body. He took a deep breath, looked at Lui, and said, "Junior brother Lui, be careful." The aura around him flowed into the folding fan in his hand, and with a clang sound, an incomparably sharp aura escaped from the fan, and his aura also rose a bit accordingly. Bai Yulong fully activated the power of the magic weapon in his hand. Seeing this, Lui smiled slightly, and poured spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand, and there was a sharp sword intent flowing on the long sword. The long sword in his hand is also a magic weapon. When Lao Lu bought it for him before, he spent a lot of spirit stones. After the two activated the magic weapon, they disappeared in place again and fought together. Boom! Two sharp, translucent energy streaked across the arena, creating two deep cracks on the arena. The cracks stretched for more than 10 meters before stopping. With the activation of the magic weapon, the power of the two people's spells also increased a lot. After one blow, the two attacked again and again, colliding with each other, or dodging. Each attack carried terrifying power, making the arena even more chaotic. After fighting again for hundreds of rounds, Bai Yulong's aura began to weaken slowly, and he was actually repelled by Lui under one blow. On the ring, Bai Yulong stepped back to the edge of the ring with his toes on the ground, looked at Lui in the distance, gasped slightly, and his expression was a little distorted. "Junior brother Lui, haven't you exhausted your spiritual energy yet?" Lui felt that about 2/3 of the aura remained in his body, glanced at the aura that had become thinner around Bai Yulong, coughed dryly, and said, "It's almost here, the aura is almost bottoming out." Hearing the words, Bai Yulong took a deep breath, a sharp look appeared in his eyes, and he once again faced Lui. Boom boom boom! The sound of battle sounded again. This time the confrontation only lasted for dozens of rounds. Bai Yulong was knocked out, he backed up repeatedly after landing, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his face was slightly pale, looked at Lui who was still alive and well, said, "Junior brother Lui. You are lying. How do you look like you are about to bottom out?" Seeing Bai Yulong's resentful expression, Lui gave a dry cough and said against his will, "It's really fast, there's less than a quarter left." Bai Yulong? He looked at Lui in disbelief. "There is still a quarter of the aura, you call this almost bottomed out?" Zhang Fan and the others under the ring also had strange expressions. Lin Wanner shouted, "Junior brother Lui is a monster, right? Bai Yulong is at the 10th level of Qi training, but the amount of spiritual energy is not as good as that of him at the 7th level." Zhang Fan's expression was serious, and he said, "Didn't you hear what this guy said? His Baiun Yin Qi art has already reached the realm of returning to the true state, and the concentration of spiritual energy is probably far higher than the 7th level of ordinary Qi training. Even Li Yun, who had a cold expression, was speechless and said, "How can this exceed the 7th level of Qi training? Bai Yulong's spiritual energy consumption has bottomed out, and this guy still has a quarter of his spiritual energy, which is simply far more than Qi training 10th floor, okay." In the sky, Lonely Fang and the elders were also very surprised at the moment. An elder from the inner sect looked at Lu Yi and exclaimed, "This little guy is really amazing. He has cultivated 1 skill and 2 skills in the realm of Qi training, and this little guy has all reached the realm of returning to the true state. Yeah, this kind of comprehension is simply rare. Even among the core disciples, there are not many who can match it, right? I think this kid is good at practicing swordsmanship, so he is very suitable to inherit my mantle and become a swordsman. I plan to take him as an apprentice." A grey-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled. Suddenly, the atmosphere among the elders stagnated, each elder looked at the old man at the same time, and then exploded. "Old man, what are you talking about? You deserve it too. That's right. This kid is so talented in physical skills, he should follow me to learn escapism. Fuck off. Shameless things, I got a pretty good fragment of the God transformation technique from the ruins, and I have been struggling to comprehend it. I plan to pass it on to this little guy. He should be my disciple." The old man feels that Lu Yi and the old man are destined. The elders from the inner sect stared wide-eyed and blushed. Chapter 30 Sword Intent enters the body. At this moment, Dugu Fang snorted coldly and said, "Enough is enough." His aura at the peak of the golden core dissipated, and many inner sect elders immediately looked over, they were also in the golden core state. Dugu Fang sneered, and swept across the crowd, "You shameless people, you are not even a nascent soul, how dare you accept Lu Yi as a disciple? Are you afraid of misleading your disciples?" When the elders heard this, they were immediately unhappy. "No, Dugu old man, what you said is wrong. What happened to the golden core? The golden core is not human. It can't compare to the nascent soul old monster. I think the level of teaching disciples is still acceptable. Go talk about that in front of those nascent soul elders in Yushui Peak." Dugu Fang said quietly. The elder who spoke suddenly fell silent. "Well, Jindan is indeed no match for nascent soul." Dugu Fang opened his mouth and said, "Lu Yi realized 1 skill and 2 skills. That's because outer disciples can only practice these few skills. How do you know where his limit is? Such a talent, don't even think about it, it's better to find other disciples." When the elders heard the words, their faces changed for a while, and then they all sighed. "That's all. When the big competition is over and this kid's strength is spread, I'm afraid those nascent soul monsters will also be alarmed. I think this Bai Yulong is also quite good, with a solid foundation, he can be considered as a disciple." One by one the elders decided to give up, and turned their attention to others. Those who can enter the top 10 also have certain talents. For them, they are also good choices for disciples. When they were communicating, the battle on the ring was basically decided. When Bai Yulong heard that Lu Yi still had nearly a quarter of his aura, he became numb. Lu Yi attacked again, depleting his aura. The Bai Yulong, who was about the same size, couldn't resist it at all. In just a few rounds, Bai Yulong was knocked out of the ring by a sword. After Bai Yulong landed on the ground, he took a few steps back before he stood still. He looked at Lu Yi on the ring with a resentful expression on his face, then smiled wryly, and cupped his hands at Lu Yi. "Junior brother Lu Yi is so powerful, I'm ashamed of myself." Lu Yi also smiled, cupped his hands and said, "Brother, I've accepted it." Dugu Fang landed on the ring, nodded slightly to Lu Yi, smiled softly and said, "Not bad, go down and recover." Lu Yi nodded and got off the ring. When he came to Zhang Fan and the others, Lu Yi saw the weird expressions on their faces, so he smiled shyly, "Senior brothers and sisters, why are you looking at me like that? Are you a monster?" Lin Wanner asked. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines. Sister Lin, I'm just an ordinary human monk. This is definitely slander, right? When everyone heard Lu Yi's words, they didn't know how to complain for a while. Does this guy have some huge misunderstanding of the ordinary? At this time, Du Fang's voice sounded, Lin Wanner and Li Yun are on the stage. Lin Wanner and Li Yun looked at each other when they heard the words, soared into the air and came to the ring. And Zhang Fan smiled at Lu Yi, junior brother Lu Yi, recover well, there will be a competition later. Lu Yi nodded, sat cross-legged, pretended to close his eyes, and pretended to be recovering. In fact, Lu Yi didn't consume much. At the end of the day, he still had about 2/3 of his aura, and even his recovery speed was very fast. In just a short while, he had already recovered a lot. But if you don't pretend, you will really be treated as a monster. Lu Yi feels that he is still a normal person. Lu Yi closed his eyes, just looking at the task he had completed. The task of defeating Bai Yulong has been completed and can be claimed at any time. Lu Yi thought for a while, the sword intent is not a real thing, but a perception, and it is no problem to receive it now. He couldn't wait to see how powerful the sword intent was. Lu Yi chose to receive the reward with his mind, and suddenly, a sword light flashed in his mind. This sword light was extremely sharp, but also extremely pure, as if it wanted to split the darkness in Lu Yi's mind. Then a lot of mysterious information appeared in Lu Yi's mind, all of which were information about sword intent. Lu Yi was like a sponge, absorbing this information, and his understanding of the way of swordsmanship improved at a frightening speed. After a while, Lu Yi completely absorbed and fused this ray of sword intent, and slowly opened his eyes. A ray of sword light flashed away in his eyes. He exhaled slightly, his heart full of surprises. As expected of sword intent, if sword intent is added, the power of his Baiun swordsmanship in Gaijin realm can be greatly improved. If it is used on Baiun swordsmanship above LV7, the power will be even more exaggerated. Lu Yi was a little excited, glanced at Bai Yulong beside him, and said to himself silently, I want to defeat senior brother Bai Yulong. Task. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Defeat Bai Yulong, Progress, 0/1. Reward, a wisp of sword intent. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lu Yi was even happier. Wonderful. From now on, it seems that I am much closer to senior brother Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong at the side felt Lu Yi's gaze, looked over, saw Lu Yi's kind expression. Bai Yulong didn't know why, but felt a little cold in his heart. He asked suspiciously, Junior brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Yi silently accepted the task in his heart, smiled and said, it's all right, I just think senior brother Bai Yulong has an extraordinary bearing and is very handsome. Bai Yulong's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth raised, he snapped open the folding fan, and said with a smile, Junior brother Lu Yi is too honest, I like such honest people, senior brother. Lu Yi said with a serious face, brother, my biggest advantage is sincerity. After entering the inner sect, we brothers and sisters can continue to discuss and learn from each other when we have time. It's easy to talk about. Bai Yulong said with a smile. Zhang Fan on the side looked at Lu Yi, a little confused, Junior brother Lu, why do I feel that you seem to be a little different? Is it my illusion? Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and was taken aback. He didn't expect senior brother Zhang Fan to have such a strong intuition. As soon as he realized the sword intent, senior brother Zhang Fan noticed it a little bit. Lu Yi smiled and said, when I was fighting senior brother Bai Yulong just now, I felt a little bit better, so I should have made some progress. Bai Yulong? He looked at Lu Yi blankly, his mind full of question marks. No. Obviously the two of them didn't fight together. Why did he have no sense? Bai Yulong couldn't understand it, and Zhang Fan beside him was also a little speechless. Junior brother Lu Yi, your understanding is really enviable. Liu Yi laughed happily and said, "Senior brother is too flattering." At this moment, there was a roar from the arena. Liu Yi and the others looked over and saw Li Yun flying out of the arena and staggering to the ground. Lin Wanner's pretty face on the ring was pale, there were 2 knife marks on her arm, there was blood overflowing, and her breath was weak, but there was a smile on her face. Tugu Fang's voice sounded, "Lin Wanner won." Li Yun's expression was a little depressed, he snorted coldly, came to the side, sat down without saying a word, and began to shut himself up. And Lin Wanner jumped off the ring with a smile, "Hey, Li Yun, how's it going? Is this miss better?" Li Yun glanced at the proud Lin Wanner, and became even more self-contained, exuding an aura of great injustice. Tugu Fang on the ring said calmly, "Then adjust the breath for an hour, and start the confrontation of the top 3. Chapter 31 Spell Rewards. Hearing this, Lin Wanner stopped hitting Li Yun, came to the side and sat down, and began to adjust her breath. Her injury is not serious, and she needs to recover to a better state. Others are also adjusting their breath. After deciding the top 5, they also have to decide the ranking of the bottom 5. Time passed, and soon after an hour passed, Tugu Fang appeared on the ring again, and said calmly, "The top 3 will go to the ring." Liu Yi, Zhang Fan, and Lin Wanner got up and floated onto the ring. Tugu Fang took out 3 jade cards, floated in the air, and said calmly, "One of the 3 has a bye, and the 2 of them will compete to decide the second place, and then compete with the one who has the bye for the first place." The 3 of Liu Yi looked at each other, Lin Wanner smiled and said, "Junior brother Liu Yi, should you go first?" Liu Yi smiled, "Of course I don't care." He reached out and took a jade tablet, and opened it. 1. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little happy in his heart, and there was another competition, which meant that there was another reward. Not bad. Seeing Liu Yi taking the jade token, Zhang Fan and Lin Wanner also stretched out their hands. Taking the jade card and looking at it, Lin Wanner's face collapsed, Zhang Fan next to him chuckled, and flipped over his own jade card, "I'm by." Liu Yi glanced at Zhang Fan strangely, could this guy be the son of luck? Luckily, I got a buy both times. Sure enough, those with the character Fan in their names are unusual. Tugu Fang smiled and said, "In that case, when Zhang Fan goes down to the ring, Liu Yi and Lin Wanner should prepare." Zhang Fan nodded and got off the ring. Tugu Fang also rose into the air, leaving Liu Yi and Lin Wanner on the stage. Lin Wanner looked at Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Liu Yi, can you let senior sister wait?" Liu Yi smiled and said, "Senior sister is amazing, I'm afraid I may not be your opponent." Lin Wanner stared wide-eyed, and looked at Liu Yi speechlessly, "Won't your conscience hurt when you talk nonsense with your eyes open?" Liu Yi felt that his body was quite healthy, and his conscience didn't hurt, so he said solemnly, "Senior sister misunderstood me, I never tell nonsense." While speaking, Liu Yi murmured silently in his heart, "I want to defeat senior sister Lin Wanner." Task: Defeat Lin Wanner, Progress, 0/1. Reward, Foundation Establishment Technique for Getting Dust Technique. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi froze for a moment, feeling a little startled. Spell? I didn't expect it to be such a reward. Liu Yi originally thought that the rewards for the sparring type of missions were all kinds of cultivation resources and the like. Didn't he expect that there were even spells? I just don't know what type of technique this Wang Chen technique is. Because he didn't complete the task, Liu Yi couldn't understand the content of this spell in detail. In addition, Liu Yi has a doubt in his heart. If he completes this mission and continues to defeat Lin Wanner, what reward will he give? Won't there be another for getting the dust technique? Or another technique? If it's really other spells, then that's great. He can find a lot of spells with senior sister Lin Wanner for a few more brushes. Liu Yi is looking forward to it. After this task is completed, let's try it a little bit. At this moment, Dugu Fang's voice sounded, let's start. Liu Yi and Lin Wanner looked at each other, and the two of them had their spirits flowing, pulled out their long swords, and disappeared in place at the same time. Lin Wanner's strength is extraordinary, but she is not as good as Bai Yulong, and naturally she is no match for Liu Yi. As before, Liu Yi put some water in and used a little less force during the battle. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Lin Wanner's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, her forehead was covered with sweat, and she was panting frequently. She retreated to the edge of the ring, glared at Liu Yi who seemed to be fine, and said helplessly, I won't fight. Admit defeat. Liu Yi smiled and said, Senior sister accepts. And neither the elders nor the disciples were surprised by Lin Wanner's surrender. After all, the strength that Liu Yi showed before was not comparable to that of Lin Wanner. After Lin Wanner conceded defeat, Dugu Fang appeared on the ring again and said, Liu Yi wins. He turned his head to look at Liu Yi, and smiled slightly, take a break, and then start the competition for the first place. Liu Yi nodded, yes, great elder. After getting out of the ring, no one bothered Liu Yi. After all, it was the final competition for the first place. It was very important, and Liu Yi also needed to prepare well. Zhang Fan was sitting next to him in the corner of the arena, holding the back of his head with his hands, looking at Liu Yi who pretended to be recovering cross-legged, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Bai Yulong flapped his folding fan, glanced at Zhang Fan, and smiled slightly, Zhang Fan, you probably still have your trump card out? Zhang Fan was taken aback, glanced at Bai Yulong, and said with a light smile, why do you say that? Junior brother Liu Yi has shown such great strength, yet you have no intention of retreating, which means that you don't think even junior brother Liu Yi is invincible. Bai Yulong squinted his eyes and said with a light smile. Bai Yulong, you are very smart. Zhang Fan smiled. Seeing Zhang Fan's admission, Bai Yulong was even more curious, we've been in the same school for a few years, what cards do you have? It makes you think you can defeat that monster? As Bai Yulong said, he glanced at Liu Yi. He felt that his talent was pretty good, but Liu Yi, who was on the 7th level of Qi training, was able to defeat him, which made him a little frustrated. Junior brother Liu Yi is simply not human. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and did not answer. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't intend to answer, Bai Yulong curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, at the end, Zhang Fan will definitely show it. Based on Bai Yulong's understanding of Zhang Fan, the strength of the two of them was originally between the same. Zhang Fan may be slightly stronger than him, but very few are stronger. This kind of strength is not Liu Yi's opponent. In the end, Zhang Fan will definitely take out his hidden cards. The final battle is about to begin, and everyone on the stage is waiting quietly, full of anticipation. Time passed, and not long after, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Dugu Fang, who had been standing on the ring, asked, Liu Yi, have you recovered? Liu Yi smiled, okay. Very good, since that's the case. Liu Yi, Zhang Fan, let's go to the ring. After Dugu Fang finished speaking, Liu Yi and Zhang Fan looked at each other and smiled. They both flew into the air at the same time and came to both sides of the ring. Dugu Fang said slowly, the competition for the first place in the big competition starts now. After speaking, Dugu Fang soared into the air, leaving Liu Yi and Zhang Fan behind. The two looked at each other. Zhang Fan pulled out the long knife in his hand, and said with a light smile, Junior brother Liu Yi, I didn't expect that the final opponent would be you. Liu Yi also smiled, my luck is pretty good. Zhang Fan was non-committal, it's just luck that can't make it here. Okay, without further ado, let's start now. Liu Yi cupped his hands and smiled, brother Zhang Fan, please. Zhang Fan's face turned pale, his eyes flickered fiercely, the saber air flowed all over his body, and the sharp gold saber technique circulated. With a bang, a 10-meter-long saber chi slashed out, striking Liu Yi face to face. Thank you for the 281-point reward from the poor scholar. Chapter 32 Zhang Fan and number 039, S-hole card. Swish! Liu Yi's body suddenly disappeared in place, and the light of the knife cut across the ground, leaving deep marks. Zhang Fan didn't even look at the marks, and at the same time, he moved his feet and disappeared in place. Boom! The next moment, at the corner of the arena, the bodies of Liu Yi and Zhang Fan appeared at the same time, and there was a roar, and the auras of the two of them circulated, almost forming a light mask, with a halo flowing, and the powerful aftermath dissipated from the place where the two collided. It turns into a translucent air wave and radiates out. The collision lasted for a moment, and the bodies of the two disappeared in place again. The next moment, the bodies of the two flickered non-stop, and the entire arena was covered with sword lights and clouds of swords more than 10 meters long, and the roar of collisions from time to time was even more deafening. After just a moment of fighting, the arena, which was already full of scars, was in a mess. The fierce battle caused the disciples watching around to exclaim again and again. The combat power shown by the two is considered top-notch in the 10th level of Qi training, and few people can match it. The battle lasted for a moment, and the bodies of the two appeared on both sides of the ring, holding swords and looking at each other. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. He had to say that senior brother Zhang Fan was stronger than senior brother Bai Yulong. His Baiyun swordsmanship and Baiyun footwork had already reached the limit of Gaijin realm. I input a lot, and the quality has been improved again and again, but in the end, I still can't suppress this senior brother. At this moment, Zhang Fan took a deep breath and said slowly, Junior brother Liu Yi, is this your best effort? Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, then thought about the LV7 and LV8 Baiyun swordsmanship and Baiyun technique that he hadn't used yet, the almost atomized aura, and the sword intent he had just mastered, coughed dryly, and said, It's close, I did my best. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression changed, that means you're not doing your best yet? Regarding Liu Yi, Zhang Fan felt that he already understood a little bit. What he said was close to full strength, and he couldn't believe a word. He must have left a lot of strength. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, In this case, brother, I will use my strongest move, and the victory will be determined with one move. Liu Yi was taken aback, and he became a little curious. With the current strength shown by senior brother Zhang Fan, he should not be threatening to him. The one that made him feel a little threatened before should be the strongest move? Liu Yi smiled and said, Brother Zhang Fan, please. Zhang Fan's face was serious, and he said slowly, I haven't fully grasped this move, and I can't take it in and out freely, you have to be careful, junior brother Liu Yi. As he said that, the aura around Zhang Fan began to surge slowly, and his aura rose rapidly. The surrounding onlookers heard the conversation between Zhang Fan and Liu Yi, and were a little puzzled. Brother Zhang Fan has shown such a strong strength, but he still has reservations? What kind of method did senior brother Zhang Fan keep? I don't think I've seen senior brother Zhang Fan use it before. Bai Yulong under the ring looked at Zhang Fan, and was even more curious, what kind of trick is this guy hiding? At this moment, Zhang Fan's whole body was like the sound of waves, his aura exploded, and the extremely powerful aura formed waves, which spread in all directions, and the waves made Zhang Fan's black hair dance non-stop. Liu Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked closely at Zhang Fan. Good guy, this momentum is a bit scary, isn't it? Seeing this, Elder Fang and the others in the sky changed their expressions slightly, a little surprised. This is Surging Wave Palm? This little guy's talent is also quite good. He can comprehend the foundation building technique after only 10 levels of Qi training? It's a bit interesting. I originally thought that the little guy Lui would win, but now it seems that there are still variables. The expressions of many elders looking at Zhang Fan also changed a little bit. Being able to comprehend the foundation building technique in the realm of Qi training, and using it, the requirements for themselves are not low. On the one hand, the foundation must be solid, on the other hand, the understanding is also be enough. Obviously, Zhang Fan's performance surprised them a little. The elders looked at the astonishingly imposing Zhang Fan, and then at Lui, all curious. Qi Feiyu smiled and said, I don't know if this little fellow Lui can block the foundation building technique? I don't think so. This little guy's Baiyun swordsmanship and Baiyun footwork have reached their limits. Even if the quality of his spiritual energy from Baiyun Yinkai art is improved, it will still be limited. It is difficult to resist the foundation building technique. Too big. An elder shook his head and said. The other elders nodded slightly to express their agreement. Even Goldfinger nodded slightly. If Lui doesn't have more means, I'm afraid he will lose. An elder laughed and said, I thought Lui would be the number one this time, but I didn't expect this little fellow Zhang Fan to hide deep enough. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi in the distance also changed their expressions when they saw Zhang Fan's astonishing momentum. Liu Jiayang frowned slightly, Jing Tao Pom? Zhang Fan actually mastered the foundation building technique? Wang Saiqi was a little worried and said, Jing Tao Pom is very powerful, Yi won't get hurt, right? To be honest, Liu Yi's ability to become the second place in the competition has greatly exceeded the expectations of Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi. Now the two are worried about whether the power of Jing Tao Pom is too strong and will hurt Liu Yi. Li Meng on the side smiled and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry, so many elders are watching, the talent of nephew Liu Yi is right there, how could those elders get hurt by seeing a genius like nephew Liu Yi? Others were also relieved. Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi thought about it, and their expressions softened. Bai Yulong, Lin Wanner and others under the arena were also looking at the astonishing Zhang Fan at the moment. Bai Yulong's pupils contracted, and he said slowly, I didn't expect Zhang Fan to hide so deeply. He still kept such a trick. Li Yun crossed his arms and said, Junior brother Liu Yi is in danger. Tai Man nodded slightly, and said, Junior brother Liu Yi shouldn't be able to stop the foundation building technique, right? Humph. I believe junior brother Liu Yi will definitely be able to block it. Lin Wanner snorted coldly, and glanced at Bai Yulong and the others. The three of them were speechless. This woman just wanted to see that Liu Yi was handsome, right? Good looks can't be regarded as strength. The three of them didn't want to talk. At this moment, Zhang Fan stepped forward and shouted, Junior brother Liu Yi, be careful. He turned his right hand into a palm, and slapped Liu Yi with a palm. Azure waves emerged, and a huge palm print with a radius of 2 meters rushed towards Liu Yi at an extremely fast speed. Where the palm print passed, the ground of the arena was cracked inch by inch, and the surrounding air seemed to be filled with aura of water, sealing off the space and not giving Liu Yi a chance to escape. Facing the powerful palm print, Liu Yi's expression was calm, and a ray of sword light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, an extremely sharp sword intent shot up into the sky, and clouds of swords rose from Liu Yi's long sword. Chapter 33. What? This is sword intent? The moment the sharp sword intent appeared, Goldfinger and the other elders stared at Liu Yi on the ring with wide eyes. I saw the sword cloud billowing towards the palm print, and the fierce sword intent amplified the Baiyun sword energy, which greatly increased the power of the Baiyun sword energy. Jianyun collided with the palm print. Boom! There was an extremely violent roar, blue and white rays of light intertwined, vigor and sword light radiated, covering the ring. The aftermath turned into a gust of wind and spread in all directions. Bai Yulong and others below the ring felt the terrible aftermath, and their faces were shocked. Quick back! The few of them retreated again and again, not daring to get too close. The outer disciples who watched the battle from behind also felt heavy in their chests, and their faces turned pale from the powerful momentum. Everyone exclaimed again and again, staring at the direction of the ring with their eyes wide open. What a terrifying power! The 10th level of Qi training can be so strong? No, what's going on with senior brother Liu Yi? Why has he become stronger again? Didn't he say that he was close to the limit? Hee, naive, do you believe what junior brother Liu Yi said? That guy is full of nonsense. Any limit is fake. Liu Jiayang, Wang Saiqi and the others in the sky looked at the surging palm wind and sword cloud on the ring, their faces full of bewilderment. This is sword intent. My God! Nephew Liu Yi has actually mastered the sword intent? He's only trained at the 7th level of Qi, and he has mastered the artistic conception. Brother Liu, do you know that nephew Liu Yi is so awesome? Liu Jiayang shook his head slowly with a dazed expression on his face. He knows shit. To be honest, if it wasn't for Dabby, he wouldn't even dare to think about Liu Yi being in the top 10 now, okay? Sword intent? He didn't even dare to think about it in his dreams. Wang Saiqi beside her also had a blank expression, which was exactly the same as Liu Jiayang's. Du Fang and other elders' expressions were shaken at this moment, and they couldn't keep calm. It's incredible, it's amazing. This little guy's talent is really incredible. That's right. The state of Qi training is enough to comprehend the artistic conception, and the future of this future is limitless. Let's not talk about the realm of Dongxiu, the realm of transforming gods, there should be a lot of hope, the realm of transforming gods. It can become one of the pillars of the Baiyun sect. All the elders were amazed. This is the artistic conception. Generally only masters in the void hole realm can master the means. Those who mastered the artistic conception before Dongxiu were not amazing geniuses, not to mention that Liu Yi is only at the Qi level now. It can be called an arrogance. After today, those bigwigs in the inner sect may not be able to sit still. Du Fang smiled. The other elders also nodded. This kind of talent is enough to make those nascent soul elders crazily rob people, even those peak masters and Taishang elders who are in the realm of transforming gods will be ready to move. While they were communicating, the collision on the ring slowly dissipated, revealing the scene of the central ring. At this moment, not a single stone slab is complete on the huge ring. Liu Yi and Zhang Fan stood at one end of the ring, facing each other. The atmosphere was solemn and they did not speak. Liu Yi's face was calm, his breath was shaking, and he was in good condition. Relatively speaking, Zhang Fan's condition was not so good. His face was pale, his breath was weak, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. Zhang Fan looked at Liu Yi with a shocked expression, and he couldn't believe it. After a moment of silence, Zhang Fan smiled helplessly, and said calmly, "Junior brother Liu Yi, you have actually mastered the sword intent." "Really?" Zhang Fan shook his head, "Brother, I admit defeat. After all, Jing Tao Pom is a foundation building technique. Zhang Fan is using it now, and the consumption of spiritual power is of course extremely exaggerated. After one blow, Zhang Fan's spiritual energy reserves are not much left. If he uses it a second time, it will be desperate up. Judging by Liu Yi's appearance, he still has a lot of strength to spare." Zhang Fan felt that there would be no difference in the result after using it a second time. Seeing Zhang Fan admitting defeat, Liu Yi smiled slightly, and said, "Brother Zhang Fan accepted, I was also lucky. I fought with senior brother Bai Yulong just now, and I have a little understanding, so I can understand the sword intent." Hearing this, Zhang Fan was taken aback, looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression, and then looked back at Bai Yulong, who was a little far away from the ring, with disgust in his eyes. "Junior Liu Yi can comprehend sword intent. What did you realize?" Of course, Bai Yulong also heard this, and he was completely dumbfounded. "No. It's obvious that everyone has a competition, so how can Liu Yi comprehend sword intent? Is this something wrong? Something is wrong, right? Bai Yulong tried his best to recall the contest with Liu Yi just now, and wanted to know how Liu Yi comprehended the sword intent, but after thinking for a long time, Bai Yulong couldn't figure it out. He was completely dumbfounded. Bai Yulong turned his head and saw Lin Wanner and the others looking at him with complicated expressions. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he said in embarrassment, "What are you looking at? Can you blame me? It's not that I want Liu Yi to got it." Lin Wanner said quietly, "Then what did you realize?" Tai Man scratched his head, "Is there such a big gap between people?" Li Yun sneered and didn't speak, just squinted at Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong. He's a little withdrawn. At this time, Lonely Fang landed on the ring. He looked at Liu Yi with a very satisfied expression, and nodded with a smile, "Not bad, not bad, to be able to comprehend the sword intent at such an age, the future will be extraordinary." Liu Yi smiled and said, "The Great Elder is flattering you." Dugu Fang smiled, looked at Zhang Fan, and nodded as well. Zhang Fan is also good, he can comprehend the foundation building technique, his understanding is also extraordinary, and the future can be expected. Zhang Fan smiled, "Great Elder, thank you." Dugu Fang laughed and said, "This year's Outer Sect Grand Competition has 2 geniuses, which is very good. Now the top 2 have been decided, you guys go down." Liu Yi and Zhang Fan nodded and left the ring. Now that the big competition has come, the top 3 have been decided, and the next step is the ranking matchup. The 4th and 5th places are of course decided between Bai Yulong and Li Yun. During the competition, perhaps because Bai Yulong had the resentment of being hit by Liu Yi, he broke out in the small universe and beat Li Yun to autistic again, becoming 4th place. The last 5 rankings were also born in the competition. The 6th place was Tai Man, the 7th place was Lu Tian, a senior sister in white who practiced 10th level of Qi training, and 3 senior brothers and sisters who were training 9 levels of Qi training. The top 10 competitions didn't end until the sun went down, and Liu Yi finished the competition early, and it was time to watch the show cheerfully. These brothers and sisters at the 9th and 10th level of Qi training are very powerful, and watching the show is still quite good, at least it is much better than when they were in the preliminaries. When all the competitions were over, Dugu just entered the ring again. He looked around and said calmly, "The Outer Sect competition is over. The top 10 disciples of the grand competition will come to the outer hall to find me a week later. I will take you to the inner sect. In addition, about the rewards for the Outer Sect grand competition will also be distributed by the affairs hall. The first place will get a low-grade magic weapon, the top-rank Foundation Establishment Pill, the second and third place will get a top-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, the fourth and the 5th place will get a medium-grade Foundation Building Pill, and the 6th to 10th place will get a low-grade Foundation Building Pill. The disciples who pass the pre-selection will get a bottle of top-grade Qi Condensation Pill, and the disciples who pass the audition will get a middle-grade Condensation Pill. A bottle of Qi Dan. Chapter 34 Invincible? What invincibility? The rewards for the Outer Sect contest are basically the same every year, so there is no surprise for Liu Yi and others. For them, the Foundation Establishment Pill is a good thing, it can increase the chance of breaking through the Foundation Establishment realm. The first low-grade magic weapon is of course more precious, but the most important thing is the top 10 places that can enter the inner sect. This is the best part. Okay, that's all for today, everyone can leave. After Dugu Fang finished speaking, he disappeared into the ring. Liu Yi and the others looked at each other, and Bai Yulong fanned his folding fan slightly, and said with a smile, "Everyone, Dabby is also tired, I have to go back and get some rest, and I will leave." Zhang Fan nodded to Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "Junior Liu Yi, I have time to discuss." Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "No problem." After that, everyone left separately. Like before, Liu Yi returned home without waiting for Liu Jiayang and Wang Sike. After returning to his room, Liu Yi couldn't wait to start receiving the rewards. There are too many rewards to receive this time. Task: participate in the Baiun Sect Outer Sect Grand Competition, completed. Defeat the Iron Man, completed. Defeat Lin Weiner, completed. Defeat Zhang Fan, completed. Of the 4 missions that have been completed, the one that Liu Yi is most looking forward to is the first one. The Baiun Zone Grand Competition task looked like a relatively big task at first glance. Liu Yi won the first place. I wonder what rewards there will be? Liu Yi clicked on the Dabi mission. Task: participating in the Baiun Sect Outer Sect Grand Competition, the rewards are determined according to the ranking. Completed. Rewards: Purple Jade Bell, a high-grade magic weapon, Thunder Spirit Liquid 1, Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill 5, Baiun Swordsmanship Level +1, Baiun Footwork Level +1, Baiun Qi Yinju Level +1. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Liu Yi. He stared at the reward with wide eyes, and his breathing was a little short. The rewards for this task are too generous, right? Needless to say, high-grade magic weapons, even Jindan monks still use magic weapons of this level. This purple jade bell is a defensive magic weapon, which can activate a shield, and even resist the 3 attacks of Jindan monks. Basic cultivators are basically unable to break through the defense. It is a life-saving good thing. Liu Yi also knew that Lei Ling Yi was a kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure, which could be used to build foundations. Generally speaking, when a monk breaks through from the Qi training realm to the foundation realm, he can break through with the foundation establishment pill, but if he uses a special heaven, material, and earth treasure to break through, he can build a more powerful Dao foundation. The treasure can make Daiji have an affinity effect on different attributes, so that in the future, it will be more effective with less effort to practice the spells of this attribute. Generally speaking, qualified monks or geniuses will choose to find suitable natural materials and earth treasures to build a foundation. Of course, not all treasures of heaven, material, and earth can be used to break through. This kind of treasure of heaven, material, and earth is rare and extremely precious. The spiritual liquid is one of them, and it is also an extremely precious one. If Liu Yi uses the Thunder Spirit liquid to build the foundation, the future Dao foundation will be more compatible with the Dao of Thunder, and the practice of Thunder will get twice the result with half the effort. This thing is much more precious than a high-grade magic weapon. As for the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill, it is also an extremely precious treasure. The probability of breakthrough of the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill is limited, and the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill has the highest probability of promotion. There is also a very high probability of breaking through. If it is combined with Tiankadabao, the foundation for building will of course be more solid. The remaining 3 rewards will increase the level of Liu Yi's technique and Kung Fu by 1. In this way, Liu Yi's Baiun Swordsmanship, Baiun Footwork, and Baiun Yin Qi Art will all be raised to LV9. Liu Yi is not very clear about the power of Baiun Swordsmanship and Baiun Footwork raised to level 9, but it is definitely several times stronger than the Baiun Swordsmanship and Baiun Footwork in the Gaijin realm, and it should not be better than ordinary foundation building techniques difference. As for Baiun Yin Qi Ju raised to LV9, Liu Yi's cultivation speed will be faster, maybe he will be able to break through to the peak of Qi training in a short time, and start preparing to break through to the foundation building state. Liu Yi was very satisfied with these rewards, and he quickly chose to receive them. Immediately, all the rewards were realized. On Liu Yi's table appeared a small palm-sized, very delicate purple jade clock, which was a top-grade magic weapon, the purple jade clock. There are also 5 purple pills on the side, which are very crystal clear, which are the perfect foundation building pills. And next to it is a transparent crystal bottle. There is a drop of purple liquid in the crystal bottle. There are lightning arcs flowing inside the liquid, which is the Thunder Spirit liquid. Liu Yi put away all these treasures and put them in his arms. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in his mind, all of which were about Baiyun swordsmanship, Baiyun footwork, and Baiyun Yinkai art. These esoteric information made Liu Yi's brain a little swollen, and he couldn't help frowning. After a while, Liu Yi exhaled slightly, absorbed the information, and raised his skills to LV9. He felt the changes in the next 2 spells and 1 exercise, and the corners of his mouth were raised with a smile. The harvest this time is too great. If you use LV9 techniques and exercises, Liu Yi feels that there is no big problem for him to deal with ordinary low-level foundation building monks now, right? Coupled with the words of Liu Yunboots and Ziu Zhong, Liu Yi felt that he should be invincible in the foundation establishment realm, and he had a certain hope of escaping from the Jindan boss. You know, Liu Yi is only practicing Qi level 7 now. How to write the word invincible? Just look at him. But soon, Liu Yi woke up in his heart, no way. Do not inflate. Liu Yi quickly hinted to himself in his heart. I'm simply a dish dog. It's so delicious. You have already practiced the 7th level of Qi, and you still want to run away from the Golden Core Cultivator? How useless! Have the ability to crush Jindan cultivators. She was already 16 years old before practicing Qi level 7. Considering that senior sister Lu Ningxuang was already a Golden Core at 19 years old, this cultivation talent is not as good as entering a factory to make screws. Invincible? What invincibility? Among other things, are you invincible in Bianzong? No. Practice hard and make progress every day. Stupid bird flies first. After hinting to himself for a while, Liu Yi calmed down. Well, I'm still an ordinary Qi cultivator, so I have nothing to be proud of. Liu Yi began to receive other rewards. The reward for defeating senior brother Timan was 4 perfect Huangming pills. After receiving it, Liu Yi put it away, thinking in his heart that after going to the inner sect, he would find a book of body training exercises to practice. Generally speaking, the stronger the foundation of Qi training realm, the stronger the Dao foundation will be. He feels that he has to practice in every aspect. After practicing to the limit, the Dao foundation should not be weak. The foundation is the most important thing. Lin Wanner's reward was the special spell for getting the dust. After Liu Yi received it, messages entered Liu Yi's mind one after another. After Liu Yi absorbed the information, his face gradually became weird. Strictly speaking, Wang Chen technique is a technique that involves the soul. This technique can make the opponent forget the memory for a period of time. The greater the difference in mental power, the higher the success rate of this technique. Liu Yi was a little silent. Good guy, isn't this just making the other party lose his memory? I always feel that this kind of technique is usually only found in those special neon comics, right? He already had several bold uses in mind. But as soon as this usage appeared, Liu Yi resolutely put an end to these thoughts. Just kidding, Mr. Liu, is a young man who is loved by everyone, flowers are blooming, and the tree is facing the wind. How could he use such disgraceful means? He is not that kind of person. Chapter 35 The Task of Breaking Through the Realm. However, this Wang Chen technique also has certain risks. If the opponent's mental power is too much higher than yours, it may be backlashed. If this happens, your own spirit will be damaged. Liu Yi glanced at the LV1 behind the Wang Chen technique on the panel, and felt that it would be better not to try it before he had cultivated the Wang Chen technique to a high level, so as to avoid accidents. Putting aside the matter of the Wang Chen technique, Liu Yi received the final task, the reward for defeating senior brother Zhang Fan. A bottle of white porcelain bottle appeared in front of Liu Yi. He opened the bottle cap, and immediately a strong aura escaped. Satisfied, Liu Yi put the cap on the bottle. Brightling milk. This is an extremely precious cultivation resource that can improve one's talent. Liu Yi put away his things, then he thought of something, and once again issued the task of defeating senior sister Lin Wanner to himself in his heart. He was very curious whether he would give spells if he continued to issue missions. However, Liu Yi was soon disappointed. Task: defeat Lin Wanner, progress 0/1. Reward: Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill 50/Perfect Qi Condensation Pill 5. Whether to accept, yes/no. There are no spells, only pills. It was only then that Liu Yi discovered that the rewards for the original sparring tasks were somewhat random, but most of the time they were given cultivation resources such as pills. The reward of the previous forgetting the dust technique was probably due to good luck. Liu Yi released tasks about other senior brothers and sisters, and found that the rewards of Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong had not changed. They were still 1 drop of brightling milk and a wisp of sword intent, while Timon's rewards were reduced, from 4 perfect Huang Mingdan became 3 pieces, and the rewards of the other brothers were all perfect Qi condensation pills, which was nothing special to Liu Yi. Liu Yi felt helpless, and when he went to the Inner Sect in the future, he might have to go to the Inner Sect to see if there were any new targets for discussion. At the same time, Liu Yi is also thinking about whether there are other rewards for other tasks. If there are more rewards, his strength can be improved faster. It's better to get 1,000-year spiritual milk, 10,000-year spiritual milk or something, then it will be very beautiful. Just when Liu Yi was having a sweet dream, Wang Saiqi's voice sounded, "Year, are you back?" Liu Yi came back to his senses and responded with a smile, "Here we come." Liu Yi won the first place in the contest. Wang Saiqi and Liu Jiayang were naturally extremely happy, and they were also very proud that their son had become so outstanding. Liu Jiayang specially went to buy some expensive elixir and beast meat, and let Wang Saiqi prepare a table of delicious dishes for the family to celebrate. Liu Jiayang drank a lot of wine and talked a lot with Liu Yi. As a father, he naturally hoped that Liu Yi would achieve something. Although Liu Jiayang is the deacon of the Outer Sect and has a certain status in the Outer Sect, he has also suffered a lot of grievances and anger. Now Liu Yi's talent has become stronger for some reason, and he has a bright future in the future. He is also very happy in his heart. He also does not want Liu Yi to be like him, just to be a deacon of the Outer Sect. Wang Saiqi was also very happy. She drank a little even though she didn't drink alcohol on weekdays, and said that her son had grown up, proud and lost, and her mood was very complicated. Although Liu Yi came from time travel, he was also born and raised by 2 people. Seeing the 2 happy, Liu Yi was also very happy. Looking at the still young faces of Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, Liu Yi thought in his heart that when he reaches the Foundation Establishment realm in the future, he will have more resources, which can help Lao Liu and his mother to cultivate, making them stronger and stronger. Live forever. That night, Liu Yi did not practice, and the 3 of them chatted until very late, and Liu Yi went back to his room to rest. During this period of time, Liu Yi practiced very hard every day, and he was also a little tired and tense. After a night's rest, Liu Yi was refreshed, and on the contrary, his mood was open. Cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest, and occasional rest can improve the efficiency of practice and improve the mentality. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of visitors to Liu Yi's house. Colleagues of Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, who were also deacons, came to the door with gifts. Congratulations to Liu Yi for winning the first place in the Outer Sect competition and entering the Inner Sect. They are full of envy for Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi. After all, Liu Yi will become a strong man in the future. As parents, Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi will be able to enjoy the glory no matter what. Maybe they will form a golden core at some point, and they will no longer be the same as them. At the same time, some elders also came to congratulate, including Qi Fiyu, the elder of the affairs hall where Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi belonged. Liu Yi also learned that Qi Fiyu took great care of Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi, and Qi Fiyu also respected him very much, which made Qi Fiyu's old face shine. At the 7th level of Qi training, he has cultivated 2 techniques and 1 Kung Fu to the state of returning to the original, and even mastered the genius of the sword. He respects him. How can Qi Fei be unhappy? After all, he is just an ordinary golden core cultivator. If there is no accident, he will not be able to break through to the nascent soul in this life. Lui is different from him. Breaking through the nascent soul in the future will be almost easy. If there is a little chance, it is not difficult to transform into a god, and there is even hope to become a cultivator of Dongxiu. He can be regarded as a giant in Qingzhou, and he can be regarded as a strong man in the entire eastern region. Qi Fei secretly planned to take more care of Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi in the future. In addition, some elders from the inner sect came to Liu Yi, hoping that Liu Yi would join their peak, but Liu Yi said that he planned to participate in the assessment of Ling Luo Peak, so no one bothered him anymore. Apart from the visitors, Zhang Fan also came to see Liu Yi once, and when Liu Yi proposed to discuss, Zhang Fan naturally readily agreed. The two found a quiet grove and discussed for an afternoon. When Zhang Fan left, Liu Yi had 20 drops of brightling milk in his hand. He sent Zhang Fan away enthusiastically, hoping that he would come again next time. In addition to Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong and Li Yun also came here once, and Liu Yi also sparred all afternoon. After Liu Yi obtained the 5th ray of sword intent from Bai Yulong's task reward became 5 pieces of Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. Liu Yi was a little disappointed, he still wanted to improve his sword intent. However, the 5 strands of sword intent still made Liu Yi's sword intent not weak, and its power was several times stronger than that of the first strand. As for Li Yun's reward, it was the ordinary Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. Liu Yi also needs the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill to practice now. Of course, he will not refuse anyone who comes. Li Yun is a fighting maniac. After one afternoon, Liu Yi got a full 75 Qi condensation pills from him, which is outrageous. In addition to the Qi condensing pills obtained later from Bai Yulong and before, Liu Yi has more than 100 perfect Qi condensing pills, which can be cultivated for a period of time. This made Liu Yi very happy. Time passed like this, and it was the 6th night. Liu Yi sat cross-legged in the room, his whole body was circulating, and his aura fluctuated violently. In Liu Yi's body, the aura contained in the brightling milk was surging, and his cultivation was improving at an extremely fast speed. LV9's Biun in training energy is absolutely unreasonable. Liu Yi felt that even the foundation building monks might not be able to absorb spiritual energy faster than him. Generally speaking, the aura contained in a drop of brightling milk is enough for a monk at the 7th level of Qi training to refine it for several months, but for Liu Yi, it can be completely absorbed in just one night. With such absorption efficiency, Liu Yi's cultivation speed is of course very fast. Just as the aura was running, Liu Yi felt a barrier. The bottleneck of the 7th level of Qi training has arrived. Liu Yi was overjoyed. He broke through to the 8th level of Qi training in less than a month. This speed is simply incredible, right? Just when Liu Yi was about to break through, he suddenly paused and thought of one thing. By the way, he issued a mission to break through the realm. Did it have any effect? Liu Yi felt weird. When he broke through to the 7th level of Qi training, he was too excited to think about it. Now, do you want to try? Liu Yi tried to say to himself, I want to break through to the 8th level of Qi training. Chapter 36 Rewards for the 8th level of Qi training. Task. Breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi training, progress, 0/1. Reward, Millennium Essence Milk *1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi? Looking at the reward, question marks slowly appeared in Liu Yi's mind. Is it really possible? Moreover, this reward turned out to be the Millennium Essence Milk? Liu Yi's heart suddenly throbbed. When he broke through to the 7th level of Qi training, he didn't release the mission. He suffered a blood loss. Liu Yi wanted to cry a little, and took several deep breaths before recovering. The past is in the past, and regretting is useless. In the future, you have to develop a good habit and issue various mission instructions anytime and anywhere to see if you can trigger the mission. Liu Yi made up his mind and accepted the task at the same time. Afterwards, Liu Yi activated the Biun Qi Yinju and began to attack the bottleneck. The Biun Qi Yinju has reached level LV9, and its power is much stronger than before. When Liu Yi broke through to the 7th level of Qi training, the bottleneck was resisted for a while, but this time, with the help of the Biun Qi Yinju and the Brightling Milk the aura, that bottleneck couldn't even be resisted, and was broken by Liu Yi almost instantly. The spiritual energy circulated in Liu Yi's body, and it was also slowly tempering Liu Yi's physical body. He slowly exhaled a foul breath, and opened his eyes. Qi training level 8. This time, Liu Yi was not as surprised as last time. Breakthroughs will be commonplace for him in the future, and he has to learn to adapt. After the breakthrough, Liu Yi directly chose to receive the reward. A porcelain bottle appeared in Liu Yi's hands. He opened it and smelled it. The concentration of spiritual energy released far exceeded that of Brightling milk. He put the Millennium Essence milk into his bosom, feeling a little distressed. He had too many good things now. What kind of 100-year spirit milk, Millennium spirit milk, high-grade magic weapon, perfect foundation building pill, etc. He didn't even know where to put it. Fortunately, you can enter the inner door tomorrow, and after entering the inner door, you will be given a space ring. Liu Yi was counting on a space ring to put all kinds of good things for him. With the lessons learned from the past, Liu Yi was afraid that he would forget, so he announced the task of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi training in his heart. As expected, the reward was still a drop of Millennium Essence milk. Looking at the reward, he suddenly got motivated, closed his eyes, and began to practice happily. Early the next morning, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of inspiration in his eyes. After one night of practice, he absorbed the aura of the 100-year-old spirit milk, which completely stabilized the 8th level of Qi training. After getting up and getting out of bed, Liu Yi stretched his waist, left the room, and came to the lobby of the main house. In the hall, Liu Jiayang was sitting in front of the table, wiping his treasured middle-grade magic weapon long sword. Liu Yi glanced at it and then looked away. If it was before, he would definitely want to touch it, but now, Liu, has a high-grade magic weapon. Seeing Liu Yi coming in, Liu Jiayang put away his long sword, smiled and said, "Year, I woke up quite early today." Liu Yi sat down at the table, nodded with a smile, "Well, I finished the training task ahead of schedule today. By the way, where's mother?" Liu Yi looked around and saw that Wang Saiqi was not there. At this time, Wang Saiqi walked in from the door, with a smile on her beautiful face, "I'm going to the kitchen to make breakfast." As she said that, she took out breakfast after breakfast from the space ring. I have to say that there is a space ring in this world, which is much more convenient than the previous world. At least when serving dishes, you don't have to worry about too many dishes. You have to carry them back and forth several times, and you can finish it once in the space ring. Liu Yi looked at the breakfast that Wang Saiqi kept bringing out, and said cheerfully, "Mother, why is breakfast so rich today?" Liu Jiayang on the side also happily said, "Can't that be rich? You brat has finally entered the inner door, and no one can hinder my wife and I from living a two-person world." The smile on Liu Yi's face froze. Wang Saiqi at the side glanced at Liu Jiayang quietly, and Liu Jiayang's smile froze. Wang Saiqi sat down, put a steamed stuffed bun in Liu Yi's bowl, and said with a smile, "Year, after entering the inner sect, you need to work hard to practice. Maybe you may not be able to come back several times a year. Today mother wants to give you make something delicious." Liu Yi met Wang Saiqi's gentle gaze, warmed his heart, and said with a smile, "Thank you, mother." Afterwards, he always felt that something was wrong, why did he feel so similar to when he entered the inner school in his previous life when he went to university and went far away? The sense of sight is a bit strong. Well, let's eat. Wang Saiqi said with a smile. Liu Jiayang's expression on the side also became serious, looked at Liu Yi, and said, Stinky boy, your talent is very good now, but you have to know that there are people outside the world, there are people outside the sky, and there are many people who are better than you. Don't cause trouble, practice hard. Liu Yi nodded quickly, and said, Old Liu, you still don't know me? I'm not the kind of person who would cause trouble. Liu Jiayang's expression softened, and he nodded with a smile, I'm still at ease with you. Speaking of this, he paused, looked at Liu Yi and said, after you enter the inner gate, are you going to Lingluo Peak? Liu Yi nodded, yes. He recalled Lu Ningxuang's pretty face in his mind, he still has a task to make his senior sister fall in love with him. Hey, it's embarrassing to think about it. Liu Jiayang nodded, I heard that Ling Lufeng's assessment is not easy, you should pay attention to it yourself. Liu Yi smiled and said, I know. Wang Saiqi didn't care and said, with Ye's talent, it's definitely no problem to enter Lingluo Peak, and maybe he can even become the master of Lingluo Peak. The three of them were talking, and after breakfast, the three of Liu Jiayang left the hall. In the small courtyard, Wang Saiqi stroked Liu Yi's hair, and said with a smile, after entering the inner door, remember to wear more clothes, and don't get tired from practicing. The most important thing is to be safe. Wang Saiqi babbled and instructed Liu Yi, but Liu Yi smiled and listened without interrupting. After a while, Liu Jiayang said, okay, it's almost time. Wang Saiqi nodded, looked at Liu Yi, and said, go. Liu Yi smiled and said, old Liu, mother, then I will leave. Liu Jiayang nodded and said, be careful yourself. Liu Yi waved at the two, then left the house and ran towards the outer hall. The Great Hall of the Outer Gate is located on Beiming Peak, not too far from Bailing Peak. With Liu Yi's speed, it didn't take long to reach it. Located on the top of Beiming Peak, there is a resplendent and extremely huge hall, which is the Outer Gate Hall. Entering the main hall is a large hall, and the elders of the Outer Gate, Dugufang and Zhang Fan, are already there. Seeing Liu Yi coming, several people looked over. Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said, Junior brother Liu Yi, it's a bit late. Liu Yi nodded with a smile and said, talk a little more with your family. Bai Yulong shook his folding fan lightly, and sighed, it's better to be junior brother Liu Yi, my family is in Bianzong. When the others heard the words, they all nodded with deep emotion. Joining the Outer Sect and becoming monks of Outer Disciples, the vast majority of families are in the secular world. Some disciples may have good family backgrounds, which can be regarded as cultivation families, and there are even princes and princesses of the dynasty. Naturally, there is no way to compare. There are quite a few kingdoms controlled by Bianzong, and even the children of princes and nobles would be proud to join Bianzong. The children of those big families and princes and nobles are okay, but the disciples of ordinary mortal origins, after joining the Outer Sect, are basically separated from their family members, and it is difficult to see them a few times in a lifetime. This feeling is very complicated for the young outer disciples. Okay, since Liu Yi is also here, let's go to the inner gate. Dugufang smiled. Everyone's eyes lit up, showing a look of anticipation, even Liu Yi was no exception, and finally went to the inner door. The inner sect is the elite of the entire Outer Sect, and the resource skills are completely different from the outer sect. Thank you Dong Yao for the 100-point reward. Chapter 37 Entering the Inner Door. A group of people left the hall and came to the square outside the outer gate hall. With a wave of Dugufang's hand, a huge sword about 10 meters long appeared in front of everyone. Liu Yi and the others were all knowledgeable. When they saw the long sword, they opened their eyes slightly, a little surprised, is this a flying sword? A magic weapon. Generally speaking, Foundation establishment cultivators can fly with their swords and use their weapons as flying tools. However, this kind of flying tools can only be used by themselves, and it is not convenient to bring people along. Otherwise, Liu Yi wouldn't have been carried away by Liu Jiayang when he went to perform martial arts. In addition to flying with general magic weapons, there is also a special flying magic weapon. The core function of this flying magic weapon is to fly on the road, not only has more functions, but also is faster. Of course, such flying magic weapons are generally quite expensive. The huge long sword in front of him is obviously a magic weapon for flying. Liu Yi and the others all showed envious expressions. The flying magic weapon is extremely precious, and the price is not cheap. There was also a look of complacency in Dugu Fang's eyes. He smiled slightly, maintained the majesty of the great elder, and said, "Go up. It's just a magic weapon for flying. In the future, as long as you work hard, you can also have it." Liu Yi and the others got on the flying sword. Dugu Fang waved his sleeve, and the flying sword rose into the air, sank into the clouds, and flew towards the inner gate. The flying sword is very fast, and it will form an aura mask during the flight to resist the strong wind, and it is very stable and comfortable to sit in. Along the way, Dugu Fang Jian introduced the situation of the lower inner sect to Liu Yi and the others. After all, the inner sect is different from the outer sect. The outer sect disciples are only the grassroots of the Baiyun sect, while the inner sect disciples are the real elites of the Baiyun sect. After entering the inner sect, the competition will definitely be more intense than the outer sect. There will be more places to pay attention to. Liu Yi and his party listened attentively. Not long after, the flying sword passed through a cloud, and a mysterious scene appeared in the eyes of Liu Yi and others. It was a huge mountain range, with 12 huge peaks soaring into the sky, and there were some small peaks around these peaks. There is a huge basin in the central area of the 12 huge peaks. Inside the basin is a small city, and in the center of the small city is a huge tower soaring into the sky. This is the trial tower of the Baiyun sect. Dugu Fang introduced it before. It is a high-level magic weapon brought back from the ruins by the seniors of the Baiyun sect. It is used for the training of inner disciples. The trial tower is surrounded by pavilions, terraces and pavilions, carved railings, and painted buildings, which is very prosperous. There are white clouds circulating in the whole area, a large number of monks are flying with swords, and white cranes are flying, looking full of immortality. Liu Yi and the others were stunned. It was completely different from the outer door of the scene. Lin Wanner and Lu Tian, as women, are even more brilliant in their eyes. Lin Wanner whispered, "It's so beautiful." Lu Tian nodded again and again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Dugu Fang chuckled and said, "This is the area of Baiyun sect's inner sect, and it will be the place where you practice and live in the future." Liu Yi and the others looked at the disciple walking with the sword, their eyes sparkled. Dugu Fang smiled indifferently, "I will take you to the inner sect affairs hall first. You have just come to the inner sect. You must first register as an inner sect disciple and receive an identity token." Liu Yi and the others nodded. With a turn of Dugu Fang Fijian, he led Liu Yi and others to the small town in the center, and soon stopped outside a huge hall. There was a huge square outside the hall, and a large number of monks rose and fell with their swords. Each of them seemed to be in high spirits, and the aura escaping was very powerful. Even Liu Yi felt the invincible aura from many disciples. However, some disciples' auras made Liu Yi feel nothing more than that. Liu Yi guessed in his heart that these disciples must have just entered the inner sect not long ago, right? Doesn't seem to be very strong? The people who came with flying swords attracted a lot of attention. After all, flying swords are rare in Baiyunzong. After seeing Dugu Fang, Liu Yi, and others on the flying sword, those brothers and sisters were also stunned. It's Elder Dugu Fang. Oh, counting the time, the outer sect competition seems to have just ended. Is this the top 10 of this year's Outer Sect competition? Outer Sect competition. I heard that there are 2 geniuses in this competition. A disciple thought of something and said with a smile. Genius? True or not? Everyone basically comes from the Outer Sect. What kind of genius is a genius from the Outer Sect? Yeah, it's a bit too much to say you're a genius. What do you know? I heard from the elders of the Outer Sect that one genius mastered the foundation building technique at the 10th level of Qi training, and the other was even more outrageous, only at the 7th level of Qi training. Both the method and one of the exercises have been cultivated to the state of returning to the true state, and even mastered the sword intent. In the future, there is a great hope to reach the state of transforming gods, and there is even hope for the state of cave. Isn't this called a genius? These words made the others stunned. They looked at Dugu Feng and the others in astonishment. Even those who didn't pay much attention at first all looked over, full of astonishment. Then the brothers and sisters were in an uproar. Really? The first one is okay to say, it is indeed very talented, but it is understandable, but what the hell is the second one? There are such characters in the Outer Sect. Such talents should not be directly brought to the inner sect. Was it cultivated? Yeah, such a talent, how can I say that they are all direct disciples of the elder Yuan Ying? Even if it is the direct disciple of the Peak Master, it is not impossible. How do I know? This is what my elder Yu Shifeng said, there should be nothing wrong. Who are these 2 disciples? Many inner disciples asked curiously, if there is a chance, we can make friends. The disciple recalled the elder's words, and said with a strange expression, the one who trained Qi at the 7th level seems to be the most handsome one in the top 10 miles, and the one who trained Qi at the 10th level seems to be the one with the most ordinary appearance? Dugu Feng, Lu Yi, Bai Yulong and the others. Zhang Fan? Although these inner disciples were a little far away and their voices were not loud, Lu Yi and the others were also high-level Qi training monks, and their hearing was not bad, so how could they not hear their discussions? Several people have very strange expressions at the moment. As the great elder, Dugu Feng's face just twitched, and then he regained his composure, while the expressions of Lu Yi and the others were much more exciting. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Fan, feeling a little embarrassed. Among other things, in terms of appearance, he really crushed senior brother Zhang Fan, but it's not good to say it directly. Lu Yi felt very embarrassed. Even if Zhang Fan's temperament is extraordinary, his face is full of black lines and his expression is stiff when he hears this. He touched his nose and said helplessly, is there something wrong with ordinary looks? Lu Yi said solemnly, Brother Zhang Fan, don't think too much, how can we not know your talent? Zhang Fan, a man's strength is the most important thing. What's the use of a boy? You're a sissy. Li Yun hugged his chest and sneered. Lu Yi? He felt offended. Bai Yulong's expression on the side was also a bit stiff. He patted his folding fan, and asked, they actually think Lu Yi is the most handsome? Isn't it? Lin Wanner glanced at Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong coughed dryly, smiled at Lin Wanner, and straightened his back. Lu Tian said softly, Bai Yulong, don't even think about it. In terms of handsomeness, you are no match for junior brother Lu. Bai Yulong's expression froze and he shut himself off. Dugu Feng coughed dryly and said, okay, let's go in. Everyone came back to their senses, and under the attention of some senior brothers and sisters, they entered the affairs hall. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 points from His Royal Highness Tianyi, the guard, and 100 points from Feng Yu. Chapter 38. Are you Lu Yi? After entering the affairs hall, Dugu Feng led Lu Yi and his party through the huge hall, and came to the area for registering inner disciples. It was a not too big room. There was an old man in grey robes lying on the armchair in the room. When he saw Dugu Feng bring someone, he stood up with a smile, Elder Dugu, this time he came a bit later than last time. Dugu Feng smiled and said, anyway, You are very leisurely here, it doesn't make any difference if you come early or late. The grey-robed old man said cheerfully, that's true. There are only a few people who enter the inner sect of Baiun sect every year. The old man really has nothing to do. As he spoke, the old man in grey robe glanced at Liu Yi and the others, and said with a smile, these little fellows are the top 10 in the Outer Sect Grand Competition? Dugu Fang nodded, yes. Then he introduced to Liu Yi and his party, this is Li Wang, the elder of the affairs hall. Liu Yi was a little surprised, he didn't expect to be an elder, no wonder he was talking and laughing with Elder Dugu. They quickly saluted respectfully. I met Elder Li. Li Wang nodded with a smile, and said, they are all good little guys, come on, I will register you. As he spoke, he walked slowly to the side table and sat down. Dugu Fang said, Liu Yi, go first. Liu Yi nodded and stepped forward to Li Wang's desk. Li Wang glanced at Liu Yi, and said with a cheerful smile, you are Liu Yi? After the grand competition, those old guys all said that a genius came out of the outer sect, and he practiced both techniques and exercises to the point of return at a young age. Realm, but also mastered the sword intent, quite extraordinary. Liu Yi laughed and said, it's the elders who praised you. Li Wang smiled and didn't say anything more. He just asked Liu Yi some basic information, registered the information, and handed over a white ring and a white token. This interspatial ring is the benefit of the inner disciples. There are several sets of inner disciples' clothes and rules of the inner sect. This introduction should be read carefully, so as not to be punished for violating the sect's rules. The tokens of the inner disciples should also be kept. In the future, you will need tokens to accept Zongmen missions, use Zongmen points, etc., and if you reissue them after you lose them, you will get flower spirit stones. Liu Yi nodded again, and took the space ring and inner gate token. Needless to say, the space ring is definitely a good thing. This inner door token was introduced by Dugu Feng on the way here. Its function is a bit like the card in the university in the previous life. It registers the basic information of inner door disciples and kin store points, transaction points, and also play the role of access control, with many functions. Liu Yi brought the space ring to his hand, put the token into the ring, and returned it. Next came Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong, and others, one by one according to the ranking. After Wan Hua received the space ring and token, everyone registered. Only then did Li Wang open his mouth and said, after registering the information, you are already disciples of the inner sect. Elder Dugu must have introduced you to the 12 peaks of the inner sect. If you don't know anything about it, you can read the introduction of the inner sect in the ring. According to your future development, choose the peak you want to go to. Although it is rumored that the 12 peaks are high and low, since they are all 12 peaks of my Baiun sect, they must have their own strengths. The most important thing is to choose the one that suits you. It should be understandable. Liu Yi and the others nodded repeatedly, thank you, Elder Li Wang, for your guidance. Li Wang waved his hand, go. Dugu Fang smiled and said, Elder Li, since that's the case, then I'll leave first. Li Wang nodded and smiled, come over to this old man when you have time, and have a drink together. No problem. Dugu Fang took Liu Yi and the others away. After leaving the affairs hall, Dugu Fang looked at Liu Yi and the others, and said with a smile, okay, from now on, you will be regarded as inner sect disciples. There are roads from Bianfeng City to all peaks, you can ask yourself. Let me remind you again that each peak is good at different directions, so make your choice according to your own conditions. Liu Yi and the others nodded to express their understanding. Afterwards, Dugu Fang bid farewell to everyone, turned into a sword light, and disappeared into the sky, leaving Liu Yi and 10 people behind. Liu Yi and 10 people couldn't wait to join the peak they yearned for. After saying goodbye to each other, they all walked towards the peak they were going to. Of course Liu Yi is going to Lingluo Peak. On the way here, Dugu Feng had already pointed out the direction of Ling Luo Peak. Liu Yi had memorized it before, and walked towards the direction of Ling Luo Peak. Bianfeng City is not small, and the roads are intricate, but to a place like 12 Peaks, you only need to ask to know the way. Liu Yi didn't spend much effort, and soon came to the foot of Ling Luo Peak. Seen from the bottom of the mountain, Ling Luo Peak looks even bigger. Although Liu Yi has never been to Mount Everest in his previous life, he feels that Ling Luo Peak is higher than Mount Everest. Liu Yi saw that at the end of the road was a path leading to the mountain. The path was composed of stone steps, and there were 2 male monks who were not young at the intersection. These 2 male monks were not wearing the costumes of the inner disciples, but the costumes of the servants. There is no accident for Liu Yi. The serious disciples of Baiun sect basically don't know how to do chores. Also normal. However, the aura of this handyman disciple actually has the strength of Qi training level, which is much stronger than that of the Outer Sect. Most of the handyman disciples of the Outer Sect have not even reached the level of Qi training. It's just that these 2 disciples are not young, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through to the foundation establishment realm. The 2 handyman disciples were stunned when they saw Liu Yi walking over, wearing the clothes of outer disciples. One of the older middle-aged disciples slightly cupped his hands. "Senior brother, are you here for something?" Liu Yi smiled and said, "Hi, junior brother, I'm Liu Yi. I just passed the Outer Sect competition and entered the Inner Sect. I plan to join Ling Lufeng. Can you take me in for the assessment?" As he spoke, he also took out the token of the inner gate and showed it to the 2 of them. After the 2 handyman disciples saw the inner sect token, the middle-aged man quickly said, "So it's senior brother Liu, please senior brother Liu come with me, I'll take senior brother to see Deacon Xiao who is in charge of the peak entrance assessment." Liu Yi nodded with a smile, and followed the middle-aged disciple up the steps. As he went up not far, Liu Yi saw a palace on the platform not far away. The middle-aged disciple led Liu Yi along the fork road to the square in front of the palace. He introduced with a smile, "Brother, this is the entrance examination hall, and Deacon Xiao is inside." As he said that, he led Liu Yi into the main hall. There was a mild-looking middle-aged man with his eyes closed by the door of the main hall, and the aura flowed around him, as if he was cultivating. Liu Yi took a look and was stunned. "Did you practice secretly during working hours? Is it so curly? He wouldn't accidentally join the mountain of King Wan, right?" Liu Yi felt a little scared. The middle-aged man heard the movement, opened his eyes, and looked over. The handyman disciple said, "Deacon Xiao, this is senior brother Liu Yi who entered the inner sect through the outer sect competition. He said he wanted to join Ling Lufeng. I will bring him to participate in the assessment." Hearing the words of the handyman disciple, Deacon Xiao's expression was slightly strange, and he looked at Liu Yi. "You are Liu Yi?" Chapter 39 Ling Luo Peak Vibration. Liu Yi was stunned when he heard Deacon Xiao's words. He asked with some doubts, "Deacon Xiao knows me?" The corner of Deacon Xiao's mouth twitched, with a very complicated expression. "Is it possible that you don't know each other? These elders have been running to me every day, saying that if you come to Ling Luo Peak, you should notify them immediately. I guess they all have their eyes on you. I have to say that your talent is extremely strong even in Ling Luo Peak." Deacon Xiao also knew about Liu Yi's performance in the Outer Sect competition. After all, as a deacon who entered the peak assessment, how could he not know the talent strength of the top 10 in the Outer Sect? These are the references for the assessment. Thinking of Liu Yi's talent, Deacon Xiao became a little numb. Think about it, he has been cultivating in the dark for nearly 100 years, and he still hasn't broken through to the golden core yet. As for the artistic conception? Hehe, what is that? Is the gap between people so big? Deacon Xiao deeply felt the malice from the world. Fortunately, he is Ling Lufeng's assessment deacon. He has met many genius disciples, and he has been beaten quite a few times. Liu Yi smiled and said, Deacon Xiao is too much. Deacon Xiao shook his head, this is not a compliment. I have been in charge of the assessment for so many years, and I have met tens of thousands of inner disciples. Few are better than you. Then he said, wait a minute, I'll notify those elders, otherwise. Speaking of this, Deacon Xiao shuddered, my little arms and legs can't be dismantled by those elders. Liu Yi looked at Deacon Xiao with some sympathy. It seemed that Deacon Xiao was having a hard time in a place where big bosses gathered. Then Liu Yi saw Deacon Xiao take out a summons token and pass the message out. Not long after the information was transmitted, there were powerful auras rising from Ling Luo Peak, all of which were in the nascent soul realm. Powerful auras swept and surged one after another, startling the Ling Luo Peak disciples who were cultivating one by one, opening their eyes and rushing out of the cave. What's the situation? Foreign enemies have invaded. Which devil is evil? How dare you invade my Baiun sect? Not only did you invade the Baiun sect, but you still dare to come to our Ling Luo Peak. Aren't you afraid that our peak master will skin him and cramp him? Where is the devil's evil? I just practiced a new golden elixir technique, let him die. Soon, these disciples realized that something was not quite right. Hey? What's going on? These breaths seem to belong to the elders? There is no aura of foreign enemies? What happened to the elders? They saw streaks of light flying up from the mountain peak and the surrounding small peaks, turning into streams of light and shooting towards the entrance examination hall. These disciples were stunned. What happened to the entrance examination hall? Did something happen? Why did all these elders go there? Look at the aura of these elders, don't they think they're about to fight? Go! Go and see! The disciples also rose into the air one by one, and flew towards the entrance examination hall. Entering the peak assessment hall, Liu Yi felt the turbulent momentum approaching constantly, and he was a little dazed. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, and he looked at Deacon Xiao. Deacon Xiao, how many elders asked you about my news before? Deacon Xiao thought for a while and said, basically all the elders have asked. Liu Yi? His scalp was a little numb. Seeing the menacing look of these elders, Liu Yi was a little worried that he would be torn to pieces by these elders. At this moment, streams of light fell on the square outside the door, turning into figures. There are men and women, handsome and ordinary, young and old. There are about 20 people in total. All are nascent soul cultivators. The breath of the nascent soul cultivators surged, and the middle-aged handyman disciples who led the way were already on the verge of fainting. He had never seen Ling Lufeng so many multiple infant monks appearing together in his life. The middle-aged handyman disciple couldn't help but glance at Liu Yi, his mind was full of question marks, what kind of god is this senior brother? Many nascent soul cultivators looked at each other with cold and stern expressions, and they were very unhappy to see each other. A handsome elder Yuanying, holding a jade flute and wearing a white robe, smiled and said, everyone, why are you here? A glamorous and mature elder Yuanying who was wearing a purple dress glanced at the elder Yuanying who was speaking, and said sarcastically, Dong Wanglian, why are you pretending to be confused? Who didn't come here for Liu Yi? An old man with white hair and wrinkles on his face, but a very tall and strong figure grinned, that's right, there is nothing to hide, it's not all because of the outstanding talent of Liu Yi, it's a good seedling. Dong Wanglian narrowed his eyes, with an unhappy expression on his face, and sneered, in that case, let's draw the line. A middle-aged nascent soul elder with a kind expression and a chubby look said with a smile, everyone, don't hurt your temper, accepting apprentices is a big deal, so you should ask Liu Yi for his opinion first, right? Another female monk with cold expression, beautiful appearance and black hair nodded, what's more, Liu Yi hasn't started the peak assessment yet. Only then did the crowd calm down after hearing the words of the two elders. At this moment, streamers of light approached quickly again, and the momentum of the people who came this time was much weaker, and the strength they showed was only at the Foundation and Jindan realm. However, the appearance of these people are all young people, they don't look very old. Some of them wore the costumes of inner disciples, and some wore the costumes of core disciples and direct disciples. They are all disciples of Ling Luo Peak. After these disciples appeared, they looked at the many elders, and then looked at the interior of the entrance examination hall. They had seen all three of them, a handyman disciple, and ignored them. Deacon Xiao, they had also seen them, but also ignored them. The only person they hadn't seen was that handsome boy. Which of Ling Lufeng's disciples is not a genius? Wisdom is naturally not low, and they have guessed and communicated in low voices. Who is that kid? I don't know, but it seems that he is an awesome character. The elders should be here for him. I see. I probably know who he is. A handsome Jindan youth thought of something, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Liu Yi. Who is it? All the disciples looked at the speaker one after another, full of curiosity. It should be the number one in this outer sect competition, Liu Yi. The Jindan youth looked at Liu Yi with curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. Outer sect grand competition? First? What the hell? A group of disciples were full of question marks, and their expressions were a little confused. No. Senior brother Nangong, are you kidding me? Where is the outer gate? It's already quite difficult to enter Ling Luo Peak, and so many elders come here to snatch people at the same time? A girl couldn't help but complain. That's right, Nangong, you're not kidding us, are you? A Jindan disciple next to him was also speechless. Nangong Moyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. What do you know? This kid is more talented than all of us here. Many disciples were speechless. Nangong Moyu, do you want to listen to what kind of nonsense you are talking about? Yeah, I don't believe it. We are not the most talented people in the sect, but we are definitely the most upstream group, right? More talented than us? Just an outer disciple. Nangong Moyu said softly, this guy has cultivated Qi to the 7th level, and he has comprehended the sword intent. Many disciples? The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and the expressions of many disciples were stiff, making the scene a bit awkward. All the disciples turned their heads slowly and looked at Liu Yi, as if they were looking at a monster. Thank you for the 500-point reward from His Royal Highness Tianyi's bodyguard. Chapter 40 Stronger Perception than Lu Ningshuang. Practicing the state of Qi and understanding the artistic conception. Hiss. No wonder there are so many elders showing up. Such a guy really came from the outer door. All the disciples were shocked. At this moment, Dong Wanglian and other elders had already arrived in the hall. Deacon Xiao quickly said, Elders. Liu Yi also said, Liu Yi has met all the elders. The elders nodded to Liu Yi with gentle smiles. Little guy, welcome to Ling Luo Peak. Boy, perform well in the assessment, I am optimistic about you. Then they looked at Deacon Xiao, and Dong Wanglian said, Deacon Xiao, haven't you started the assessment yet? Deacon Xiao was also a little nervous being stared at by a group of nascent soul bosses. He nodded again and again, okay, Elder Dong Wang. He looked at Liu Yi and said with a smile, Liu Yi, the entrance examination of our Ling Luo Peak is the most difficult in the entire 12 peaks of the sect. According to the meaning of the Peak Master, the disciples in the peak are not expensive, and they need to use limited resources to cultivate more worthy disciples. However, this is more difficult than ordinary disciples. For you, I'm afraid it's just a formality. Generally, disciples who can enter the inner sect have basically no problem with their cultivation talents. Therefore, our assessment for entering the peak mainly assesses two aspects. The first aspect is comprehension, and the second aspect is actual combat ability. The assessment of comprehension is to comprehend a technique. While speaking, Deacon Xiao flipped his hands, and a book appeared in his hand. Liu Yi, this is the Qi training technique 9 Shadows Sword. It is also considered a very difficult technique among Qi training techniques. Your task it is to get started with this technique within 2 hours. Liu Yi took the book, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, I see. No wonder it is said that the examination of Ling Lufeng disciples is very difficult. 2 hours is 4 hours, and it is not easy to learn a technique in 4 hours, even if it is just a technique in the realm of Qi training. At the same time, Liu Yi said to himself, I want to read the cheat book of 9 Shadows Sword. Task. Read the 9 Shadows Sword cheats, 0/1. Reward, 9 Shadows Sword level +1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Really? Liu Yi was very happy. It was just an introduction, he just had to read it once. There is basically no difficulty. At this time, Liu Yi thought of something, and said to himself again, I want to pass Ling Luo Peak's entrance examination. Task. Pass the entrance examination of Ling Luo Peak. Rewards, Tiankatabayo Water Spiritual Liquid, Medium Grade Magic Weapon Bailing Belt. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. Good guy, there is such a high reward for this peak entrance examination? Although it is not as good as the first place in the competition, it is already quite good. He hastily accepted the task. Deacon Xiao pointed to the futon in the hall, and said, You can sit on the futon and feel comprehension, and we won't disturb you. Liu Yi nodded with a smile, came to the side of the futon, and opened the cheat book of 9 Shadow Sword. 9 Shadow Sword is different from Baiun Swordsmanship. Baiun Swordsmanship mainly takes the artistic conception of Baiun and focuses on impermanence, while 9 Shadows Sword pays more attention to speed and strangeness. With the deepening of understanding, sword shadows can be wielded in the process of moving the sword, which is quite powerful. Extraordinary. Liu Yi immersed himself in the cheats and read them quietly. When Liu Yi was reading quietly, all the elders and disciples did not disturb Liu Yi, but just communicated with each other via sound transmission. Here we go. Let's make a bet. How long do you think it will take this little guy to realize it? Are you influenced by the peak master? Bet, bet, bet all day long. I bet for an hour. This little guy's cultivation level is still low. If it is in the foundation establishment state, it will definitely improve a lot faster. How is it possible? This little fellow Liu Yi has realized the sword intent. Even if his cultivation base is a little low, it won't take long to learn a technique. I bet it will take about half an hour. Half an hour? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 9 Shadows Sword itself is extremely difficult to cultivate. No matter how high the comprehension of this little guy is, it is impossible to master the 9 Shadows Sword within half an hour. Oh, let's wait and see. Just wait and see. It took Liu Yi about 10 minutes to finish reading the 9 Shadows Sword cheats. After reading it, Liu Yi glanced at the panel, and it showed that the task of reading the cheats had been completed. Liu Yi cheerfully received the reward. Immediately, the information about the 9 Shadow Sword entered Liu Yi's mind. After Liu Yi absorbed the information, the 9 Shadows Sword started. Liu Yi glanced at the words 9 Shadows Sword, LV1, on the panel, then looked at the time, and couldn't help sighing. This is also too fast. Liu Yi suddenly had the trouble of being a top student. When he was in school in his previous life, some beasts always got up to hand in the papers in the middle of the exam time every time. It was really enviable and hated. Didn't expect him to be able to do it now. It took him more than 10 minutes to complete the 4-hour exam, but he was blown away. This made Liu Yi a little bit distressed. It's too high profile now, right? Liu is not a high profile person. Liu Yi looked through the secret book again, pretending to study it seriously, thinking about which one would be more suitable for him to choose as a teacher with so many infant elders after he started. After a while, the assessment lasted for more than half an hour. Liu Yi felt that the time was almost up, and it should not be too high profile at this time. So Liu Yi stood up. Seeing Lu Yi get up, the eyes of the elder and the disciples lit up, and they began to look forward to it, and communicated with each other through sound transmission. I realized it so quickly. It's only been 2/4 of an hour. Isn't that too fast? Don't worry, he hasn't started the drill yet, so he has to do it a few times. It makes sense. How many times do you think Lu Yi can get started? Within 10 times. Even so, you can get started in about half an hour, right? Let's take a look first. Just as they were communicating, Lu Yi took out the long sword that had been put into the space ring before, and swung the long sword. Laugh. The long sword cut across the air, and brought out a sharp sword shadow, which was the sign of the entry into the Nine Shadows sword. Everyone? The hall suddenly became very silent. All the elders and disciples stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the slowly dissipating sword shadow. Then a disciple exclaimed, "Have you started? How long has it been?" Others were also in an uproar. 2/4 of an hour, you actually got the Nine Shadows sword. What kind of monster is this Lu Yi? Yeah, this guy doesn't even practice. Could it be that he just read the cheats and deduced it in his mind before getting started? No wonder you can comprehend sword intent in the realm of Qi training, this comprehension is simply inhuman. The disciples exclaimed again and again. Even the elders had shock in their eyes, they couldn't help but look at each other. This comprehension. If this little guy's cultivation has reached the level of foundation building, then I won't be surprised to understand the Nine Shadows sword within 2/4 of an hour, but this little guy is only at the level of Qi training. That's right, with such a cultivation base, the Nine Shadows sword, which is extremely difficult to cultivate, can be mastered in 2/4 of an hour. It's really shocking. This savvy is probably no worse than Lu Ningxuang. No, maybe it's even better? An elder Yuanying said slowly. Thanks for the 500 points rewarded by Daist Gu, Beishan Yahu. Chapter 41 What if you are too popular? The other elders fell silent when they heard the words, and the next moment, all the elders looked at Lu Yi with green light in their eyes. Who wouldn't want such a talented disciple? Lu Ningxuang couldn't help it, she was accepted as an apprentice by the peak master, and she wouldn't dare to snatch them even if they had 100 guts, but now. A baby bump like Lu Yi is not valued by the peak master, this is their chance. For a moment, they turned their heads to look at each other, and they both saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Everyone sneered at the same time, the breath around them slowly surged, and a powerful and terrifying coercion dissipated in the hall. Dong Wanglian brushed Yuxiao with his fingers, and said, "He, come on, let's see who is more qualified to teach Lu Yi." The glamorous female elder chuckled, and a red water chestnut appeared in her hand. That's exactly what I meant. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Lu Yi must be the old man's disciple. The disciples in the distance saw the elder Yuanying who was usually aloof and were about to fight, and looked at Lu Yi with envious expressions. Aren't the elders crazy? Are you afraid of being punished by the peak master for making such a fuss? The peak master doesn't like other people making too much noise in the peak. A Jindan youth grinned, thinking of the angry appearance of Ling Luo peak master, feeling scalp is a little tingly. Nangong Moya shrugged, and said, "What can I do? Who made this new junior so talented?" That's true. Aside from other things, this comprehension alone is comparable to senior sister Lu Ningxuang, right? It seems that this little junior brother, we have to get along well in the future. Everyone nodded. Lu Yi couldn't help being speechless when he saw the crowd of elders fighting with swords. Was he a little high profile just now? He was a little annoyed in his heart. If he knew it earlier, it would be later. However, he also heard comments from several elders that his comprehension was stronger than senior sister Lu Ningxuang. This is not bad, he is still a little happy. Deacon Xiao at the side also felt a headache when he saw the elder's saber rattling. He bit the bullet and said, "Elders, Liu Yi hasn't finished the assessment yet, shouldn't he be able to finish the assessment and then talk about things like apprenticeship? Hearing this, many elders also realized that there is still no test for combat power assessment. The main reason was that Liu Yi's performance in the comprehension test was too shocking. Even those nascent soul cultivators who had seen the storm were a little shocked. Hey, that's true. We should finish the test first. Then let's start the battle test. If you ask me, Liu Yi's strength in the Outer Sect Grand Competition already speaks for itself. Even Zhang Fan, who is on the 10th level of Qi training, is no match for him. Isn't that enough? An elder with a somewhat fiery temper said. Facts are facts, rules are rules, and there must be rules. A white-haired old man said, looking at Deacon Xiao, Xiao, since that's the case, let's start the combat power assessment. Deacon Xiao nodded and replied, yes. He looked at Liu Yi and said with a smile, Liu Yi, your opponent in the assessment is me. Generally speaking, the standard of combat strength assessment is to defeat an opponent who is a small realm stronger than yourself, but for you. Is it okay to fight with you at the lower level? Liu Yi smiled, of course there is no problem. Deacon Xiao nodded, then let's go to the square outside. Liu Yi nodded, followed Deacon Xiao to leave the hall, and those elders also followed. Liu Yi glanced at the disciples who were eating melons, felt the powerful aura of these disciples, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, as expected of the disciples on Ling Luo Peak, each of them felt so strong. When these disciples saw them coming out, they also stepped aside to leave enough space for the two of them. Liu Yi and Deacon Xiao stood facing each other. A long sword appeared in Deacon Xiao's hand, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of the 10th level of Qi training emerged from his body. He looked at Liu Yi with a smile, and said, are you ready? Liu Yi's body was also full of aura, the long sword appeared in his hand, and he nodded with a smile, it's ready. When Deacon Xiao heard the words, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, there were streaks of sharp sword energy on the sword, and he rushed towards Liu Yi. He used the Liu Feng sword technique, and the strength he showed was that of a normal 10th level Qi training disciple, probably weaker than Li Yun. This kind of strength is not the slightest threat to Liu Yi, but it is also to Liu Yi. Ordinary monks at the 9th level of Qi training will definitely not be able to beat the 10th level of Qi training, and those who can leapfrog to fight are geniuses in themselves. Liu Yi's face was calm, and the long sword in his hand carried a sharp sword intent, and sword clouds emerged from Liu Yi's long sword, slashing towards Deacon Xiao. Jianyun appeared in front of Deacon Xiao almost instantly. Deacon Xiao felt the fierce sword intent on Jianyun, and his pupils shrank slightly. This power! If he is really at the 10th level of Qi training, he will have to dead? He instinctively broke out the cultivation base of the foundation establishment realm, and smashed Jianyun with a single sword. As the sword cloud dissipated, Deacon Xiao exhaled slightly, with some shock in his eyes. The combat power assessment passed. The disciples and elders on the side were still looking at the slowly dissipating Jianyun. The elders had known Liu Yi's strength for a long time, but the disciples didn't know much about it. Seeing it now, their faces were shocked. Baiun swordsmanship of the Gaijin level, plus that sword intent, this Liu Yi junior brother is indeed formidable. Hey! Junior brother Liu Yi is not very old, so I don't know if he can become the second senior sister Lu Ningxuang. Is this unlikely? Senior sister Lu Ningxuang is an innate ice spirit body. No matter how understanding Liu Yi's junior brother is, he can't keep up with his cultivation talent. Anyway, junior brother Liu Yi joins my Ling Luo Peak, and I'm afraid that Ling Luo Peak will need another person to carry the cauldron. That will have to happen decades later. Let's talk about it after junior brother Liu has Jindan. Ha ha ha, that's true. Before this, those of us who are senior brothers and sisters should take good care of junior brother Liu. Do you need to say that? Stop talking, it's about to start. At this moment, Nangong Moyo looked at the elders who were ready to move, with a melon-eating expression on his face. When many disciples saw this, their eyes lit up, and they planned to watch a play. Lu Yi passed the combat power test, and Deacon Xiao smiled and said, Lu Yi, you have passed the entrance examination, are you sure you want to join Ling Luo Peak? Lu Yi smiled and nodded, of course. Deacon Xiao smiled and said, in this case, from today onwards, you are Ling Lufeng's disciple. You can join an elder's sect, and of course you can practice on your own. When you encounter difficulties in cultivation, you can also ask the elder. Pointed out that this requires sect points. Lu Yi nodded, I understand. Hearing this, a group of elders surrounded Lu Yi almost instantly. Lu Yi, join my sect, I am willing to accept you as a personal disciple. I will fill up the cultivation resources for you. Little guy, join this old man's sect, and I can pass on your old man's unique Kung Fu, which is the magic power of transforming gods, and its power is extraordinary. Boy, I see that you have already comprehended sword intent, join my sect, I can pass on all my perception of sword Dao to you, and help you condense sword intent. Lu Yi felt as if he was in the vegetable market, and the voices of the elders gave him a headache. What should I do if I am too popular with the elders? Waiting online, very urgent. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded, Elders, the Master of the Peak is meeting this junior. Hearing this, the elders who were coaxing Lu Yi into apprenticeship fell silent as if they had pressed the mute button. Chapter 42 Innate Spiritual Body. Lu Yi turned his head to look in the direction of the speech, and there was a young girl standing at the fork in the entrance examination hall. The girl had black hair tied into two long ponytails, big eyes, a small cherry mouth, a high nose bridge, and a trace of baby fat on her cheeks. She was a sweet girl with a beautiful appearance. The most noticeable thing is her eyes, not the usual black, but a strange lavender. She was wearing a light purple dress, which was cute and mysterious. Lu Yi couldn't help being surprised, this woman is so pretty. She is the second person with the peak beauty he has ever seen, the first is senior sister Lu Ningxuang. Just when Lu Yi was amazed, the elders turned their heads to look at the girl. A white-haired elder laughed dryly, ha ha ha, so it's Minjiao girl. The peak master asked you to come? Want to see Lu Yi? All the elders looked at the girl hopefully, hoping that what they heard before was a mistake. The girl smiled. Dimples appeared on her cheeks, she nodded, yes, Elder Bailiu, the order from the Peak Master. Many elders. Their expressions became stiff all of a sudden. Lu Yi looked at the elders and saw that they had complicated expressions, as if his most valuable thing had been snatched away. Lu Yi felt a little strange, the main peak saw him, could it be that he wanted to take him as a disciple? Wonderful! You must know that the Peak Master of Ling Luo Peak is known as the most amazing genius in the history of Baiun sect. Becoming the apprentice of such a big boss is a good thing no matter how you think about it. When Lu Yi was a little looking forward to it, the glamorous elder nascent soul forced a smile and said, since the leader of the peak sees Lu Yi, let's let our affairs go later. Dong Wanglian also let out a dry laugh, and put away the jade flute in his hand. The matter of the Peak Master is the most important thing. It's extremely. In that case, Lu Yi, you can go. One by one, the elders forced their way out of the way with a smile, and Lu Yi felt a little sympathetic when he saw their stiff expressions that looked like they were about to cry. It seems that Ling Luo Peak's biggest boss is still Ling Luo Peak Master, even Elder Yuanying doesn't seem to be easy to mess around with. He smiled and said, thank you all elders for your kindness, since the Peak Master has ordered, then I will go with this senior sister first. Seeing that Lu Yi was so polite, the elders softened their expressions a bit. Go. Little guy, what I said before still counts. Even if you don't worship me as a teacher, you can still come to ask me for advice on any questions about the way of swordsmanship. Ha ha ha, although the old man's unique skills can't be passed on to you, if you have any problems in cultivation, Lui, you can come to the old man. The elders smiled and spoke, and Lui thanked them again and again, thinking that there are so many good people in Lingluo Peak, and he likes such a place. Lui came in front of the girl with 2 ponytails, and the girl with 2 ponytails said, "Junior brother Lui, let's go." Lui smiled and said, "I'm sorry to trouble my senior sister to lead the way. This is the order of the Peak Master, don't bother." The girl with 2 ponytails said, then turned around and walked along the side road to the stone steps again. Seeing Lui and the girl with twin tails leaving, all the elders were heartbroken. The glamorous elder sighed faintly, "Alas! Why didn't the Peak Master leave us a genius?" "That's right, there are 2 innate spirit bodies, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu." Dong Wanglian also had a resentful look on his face, as if he was being bullied. "Okay, don't talk about it, it's a good thing that Lui is valued by the Peak Master. To be honest, with Lui's understanding, we can't teach him much. Following the Peak Master, his achievements must be higher." An old elder shook his head and said. Many elders were silent, and then did not say any more. They also knew that the elder was telling the truth. Let's go back." Numerous elders lost their interest and turned into lights, disappearing without a trace. The group of disciples saw that the elders left and there was no good show to watch, so they didn't stay any longer. "Go back to practice. Damn it, another monster has come to Lingluo Peak, this place is too difficult to mess with. I think I'm a genius." "What nonsense! Who is not a genius here? Yeah, go back and practice hard, at least you will be caught up by the monster Lui later. In the future, cancel 1 hour of entertainment and use it to practice exercises." "Crap! Are you still a human? If that's the case, then I'll have to spend more time comprehending the spells. You guys want to play like this, right? I can only practice desperately." The disciples left cursing one by one, secretly planning to practice even more crazily. On the mountain road, Lui followed the twin-tailed senior sister and walked slowly up to the high place. On the way, the senior sister with double ponytails turned her head to look at Lui, and said with a smile, "My name is Donggong Minjiu, and your name is Lui, right? So many elders want to take you as an apprentice, so your talent seems to be pretty good?" It turned out to be senior sister Donggong. Lui said modestly, "The talent of the younger brother is probably not bad. The main reason is that the elders love you. I think the talent of the senior sister should be extremely high." Donggong Minjiu raised the corners of her mouth when she heard the words, and with a hint of pride on her small face, she raised her head slightly and said, "Of course. This lady is an innate spirit body. Just like senior sister Ningxuang, she is an innate spirit body, and she will definitely be in the future. Become a peerless powerhouse. Innate thunder spirit body." Lui slightly widened his eyes, looking at Donggong Minjiu in surprise. He was really surprised. In this world, all beings are not created equal. Some people have the talent for cultivation, while others are born to be mortals. Even people with cultivation talents have different talents. Among them, the most talented ones are of course those monks with special physique and talents, and those are the real arrogants. The innate spirit body is an extremely powerful and famous special physique in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Such a person, as long as there are no accidents in the future, will definitely be able to reach the realm of the void. If there is a great opportunity, even if it is a fusion, a Mahayana, or even a celestial being, it is not impossible. Regarding Lu Ningxuang's innate ice spirit body, there have been rumors, but it has not been confirmed. I didn't expect that even this little senior sister is also an innate spirit body now. This is true genius. Lui admits that he is a little envious, his talent is just ordinary. Lui enviously said, "I didn't expect senior sister Donggong to be so talented. Is senior sister also the apprentice of Peak Lord Ling Luo? Lu Yi was a little puzzled. It would be a big deal for Ling Luo Peak Lord to accept Lu Ningxuang as an apprentice. When Ling Luo Peak Lord accepted Lu Ningxuang as an apprentice, everyone in the Baiyun sect knew about it, but why hadn't he heard of Ling Lufeng in Baiyun sect? The Lord accepted a second disciple? Hearing this, Donggong Minjaihu's smile froze, and she said distressedly, "How can it be so easy? The Peak Master has special conditions for accepting apprentices, and I haven't met the conditions yet." Chapter 43 Could this guy be Peak Master Ling Luo? Hearing this, Lu Yi widened his eyes and was a little surprised. Conditions? What conditions? Even an innate spirit body like senior sister Donggong can't do it. Who says I can't do it anymore? Donggong Minjaihu glared at Lu Yi, her cheeks puffed up slightly, and she said in disbelief, "It just takes a little time." Having said that, she paused, and said, "What are the specific conditions? You will know when you meet the Peak Master." Although Lu Yi was curious, there was nothing he could do if Donggong Minjaihu didn't say anything, and he would wait until the time to meet Ling Luo Peak Master. At this time, Donggong Minjaihu asked curiously, "By the way, how long did it take you to comprehend the spell when you entered the peak assessment?" "It only took me half an hour." Speaking of this, Donggong Minjaihu's pretty face was a little smug, and she said, "No accident, we should be senior sisters and younger brothers. If you have any questions about spells in the future, you can come and ask me, senior sister, and I will teach you well." "You." Saying that, Donggong Minjaihu patted Lu Yi's shoulder, "As if I was covering you." Hearing this, Lu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly. Junior brother spent 2/4 of an hour. The smile on Donggong Minjaihu's face froze in vain. 2/4 of an hour. Donggong Minjaihu's already big eyes widened even wider, her small mouth was slightly opened, which was inexplicably cute. Lu Yi nodded, "Yes." Donggong Minjaihu was shocked. "If that's the case, isn't your understanding better than senior sister Ningxuang?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "I don't know if it's better than senior sister Ningxuang, but the result of the assessment is 2/4 of an hour." Donggong Minjaihu's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. Just now she swore that she would ask her any questions in the future. Didn't she expect that Lu Yi's understanding is stronger than her? What's the matter with this guy's understanding? Is it so outrageous? Her eyes drifted away, a little embarrassed, and she refused to admit defeat. "Humph, hum. Isn't your comprehension not bad? You are worthy of being my young lady's future junior brother. But your cultivation talent is still worse than this lady's. Miss Ben is even better." Seeing Donggong Minjaihu's awkward look, Lu Yi couldn't help being amused, and said seriously, "Senior sister Donggong's cultivation talent is naturally not comparable to that of my younger brother, and my younger brother should learn a lot from her." Donggong Minjaihu's eyes lit up when she heard the words. She put her hands on her hips, and looked like I was super awesome, nodded and said, "Junior brother Lu Yi, you are not bad. With your understanding, when I become a fairy, I will definitely help you. You crossed the catastrophe." Lu Yi said with a cheerful smile, "Then I would like to thank senior sister Donggong." "You're welcome. As a senior sister, you should take care of your junior brother." Donggong Minjaihu narrowed her eyes with a smile. Lu Yi smiled, "Senior sister is really a good person. That must." At this moment, Lu Yi thought of one thing. "I am going to see Ling Luo Peak Lord, I wonder if I can issue a mission?" He said to himself, "I'm going to see Ling Luo Peak Master." Suddenly, text appeared on the panel. Task: See Ling Luo Peak Master. Reward: Brightling Milk *10 drops. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lu Yi was overjoyed. Did he really have a mission? The reward was still 10 drops of Brightling Milk. This was the first time that Lu Yi rewarded so many Brightling Milk at once, and it was just a brief meeting with Peak Master Ling Luo. thinking about how he had worked so hard to get a drop of Breitling milk when he competed with senior brother Zhang Fan before. This gap is too big. Lu Yi happily accepted the task, while continuing to talk with Donggong Minjiu, listening to Donggong Minjiu's talk about Ling Luo Peak's situation, while walking up. The main peak of Ling Luo Peak is extremely high, and there are clouds accumulating on the mountainside, so the temperature will drop suddenly. But the surrounding environment is still as warm as spring. There are green trees and grass beside the stone steps, and the stream is running. The environment is extremely beautiful, just like a fairyland. The main peak of Ling Luo Peak is full of caves above elders and core disciples, but because of the small number of people at Ling Luo Peak, the caves are scattered and basically far away from the path. If it wasn't for Donggong Minjiu's introduction, Lu Yi would not have known about it. The higher he went, the more exotic flowers and plants Lu Yi saw, and the concentration of spiritual energy became extremely high. Donggong Minjiu introduced, from here on, even the elder's cave is gone, only the peak master, senior sister Ningxuang and my cave. Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and looked up. There was still a long way to the top of the mountain. He was a little puzzled and asked, "Why? Isn't there a big section of road above? The elders' caves can't be built on it." Donggong Minjiu's expression was a little strange, and she said, "Well, the specific reason, you will know later." Lu Yi? Seeing Donggong Minjiu's strange expression, Lu Yi always felt that something was wrong. Then there won't be any serious problems with Ling Luo Peak Master, right? Shouldn't it? After all, she is the most talented person in Baiyunzong. If there is a real problem, Baiyunzong will definitely do everything possible to solve it. Lu Yi stopped thinking about it, and the two continued to go up, and soon came to the area near the top of the mountain. Arriving in this area, the surrounding aura was so strong that it reached its limit. Lu Yi took a deep breath and felt that his cultivation base had changed a little. He was extremely shocked. The aura in this place was too exaggerated. He looked around and found a lot of treasures, some of which he had seen in books before, and some he didn't know. At the top of the mountain, there is a bamboo forest. Beside the bamboo forest is an exquisite bamboo house, and there is a small pond not far from the bamboo house. The pool was filled with water, and there was still white mist floating on it. Spa? In such a high place, there are hot springs? Moreover, this hot spring looks so rich in aura, and the water in it is probably not ordinary water. Lu Yi was very surprised in his heart, as expected of Ling Luo Peak Lord, this skill is too big. Moreover, the environment here is really nice, and Peak Master Ling Luo seems to be a person who enjoys it quite a bit. Lu Yi guessed in his heart, and followed Donggong Minjiu to the front of the bamboo house. Donggong Minjiu had a respectful expression and said, "Peak Master, I brought junior brother Lu Yi here." Looking at the bamboo house, Lu Yi felt a little nervous, as he was about to meet the legendary figure of the Baiyun sect. However, to Lu Yi's bewilderment, after waiting for a while, there was no sound from inside the bamboo house. Lu Yi looked at Donggong Minjiu with some doubts, his eyes full of puzzlement. What about people? Donggong Minjiu, on the other hand, seemed not surprised, and said again, "Peak Master, I bought you your favorite magnolia cake." As soon as the words were finished, a gust of fragrant wind blew by, and at some point a figure appeared in front of Lu Yi, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning. His heartbeat missed half a beat, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he was almost frightened to death. Female ghost? Lu Yi looked at the figure in front of him. It was a woman in a simple white dress. This woman has black hair and shawls, and she has a beautiful appearance, but she seems to have not woken up yet, with a sleepy look, black hair on the top of her head, and her eyes are blurred. Lu Yi looked at the woman who seemed to be possessed by sleepiness and had no image at all, and a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. This guy, couldn't be Ling Luo Peak Lord? It should be, no? Chapter 44 Heavenly Restrictions. When Luyi was puzzled, the woman in white rubbed her hair, covered her mouth with her hands and yawned, looked at Donggong Minjiu, and said with a lazy and subtle magnetic voice, "Little Minjiu, where's Yulon cake?" Donggong Minjiu smiled and said, "Peak Master, didn't you ask me to bring junior brother Luyi? Junior brother Luyi has already arrived." "It really is the Peak Master?" The corners of Luyi's mouth twitched, feeling that the image of the legendary Ling Luo Peak Lord who was amazingly talented and beautiful quickly collapsed in his heart. Hearing the words, Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Luyi, his hazy eyes became clearer, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a lazy smile. "Ah, I remembered, I did ask you to take this kid come here." As he said that, Ling Lufeng looked at Luyi, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Not bad. When Ningxuang mentioned you to me, she said that you have only practiced the 6th level of Qi, and it has only been more than half a month. The 8th floor? The breath is solid, the foundation is not weak, there is indeed something, no wonder those old guys are trying to rob people." Luyi's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that Ling Luo Peak Lord could see his strength at a glance, and he was a little shocked. "This woman who looks like she can't wake up seems to be really strong?" Luyi said with a smile, "The Peak Master has won the award, Luyi is still very weak, and needs to work harder." Ling Luo Peak Master stretched his waist, and said with a smile, "It's not good to be too modest. You are different from Ningxuang and Xiao Minjiu. It seems that there is no small chance to reach this level with ordinary physical ability." Luyi was startled, and he was about to break out in a cold sweat. He did get a lot of chance, after all, this is a golden finger, how could the chance be so small? Unexpectedly, Ling Luo Peak Master could see it at a glance. Luyi felt a little pressure in his heart, and various scenes such as killing people and seizing treasures that he saw in the novels of his previous life emerged in his mind, and he was a little numb. "This is a big boss, even if I want to run, I can't run away." At this moment, Ling Luo Peak Master's lazy voice continued to sound, "I know a little bit of the art of fate, I see you are not a bad person, no matter what chance you get, it is your own luck, and I am much lazy. Don't worry, I told you to come here, just because I'm optimistic about your talent." Hearing this, Luyi breathed a sigh of relief. Immortal cultivators place the utmost importance on the original heart, and since Peak Master Ling Luo said so, it seems that he really has no idea about him. Then Luyi laughed in his heart. Thinking about it, Ling Luo Peak Master is the most amazing and brilliant genius of Baiun sect. His talent is strong enough. He has seen many geniuses, and he has probably encountered many opportunities. In addition, she is also an orthodox monk herself, not an evil cultivator. How could such a character have any thoughts about him because of his small progress? Luyi felt that he really thought too much. But Ling Luo Peak Lord can actually understand the art of fate? Although he didn't know the art of destiny, he had never heard of any cultivator who could understand these things. Not to mention cultivators who transform spirits, even if they are cultivators of Dongxiu, it seems that no one has heard of such an illusory thing as fate, right? As expected of Peak Lord Ling Luo, he felt very tall when he spoke. Luyi sighed inwardly, and said, "Peak Lord, you mean to accept me as a disciple?" Peak Lord Ling Luo stretched her waist, the simple white dress highlighted her slender waist and stalwart chest, but Luyi didn't dare to look at it at all, for fear of being beaten to death. "Go in and talk, I'm exhausted from standing." Luyi looked at Peak Master Ling Luo who turned around and walked out of the bamboo house, his mind was full of question marks. How could a cultivator who transformed himself feel tired from standing? Seeing Luyi, Donggong Minjiu was a little confused, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Luyi, let's go in." Luyi regained his senses, nodded, and followed Ling Luo Peak Master and Donggong Minjiu into the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house is a hall, where there are bamboo tea tables with soft sides. Ling Luo Peak Master sat on the soft couch in a disfigured manner, moved the soft pillow to the back, then smiled in satisfaction, looked at Liu Yi and said, "It's up to you to accept you as a disciple." Performance. Liu Yi suddenly thought of the condition that Donggong Minjiu said before. Could it be that condition? Liu Yi asked with some doubts, "I don't know what performance the Peak Master needs?" Peak Lord Ling Luo showed a mysterious smile, and said, "Liu Yi, do you know what is above the 10th level of Qi training?" Liu Yi was taken aback, his mind was full of question marks. Seeing the mysterious look of Ling Luo Peak Master, the corner of his mouth twitched. Foundation Establishment Realm? Ling Luo Peak Master smiled and said, "For ordinary monks, it is indeed the case. The 10th level of Qi training is the limit of the heavenly Dao. If the 10th level is completed, one can gather the Dao foundation and enter the realm of foundation building. However, there are always some people who don't like the rules and regulations of the heavenly Dao. Do you understand?" Liu Yi's eyes widened, and he looked at Peak Master Ling Luo in astonishment. "Peak Master, what do you mean, there is not the only way to build a foundation above the 10th level of Qi training?" Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Boy, you have a good understanding, it's somewhat similar, but not entirely correct." She continued to speak, "For ordinary monks, the 10th level of Qi training is the limit of the Qi training realm, but this is the limit of the heavenly law. If this limit is exceeded, there is still a way to go in the Qi training realm." When Liu Yi heard this news, he was very shocked. Is the 10th level of Qi training the limit of Qi training? This is the first time Liu Yi has heard of the concept. In his cognition, the realm of Qi training is the 10th level, above the 10th level is the foundation building, and above the 10th level is the golden core. However, the words of Peak Master Ling Luo today opened the door to a new world for Liu Yi, and the 10th level of Qi training is not the limit. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled and said, "No, above the 10th level of Qi training, if you break the limit of the heavenly way, you can enter the 11th level of Qi training. The limit of Qi training is 13 levels. The 13th level of Qi training?" Liu Yi was shocked. Hearing Ling Luo Peak Master's words, Liu Yi thought that after breaking through the limit, the 11th level of Qi training was the limit. It turns out that there are still after the 11th floor? Up to 13 floors? If someone reaches the 13th level of Qi training, how strong is it? Liu Yi didn't even dare to think about it. Easily fight against the low-level monks who established the foundation? This is a leapfrog battle across a great realm. Is it so outrageous? That's right, the 13th floor of Qi training. Liu Yi returned to his senses, looked at Ling Luo Peak Master, and asked, "Peak Master, how should we break through this limit?" At this moment, Liu Yi set a small goal for himself on the road of practice. First break through to the 13th floor in the realm of Qi training. Peak Lord Ling Luo smiled and said, "Break through the limit is actually very simple. What we cultivators cultivate is the energy and spirit. We constantly polish ourselves in order to break through the realm and sublimate ourselves. The same is true for breaking the limit. Constantly polish your foundation, including your physical body, aura, and spirit. When your foundation is reached, you can naturally sense the limit of the heaven." Seeing that Liu Yi was deep in thought, Ling Luo Peak Master smiled and said, "Don't you want to know how to become my disciple? It's very simple. Break the restriction of the first level of heaven and reach the 11th level of Qi training, and I will accept you as my apprentice." Chapter 45 Potential Rules for Panels. Breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi training? Good guy, it's no wonder that until now only senior sister Lu Ningxuang has become a disciple of Peak Master Ling Luo. If you think about it, you know that it is not easy to break the limit of the heavenly way. Haven't you seen that even the innate thunder spirit body like senior sister Donggong Minjiu has not reached this goal? It is conceivable how hopeless this condition is for ordinary people. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. Ling Luo Peak Master said again, "How about it? Will you accept it?" If you don't want to accept it, you can go down and find an elder to take you as a disciple. Peak Master Ling Luo leaned lazily on the soft bed, looking sleepy, and didn't intend to force Lu Yi. When Lu Yi heard this, he didn't answer directly. He said to himself, I want to be the registered disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master. Task: become a named disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master, 0/1. Rewards: Foundation Building Technique, Breathing Concentration Technique, the Ultimate Flying Instrument, Wind Breath Boat, 5 drops of Millennium Essence Milk, 1 drop of Tiankatabayo Fire Essence Liquid. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi was shocked when he saw the reward. Good guy, is it such a high reward? Ever since he accepted the task of meeting Ling Luo Peak Lord, Lu Yi felt something was wrong. How do you feel that the rewards for Ling Luo Peak Lord's mission are so high? Is it because Ling Luo Peak Lord is very powerful? Or is it because Ling Luo Peak Lord is very talented? Lu Yi felt that he might not understand some hidden rules about rewards for panel posting tasks. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Perhaps, the stronger and more talented the subject involved in accepting the task, the higher the reward? Thinking of this, Lu Yi thought of Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang, and the reward for the previous task of making Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang fall in love with him was ridiculously high. Maybe there is also a reason for this? Lu Yi thought of Donggong Minjiahu again, and had many bold ideas in his mind. Thinking about it this way, wouldn't it be wonderful to join Ling Luo Peak and worship the master of Ling Luo Peak as a teacher? Whether it is Ling Luo Peak Lord, Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang or Senior Sister Donggong Minjiahu, they are all existences with extraordinary talents, so if they earn quest rewards by themselves, they can't take off. Lu Yi has already thought of what he will look like in a fairy weapon in the future, and he feels very happy. Lu Yi silently accepted the task, and then said, the disciple is willing to accept. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Lu Yi, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, in this case, then you are my registered disciple, just like Xiao Minjiahu, and you will become a full-time student when you break the limit of the heavenly law. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi hurriedly said respectfully, Master. Peak Master Ling Luo shook his head and said, you are my disciple before you become me, just call me Peak Master. Lu Yi suddenly realized, it's no wonder why Senior Sister Donggong Minjiahu called Ling Luo Peak Lord Peak Master, it turned out that it was because she was still a named disciple. Lu Yi hurriedly said, yes, Peak Master. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, a blue long sword and a talisman appeared in front of him. Although it is a registered disciple, there is still a teacher-apprentice ceremony. This is a top-grade magic weapon, the Qing Ling sword, which is still suitable for you to use. This talisman is a 1000-mile talisman. When you encounter danger, it will be injected with spiritual energy. It can take you across thousands of miles to avoid danger. We as a cultivator, it is inevitable to encounter enemies who will be beaten and killed, and life-saving is the top priority, and only by living can we have a future. Lu Yi was overjoyed, good guy, he worshipped his teacher once and gave him 2 rewards, this time he made a lot of money. But I have to say that the Peak Master's thoughts coincide with him, and he doesn't like to be too dangerous, just like playing games in his previous life. Isn't it also said that only by being alive can he output? He happily accepted the Qing Ling sword and the 1000 miles talisman, and said with a smile, thank you, Peak Master. Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded, yawned, and said, if you have anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiao Minjiahu. As for the cultivation resources, as long as you can use them for your own cultivation, you can get them yourself, and you can just say I said it, but it can't be wasted, after all Ling Lufeng has other disciples. Lu Yi was taken aback when he heard that. Does this mean that he can use unlimited resources? How can this be a registered disciple? The direct disciples are not treated so well, right? Lu Yi suddenly felt that the Peak Master was good looking, even if he looked sleepy, he was so good looking. At this time, Liu Yi thought of something, and asked, by the way, Peak Master, what should I do if I don't understand something about cultivation? Ling Luo Peak Master was taken aback for a moment, and a tangled look appeared on Qiao's face, and then he said, cough, since you are my registered disciple, of course you are here to ask me. Then she said again, but, you can't come here too often, at most once a month, or you'll be too tired. Liu Yi. He has a new understanding of the laziness of this Peak Master. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with my own cultivation, as long as I do tasks and get rewards. Liu Yi comforted himself in his heart. I understand, thank you, Peak Master. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded, okay, that's it, you go out with Xiao Minjiu and choose a cave nearby. Donggong Minjiu stood up, looked at Liu Yi, and said very happily, Junior brother Liu Yi, we will really be senior sisters and brothers from now on. Let's go, senior sister will take you to see the cave. Liu Yi nodded, yes. At this moment, Peak Master Ling Luo thought of something, looked at Donggong Minjiu, and said with a smile, little Minjiu, you were deceiving me before. Donggong Minjiu's smile froze, and she froze in place. She turned her head stiffly, and laughed dryly, Peak Master, I couldn't help it at the time, and you didn't answer me even if I asked you. Peak Master Ling Luo snorted softly, so what? You should be punished for lying to me. Buy me a box of magnolia cake later. The corners of Donggong Minjiu's mouth twitched, and she nodded resentfully, oh. Liu Yi on the side saw Donggong Minjiu's aggrieved look, and felt a little embarrassed, after all, senior sister Donggong was punished for him. If you stand on the sidelines and don't speak, you are a little too disrespectful. Liu Yi thought about it, and said, Peak Master, why don't I go buy it? Hearing Liu Yi's words, Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Liu Yi, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a light smile, hey, I just became a junior and will protect Xiao Minjiu. If that's the case, then go buy it. Donggong Minjiu glanced at Liu Yi in surprise. She didn't expect Liu Yi to say that, but she soon laughed happily, it's great to have a junior brother. Thank you junior brother. Liu Yi smiled, senior sister Donggong is being polite, this is what I should do. Peak Master Ling Luo yawned again, and said, in that case, let's buy another pot of magnolia wine. You guys go, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to practice. Liu Yi? Did you just say that you wanted to sleep? Surely it means you want to sleep? Liu Yi's people are numb, how did this guy become the most amazing and brilliant genius in Baiun sect? Liu Yi suddenly felt that it was unreliable to worship this guy as his teacher. But thinking of those rewards, Liu Yi felt unreliable and accepted it. Liu Yi thought in his heart that there was nothing left, so he went out with Donggong Minjiu. After leaving the door, Donggong Minjiu looked at Liu Yi with a smile and said, Junior brother, I'll take you to the cave first, and then let's go buy magnolia wine and magnolia cakes. Liu Yi nodded, then I would like to thank senior sister Donggong. Donggong Minjiu pursed her mouth, and said with some dissatisfaction, do you want senior sister Donggong to see you more? You are my junior brother now. From now on, you will call me second senior sister, or Minjiu's senior sister. Liu Yi is as good as a gentleman, second senior sister. Only then did Donggong Minjiu nod her head in satisfaction, and said cheerfully, let's go see the cave first, and I'll choose one for you that's closer to me, with a better location. Chapter 46 Special Rewards. Liu Yi followed Donggong Minjiu down the mountain top, and soon came to a cave. Outside the cave is a rocky flat, with a dense forest on the right and a stream winding down on the left. The environment is very good. Donggong Minjiu said, is this right here? It's only a short distance from my cave. You can come to me anytime you have any questions in the future. Donggong Minjiu pointed in the direction of the forest. Liu Yi looked around, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, I also think this place is good. Come on, then go in and have a look. Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile. The two entered the cave. The entrance was not big, but the inside was not small. After entering, there was a hall. Behind the hall was a bedroom for rest, a practice room for training, and a bathroom for washing. At the level of Qi training, even eating can be completely digested with spiritual energy, and there is no need to go to the toilet. And in the foundation building realm, with the support of various techniques, cleaning becomes very simple, even taking a bath is not necessary. Of course, there are also many monks who are used to bathing and enjoying, such as a sleepy bug peak master. There is a spiritual spring next to it, and it looks like it is used for bathing. Overall, the room layout is very simple, but all the necessary things are there, and life is still very convenient. Bianzong disciples never lack anything in life, they just need to work hard in cultivation. Liu Yi finished shopping, nodded and said, it's not bad here. Donggong Minjiahu also smiled and said, since you like it, junior brother, then here it is. At this time, Liu Yi thought of something and asked, by the way, second senior sister, is senior sister Lu Ningxuang's cave here? Donggong Minjiahu nodded and said, that's right, senior sister Ningxuang's cave is not far from mine. Do you want to see senior sister Ningxuang? Now that senior sister Ningxuang is in seclusion, I may not be able to see you. Liu Yi smiled, I'm just asking casually, after all, senior sister Lu Ningxuang gave junior brother a bottle of top-grade Qi Condensing Pill. Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile, I heard that senior sister Ningxuang said about you, that you have a good understanding and hope to join our Ling Luo Peak, but she certainly did not expect that you would become the registered disciple of the Peak Master. Will be amazed. Liu Yi smiled, and was a little curious in his heart, senior sister Lu Ningxuang's cold look, what would she do if she was surprised? Liu Yi said, okay, second senior sister, I'm going to buy something for the Peak Master. Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile, I'll go with you. I bought it for the Peak owner before. If you go, they may not know you. Liu Yi didn't expect that there was such a layer, so he nodded slightly, that's fine. At the same time, Liu Yi said to himself, I want to buy magnolia cake and magnolia wine for Peak Master. Task. Buy magnolia cake and magnolia wine for Ling Luo Peak Master. Magnolia crisp, 0/1. Magnolia wine, 0/1. Rewards, spirit food cooking skill, spirit wine brewing skill. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi stared at the task reward and was stunned. It turned out to be such a reward? Spiritual food is food cooked with ferocious beast meat rich in aura and treasures of heaven, material, and earth. It can help monks quickly absorb the aura in the ingredients and has various effects. It is a food that monks often eat. Ordinary monks will choose to eat in order to satisfy their appetite, but eating ordinary food is definitely different from eating spiritual food. One is just to satisfy the appetite, and the other can also assist in cultivation after eating. What's more, the spiritual food cooked with aura-rich ingredients is of course much better. Which one will the monks choose? Does it matter? Generally speaking, spiritual food is a branch of alchemy. The recipe is equivalent to the alchemist's alchemy formula. It is quite precious and basically untold secrets. If you want to eat spiritual food, you can either go to a monk's inn, or learn from a teacher, and become a spiritual chef yourself. Unexpectedly, the reward this time would be related to spiritual food? Then I can practice with spiritual food in the future, and the speed will be faster. The same is true for spirit wine. Spirit food and spirit wine are both branches of alchemy. Looking at the reward, Liu Yi felt elated. In the future, he can be a spiritual chef and a winemaker. Although he's not interested in opening a shop, it's fine for him to use it himself. As expected of a mission related to the Peak Master, the rewards are generous. Liu Yi was very happy. Donggong Minjiu saw Liu Yi's face was full of smiles, and asked with some doubts, "Why are you so happy, junior brother?" Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Of course it is something to be happy to be able to become a senior sister and brother with second senior sister." When Donggong Minjiu heard the words, she put her hands on her hips proudly, and her ponytails twitched. "Humph! That's not true. This lady is a big shot who is destined to become a fairy. To be my younger brother, your luck is really good. Second senior sister is invincible." Liu Yi boasted with a smile. Hey, let's go, the second senior sister will take you to buy magnolia wine and magnolia cakes." So Donggong Minjiu, who is destined to become a fairy in the future, happily took Liu Yi to run errands. The two went down the mountain and ran towards Fangshi. Donggong Minjiu looked at the sword lights flying across the sky, and couldn't help complaining, "When I build my foundation, the first thing I have to learn is to fly with the sword." Liu Yi nodded again and again. During the conversation with Donggong Minjiu, Liu Yi also knew that Donggong Minjiu was even 1 year younger than him, only 15 years old. At the age of 13, Donggong Minjiu had already reached the 10th level of Qi training, but because she wanted to break through the restrictions of the heavens, Donggong Minjiu had been polishing her own foundation. Without breaking through, of course she couldn't fly with the sword. Liu Yi was still a little envious, he only practiced Qi level 8 at the age of 16. At the age of 13, he completed the 10th level of Qi training, the gap is too big. This is the strength of the innate spirit body, whether it is Donggong Minjiu or Lu Ningxuang, it is the same, and it is not suitable for people who practice fast. However, his current cultivation speed is not slow. According to this progress, it will not take long for him to reach the 10th level of Qi training, and then start to polish himself and break through the restrictions of heaven. The two soon entered Fangshi. Donggong Minjiu stayed in Bianzong for a long time and knew Fangshi very well. She led Liu Yi through the roads and soon came to the central area of Fangshi. An exquisite in front of the 3-story building. The plaque on the gate of the small building reads the words Yulan Xian. There are many monks coming and going at the gate. These monks are all powerful, most of them are in the Jindan realm, and the foundation establishment realm is rare. Liu Yi even felt the aura of the nascent soul powerhouse. Liu Yi was a little surprised, and asked, "Second senior sister, the monks here are so strong?" Donggong Minjiu said, "Of course, Yulan Xian is the best shop for spiritual food in our Baiun sect. Yulan Xuan's signature Yulan crisps and magnolia wine are even spiritual food and wine in the realm of transforming gods. Of course, the guests who come and go they're all great." Liu Yi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that magnolia cake and magnolia wine were the spiritual food of the god transformation realm. Isn't the price very expensive? Thinking of this, Liu Yi's face changed, and he quickly looked at Donggong Minjiu, "Second senior sister, have you brought any money? Junior brother can't afford the spiritual food of the god transformation realm." Donggong Minjiu said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? How could the peak master ask us to pay? Go in with senior sister." Hearing this, Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and followed Donggong Minjiu to Yulan Xian. At this moment, Liu Yi heard a familiar voice behind him, "Junior brother Liu Yi? Why are you here?" Chapter 47 by Yulong and number 039, S. Shock. Liu Yi was taken aback, then turned his head to look, and saw Bai Yulong looking at him in surprise. Beside Bai Yulong, there are a few senior brothers and sisters with powerful auras, and a young man beside him looks somewhat similar to Bai Yulong. This is senior brother Bai Yulong's elder brother? Liu Yi guessed in his heart, smiled and said, "So it's senior brother Bai Yulong, what a coincidence." Bai Yulong walked up to Liu Yi in 2 or 3 steps, and said pleasantly, "I didn't expect to meet you here, have you joined Ling Luo Peak?" Liu Yi smiled, and said, "I was lucky enough to pass the entrance test." Bai Yulong patted Liu Yi's shoulder with a smile, a little enviously said, as expected of you, congratulations Liu Yi junior brother. If it were me, I'm afraid I can't do it. Liu Yi thought about it, and with Bai Yulong's comprehension, it is estimated that the first hurdle would indeed be difficult. If you have mastered Qigong in 2 hours, you should be able to cultivate a technique to the realm of returning to the true state in the outer sect. Brother Zhang Fan has hope, but unfortunately, when Liu Yi and Zhang Fan were chatting before, Zhang Fan said that he would not join Ling Lufeng. Liu Yi turned his thoughts and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother. With the talent of the brother, there should be hope to pass the examination." Bai Yulong smiled and didn't say much on this topic. He said, "By the way, let me introduce you to a few people." As he said that, Bai Yulong turned his head and looked behind him, only then did he realize that the senior brothers and sisters who came with him were all looking at Liu Yi in astonishment. Bai Yulong looked curiously, and then he noticed Donggong Minjiao beside Liu Yi. His pupils contracted, a little shocked. This senior sister is so pretty. At this moment, the disciple who looked somewhat similar to Bai Yulong and several other disciples came over, cupped their hands respectfully and said, "So it's Fairy Donggong, I didn't expect to meet you here. How is Ling Luo Peak Master these days?" Donggong Minjiao nodded and said with a smile, "Hello, Peak Master is doing well recently." Bai Yulong? Seeing the interaction between several people and Donggong Minjiao, Bai Yulong was a little silly. What's the situation with this young-looking senior sister? Is your status high? How could such a character stand with junior brother Liu Yi? Seeing Bai Yulong's shocked look, Liu Yi introduced him, "Senior brother Yulong, I just want to introduce someone to you. This is senior sister Donggong Minjiao, and she is a registered disciple of Peak Master Ling Luo." Bai Yulong's eyes widened, and he looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. Ling, the registered disciple of Peak Master Ling Luo. It turned out to be the disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master? No wonder, all the brothers and sisters respected her so much. But, when did that big shot accept disciples again? Bai Yulong was full of question marks. Liu Yi nodded, "Well, yes, this matter is a bit complicated, I'm afraid it's inconvenient to explain it to senior brother Yulong." Bai Yulong quickly smiled and waved his hands, "No need to explain, no need to explain, brother understands." As he spoke, he also pointed to the Jindan youth who was somewhat similar to him, and said, "This is the great-grandfather of my family, Bai Lingfeng, and he is a direct disciple of Lingfeng Peak." "Great-grandfather, this is Liu Yulu, the junior brother I mentioned, is extremely talented, and he just joined Ling Lufeng today." Liu Yi? He looked at Bai Yulong, then at the Jindan youth. A question mark slowly emerged in his mind. He thought this person was Bai Yulong's elder brother, but it turned out to be his great-grandfather? What the hell? Bai Lingfeng smiled at Liu Yi, and said enthusiastically, "I've heard from Master about the matter of Dabi. Junior brother Liu Yi is extremely talented. Congratulations to junior brother Liu Yi for joining Ling Lufeng." Donggong Minjiao on the side snorted softly, and said, "Of course my junior brother is not ordinary, but he is also valued by the Peak Master and accepted as a registered disciple. In the future, he will definitely become an official personal disciple like this lady." What? As soon as Donggong Minjiao's words came out, Bai Yulong, Bai Lingfeng and several other senior brothers and sisters present all stared wide-eyed in shock. They all looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. Bai Yulong was startled and said, "Junior brother Liu Yi, are you really valued by that Ling Luo Peak Master?" Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Well, that's right. The Peak Master saw that my talent is not bad, so he accepted me as a registered student." Hiss! The senior brothers and sisters at the side gasped and looked at Liu Yi with even more fiery eyes. Junior brother Liu Yi's talent is really amazing. Yeah, even that adult is optimistic about your talent. I really envy junior brother Liu Yi. Senior brother is ashamed, his talent is too poor. Liu Yi also responded with a smile, a little helpless. He wanted to keep a low profile before and didn't talk about it, but he didn't expect the second senior sister to be so straightforward, so she said it directly. Well, he's probably going to be famous again. Liu Yi was very troubled, he didn't want to be so high profile at all. What if he was beaten when he went out? At this time, Donggong Minjiu on the side said, "Junior brother, we still have business to do." Liu Yi also nodded, and smiled at Bai Yulong and the others. "Senior brother Yulong, brothers and sisters, we still have to buy something for the Peak Master, so we're leaving first." Hearing this, Bai Yulong nodded repeatedly, "Junior brother, go and do your work first." Bai Lingfeng smiled and said, "Junior brother Liu Yi, if you are free, you can come to Lingfeng Peak to discuss with me." "Junior brother will definitely go when he is free," Liu Yi said with a smile. Afterwards, Liu Yi followed Donggong Minjiu into the Magnolia Pavilion. Bai Yulong watched Liu Yi and Donggong Minjiu being greeted upstairs by special maids, with a look of envy. Bai Lingfeng on the side patted Bai Yulong's shoulder, and said, "Don't look, only elders and disciples with special identities can go up to the second floor. Our place is on the first floor. Let's go, let's celebrate your entry into the spirit." Feng Feng. A young man beside him smiled and said, "Yulong, your junior brother will have a completely different status from yours in the future." Bai Yulong was in a complicated mood and hurriedly followed. The group took their seats in the private room, and Bai Yulong looked at Bai Lingfeng next to him, and asked curiously, "Grandpa, when did that Ling Luo Peak Master accept registered disciples? I've never heard of it in the Outer Sect." Bai Lingfeng leaned back on the chair and glanced at Bai Yulong. "This is not news in the Inner Sect, it's just that Ling Luo Peak Master himself didn't announce it, and of course other people can only discuss it in private. Why didn't Peak Master Ling Luo announce it?" Bai Yulong was a little puzzled. "How do we know that?" Bai Lingfeng smiled. The senior brothers and sisters nearby couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. "Yeah, Yulong, you think highly of us too, but it's about that big shot. We don't know what she thinks." A young man next to him took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. "However, I have a good friend at Ling Luo Peak, and I learned something from him once." Bai Lingfeng had a very complicated expression. "What's the matter?" Seeing this, Bai Yulong became even more curious. Bai Lingfeng took a sip of his wine, with an extremely weird expression, "That fairy Donggong, she is the innate thunder spirit body." Chapter 48 Weird Peak Lord +1. The senior brothers and sisters beside me had very complicated expressions at the moment, and they obviously knew this. But Bai Yulong didn't know. He widened his eyes when he heard this, and thought a lot in his head. He sat in a daze, and murmured, "Innate thunder spirit physique. Isn't that the legendary cultivation physique? That fairy has such a terrifying talent. However, she obviously possesses such a terrifying talent, but she is still only a registered disciple. How high-minded is that lord?" Hearing Bai Yulong's words, Bai Lingfeng and the others had complicated expressions. They couldn't understand at all that such a genius would be willing to be a named disciple. At this time, the young man next to Bai Lingfeng smiled and said, "Yulong, do you know why I said that you are completely different from junior brother Liu Yi? Our Baiyun sect, as the Qingzhou Daizong, has hundreds of thousands of disciples. Only senior sister Lu Ningxuang and senior sister Donggong Minjiu entered the eyes of Peak Master Ling Luo, and both of them were innate spirit bodies. Now, there is a third person, and that is junior brother Liu Yi. Yulong, you know what this means, what?" Boom! Bai Yulong stayed where he was, and after a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, "Peak Master Ling Luo thinks that junior brother Liu Yi has talent comparable to senior sister Lu Ningxuang and senior sister Donggong Minjiu." The atmosphere was silent for a while. Bai Lingfeng took another sip of wine, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The gap between people is really huge. Yulong, Don't look at me doing well in Bianzong. Compared with the real top Tianjiao in the sect, there is also a gap. A young man next to him smiled and said, Senior brother Ling Feng is too modest. Among contemporary disciples, brother can be considered number one. Bai Ling Feng shook his head with a smile and didn't speak any more. Bai Yulong next to him was very silent. Today's event gave him a great shock, as if he had opened up his worldview. On the other side, after Lu Yi followed Donggong Minjiu into Yulan Pavilion, a handsome maid came over immediately, and she respectfully said, Donggong Fairy, are you here? Donggong Minjiu nodded skillfully and said, well, buy magnolia cakes and magnolia wine for the Peak Master. Upon hearing this, the maid hurriedly said, I'll take the fairy up to the 3rd floor. Okay. Donggong Minjiu nodded with a smile. The maid glanced at Lu Yi beside her, she seemed a little surprised, but she didn't speak. Lu Yi and Donggong Minjiu followed the maid upstairs. After arriving on the 2nd floor, Lu Yi glanced over and saw the powerful guests drinking and eating in the lobby. These guests did not look young, and they should be elders or the like. Lu Yi just took a look, then looked away, and continued to follow upstairs. On the 3rd floor, there is no lobby, only boxes. The maid brought Lu Yi and Donggong Minjiu to the deepest room and knocked on the door. Soon, a gentle voice sounded from inside, come in. The maid opened the door and walked in with Lu Yi and Donggong Minjiu. After entering the door, Lu Yi saw that it was a simple room. It didn't look like a dining room, but it looked like a training room. The entire room has only simple furnishings, and in the center is a very beautiful woman with a graceful and gentle appearance who is sitting on the futon, as if she was practicing cultivation just now. Seeing this woman, Donggong Minjiu smiled and said, Peak Master Yulan, here I come again. Lu Yi looked at the graceful woman in front of him in surprise, did not expect that this is also the Peak Master? A Peak Master actually practiced in a restaurant? Lu Yi felt a little strange. But when Lu Yi thought about it, magnolia cake and magnolia wine are both spiritual food and spirit wine in the realm of transforming gods. Such spirit food and spirit wine are naturally extremely precious, and it is not necessarily safe for ordinary people to guard them, maybe they will be stolen. It's over. Is this peak owner personally guarding the spiritual food and wine? But these peak masters seem to feel a little weird. Their own peak master seems to be possessed by a sleepy bug all day, and this Yulan peak master likes to guard the restaurant. Seeing Donggong Minjiu, Lord Yulan Peak immediately showed a gentle smile, so it's little Minjiu, who came to buy Yulan cake and magnolia wine for Ling Luo. Yes, Peak Master likes your magnolia cake and magnolia wine the most. Donggong Minjiu said with a smile. The Lord of Magnolia Peak couldn't help but smiled, you have a sweet mouth, that woman is just greedy, magnolia cake and magnolia wine are of no use to her. Saying that, Peak Lord Yulan looked at Lu Yi beside him, and said, Little Minjiu, who is this little guy? Donggong Minjiu stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, I forgot to introduce. Peak Master Yulan, this is the Peak Master's new registered disciple, my junior brother Lu Yi. Junior brother, this is the Peak Master of Yulan Peak. Lu Yi saluted Peak Master Yulan and said, Disciple Lu Yi, I have met Peak Master Yulan. Upon hearing Donggong Minjiu's introduction, Peak Master Yulan's eyes widened slightly, and there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes like autumn water, that woman actually accepted a registered disciple again. She turned her head to look at Lu Yi, as if she wanted to catch Lu Yi's tricks. Donggong Minjiu nodded with a smile and said, Yes, junior brother is amazing, his comprehension is even stronger than that of senior sister Ning Shuang. Savvy is stronger than Ning Shuang. Peak Lord Yulan was even more shocked. She looked at Lu Yi, smiled and said, Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so talented. If you practice hard, you may become a great monk in the future. Lu Yi smiled and said, Disciple must work hard to cultivate. Peak Master Yulan sighed again, that woman's luck is good. She met 3 good disciples, and I couldn't find any disciples. Donggong Minjiu said with a smile, there are fewer disciples with alchemy talents than those with cultivation talents. Minjiu believes that Peak Master Yulan will definitely find suitable disciples. You girl can say good things. Peak Master Yulan shook his head, and then a white jade box and a white jade pot appeared in his hand. Magnolia Crisp and Magnolia Wine, take them. Donggong Minjiu hastily and carefully put away the things, and then said, the money is in the Peak Master's account. The Master of Yulan Peak said angrily, the account kept by that woman has not been repaid until now. You go back and talk to her and ask her to pay back the money, otherwise there will be no money next time. Donggong Minjiu laughed a little embarrassedly, I will definitely convey it to the Peak Master. Okay, you guys go, I'm going to practice. Peak Master Yulan waved his hand. Liu Yi and Donggong Minjiu bid farewell and left the room. After leaving Yulanxian, Liu Yi and Donggong Minjiu talked all the way, and soon returned to Lingluo Peak. After arriving at the upper half of Lingluo Peak and approaching Liu Yi's cave, Donggong Minjiu said with a smile, Junior brother, I will give the Magnolia Cake and Magnolia Wine to the Peak Master. You have just entered the Inner Sect today and you have many things to do. You must be tired too, right? Go back and rest first. Hearing this, Liu Yi glanced at the tasks that had been completed, but did not insist, then I will trouble the second senior sister. Go, let's go. Donggong Minjiu waved her little hand, jumping up happily. Liu Yi watched Donggong Minjiu's back disappear behind the tree, smiled, turned and walked towards the cave. After returning to the cave, Liu Yi pressed the door behind the stone wall, and a huge stone fell from the entrance of the cave, closing the cave. Although the entrance of the cave was sealed, there was a formation in the cave, and the air was still fresh. Liu Yi couldn't wait to go back to his room, planning to take stock of today's gains. On the first day of entering the Inner Sect, the harvest was too rich. Thanks to Xla Boss for rewarding 500 points. Chapter 49. Liu Yi looked at the task module on the panel, showing the completed tasks. Task: Pass Lingluo Peak's entrance assessment, completed. Meet Lingluo Peak Lord, completed. Become a registered disciple of Lingluo Peak Master, completed. Purchase Magnolia Cake and Magnolia Wine for Lingluo Peak Master, completed. There are 4 tasks, and the rewards for each task are quite generous. Liu Yi received the rewards one by one. The rewards for entering the peak assessment are the Water Spirit Liquid and the White Spirit Belt. Needless to say, Liu Yi already has the Thunder Spirit Liquid and the Water Spirit Liquid. Talents are improved. Because of the Space Ring, Liu Yi directly tried to make the task rewards appear in the Space Ring, and it turned out that it was feasible. Looking at the Water Spirit Liquid that appeared in the Space Ring, Liu Yi showed a satisfied smile. In the future, the task rewards will be more hidden and will not be discovered by others. The Bailing Belt is a white belt that can be tied around the waist. It can reduce the weight of the body and increase the speed. Liu Yi now has 6 magic weapons, including the top-grade magic weapon Zia Bell, the middle-grade magic weapon Liu Yun Boots, and the Bailing Belt, all of which are mission rewards. And the low-grade magic weapon longsword that Lao Lu bought for him was his own. In addition, Dabi gave him a low-grade magic weapon Lois Shield, which is a defensive magic weapon. Although it is small in size, it has a defensive effect. It's not bad, it can withstand a blow from a high-level foundation building monk. The last one is the Qing Ling Sword, a high-grade magic weapon given by Ling Lufeng Master before. With the Qing Ling Sword, the low-grade magic weapon longsword given by Lao Lu can be retired. Liu Yi has mercilessly sealed this low-grade magic weapon longsword at the bottom of the space ring. Although it can't be considered that the whole body is a magic weapon, but it is barely enough, and Liu Yi is quite satisfied. Seeing that Lingluo Peak Lord's task is to reward 10 drops of Brightling milk, there is still some Brightling milk that Liu Yi had previously discussed with Zhang Fan, but if there is more, Liu Yi is of course satisfied. He can practice directly with Brightling milk instead of using Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. This cultivation resource cannot be more extravagant. It is estimated that he is the most extravagant in the entire Baiun sect. Fortunately, Liu Yi kept a low profile, no one knew this, otherwise he would have been jealous to death by his fellow disciples. 10 drops of Brightling milk Liu Yi were also put into the space ring. The task reward for becoming Ling Luo Peak Lord's registered disciple is extremely generous, the most generous reward Liu Yi has ever seen, even surpassing the reward for being the first in the competition. With the foundation building technique breathing concentration technique, the top quality flying instrument, the wind breathing boat, 5 drops of the Millennium Spiritual Milk, and 1 drop of the Tiankadabeo Fire Spiritual Liquid, Liu Yi can be said to be a wave of fat. Among other things, the value of the top-grade flying weapon, the wind breath boat, surpasses that of ordinary low-grade treasures. Even Jindan monks, few people have such a level of flying magic weapon. The wind breath boat is a palm-sized cyan boat. If you want to use it, you need to input spiritual power into it, enlarge the wind breath boat, and use it by yourself. The speed of the top-grade flying magic weapon is extremely fast, and even Jindan cultivators can't catch up with it. In addition, the 1000-mile talisman given by the Peak Master before. If Liu Yi felt that he was going to run, it was basically impossible for the Golden Core cultivator to stop him. Even facing the nascent soul cultivator, Liu Yi was not very hypocritical, well, maybe a little hypocritical. Liu Yi suddenly woke up, and found that there seemed to be a big problem with his thinking. Even though he is only at the 8th level of Qi training now, why does he regard nascent soul boss as his potential enemy? Isn't this outrageous? I can't think like this in the future, my opponent can only be the same Qi training Xiaomansen as myself. Liu Yi secretly reflected in his heart. In addition, there are 5 drops of Millennium Spiritual Milk, plus the 1 drop of Millennium Spiritual Milk rewarded by Liu Yi for breaking through the 8th level of Qi training. Liu Yi already has a full 6 drops, which is much more precious than Brightling Spiritual Milk. As for the Fire Spiritual Liquid, Liu Yi already had Thunder Spiritual Liquid and Water Spiritual Liquid. If there was one more Fire Spiritual Liquid, the foundation would be stronger after the foundation was established. Finally, there is the foundation building technique breathing containment technique. After absorbing the information, Liu Yi has a better understanding of this technique. This technique, like the Wang Chen technique, is a relatively special technique. Its main function is to restrain the breath. On the one hand, it is to hide the cultivation level, and on the other hand, it is convenient to hide the whereabouts, so that it is not easy for people to detect one's own breath. It can be said that it is a must-have method for old coins. Although Liu Yi is not old, he still likes this breath-holding technique very much. He made up his mind in his heart to improve the level of breath-holding technique as soon as possible. The priority is similar to that of Wang Chen technique. The rewards of this mission made Liu Yi feel very happy. After Liu Yi put away all the rewards, he began to receive the final rewards. It was the first time Liu Yi encountered the reward for the task of buying magnolia cake and magnolia wine for Ling Luo Peak Master. Spirit food cooking and spirit wine brewing, these 2 branches of alchemy. For Liu Yi, having too many skills does not overwhelm him. Anyway, it is better to get the reward than not to get it. In his spare time, he can try to practice this thing, maybe it will be useful in the future? After receiving the task reward, a lot of information entered Liu Yi's mind immediately. This information is about the basic principles and knowledge of spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing, so that Liu Yi has a certain understanding of spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing. Spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing are 2 branches of alchemy. Different from traditional alchemy, alchemy pays more attention to the effect of elixirs, and the speed of drug effects is also faster. Similarly, erysipelas also exists. But spiritual food and spiritual wine are different. In addition to paying attention to the efficacy of the medicine, we must also pay attention to the taste experience. The efficacy of the medicine is exerted gently in the body. High-level spiritual food and spirit wine, even monks with a slightly lower level can withstand this. Even nascent soul cultivators can enjoy the medicinal effect, and the spiritual food and spirit wine in the realm of transforming gods can enjoy it, and Jindan cultivators can also enjoy it in small amounts. But medicine pills can't do this. If the medicine pills in the realm of transforming gods are used by nascent soul cultivators, it may not be possible to explode and die, but they will definitely be seriously injured. As for Jindan monks, the death will probably be very tragic. The most important point is that the erysipelas content of spiritual food and spirit wine is far lower than that of elixirs, and they can even be completely free of erysipelas like perfect elixirs. You must know that perfect elixirs are extremely precious and rare. Of course, spirit food spirit wine is not without its disadvantages, that is, even after treatment, the efficacy and utilization rate of beast meat and natural materials and earth treasures must still be inferior to that of elixir, which will cause a lot of waste. This is also the reason why most monks choose to use elixir. Don't heaven, material, and earth treasures cost money? Although monks can make money, they spend a lot of money on cultivation. Unless they are local tyrants, they basically just eat some low-level spiritual food and enjoy it. Enjoying the same level of spiritual food and wine is a very extravagant act of a local tyrant. In addition to the basic information, this spiritual food cooking technique and spiritual wine brewing technique also have information on techniques, as well as a spiritual food cooking recipe and a spiritual wine brewing recipe that also comes with the realm of Qi training. After Liu Yi saw the formula, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, showing a strange look. Chapter 50 Reward for Becoming a Personal Disciple. The spiritual food formula is tiger bone spirit ginseng soup, which can strengthen the bones and quench the body. Long-term consumption can increase the strength of the physical body. If it is combined with body training exercises, the effect will be even better. This is a bit similar to Huang Mingdan, but because the spiritual food basically has no erysipelas, and the medicinal effect is mild, it can often be used together with the elixir, and the combination is double the happiness. What surprised Liu Yi the most was the spirit wine recipe. The formula of the spirit wine is called Yunchen Lu, which is an extremely rare spirit wine that can nourish the spirit and enhance the spiritual power. You must know that in the stage of Qi training, the improvement of a monk's spiritual power is basically through the incidental improvement of his cultivation base. Other ways, even if it is the cultivation method of the soul, cannot be cultivated in the realm of Qi training. As for the elixirs, Liu Yi had never heard of elixirs that could improve spiritual power in the realm of Qi training. But now, he actually has other means to improve his spiritual power? Wonderful! Liu Yi was immediately happy in his heart. He just wanted to polish himself and challenge the limitations of the heavens. The body, spirit, and spiritual energy must all need to be improved, and one cannot be separated. Now there is a way to improve mental strength. Liu Yi planned to go to the resource hall to ask if there were any materials. It shouldn't be hard to find materials for Qi training realm, right? Liu Yi was looking forward to it. So far, all the rewards have been collected, and Liu Yi is satisfied. He sat cross-legged on the futon, not in a hurry to practice, but thinking about problems. Now that he has entered the inner sect, the next thing to do is to break the restriction of heaven and become the official direct disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master. Even becoming a registered disciple has such a generous reward, so what about becoming a personal disciple? Thinking of this, Liu Yi said to himself, I want to become the direct disciple of Peak Lord Ling Luo. Task: become a direct disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master. Reward: Jade Spirit Robe, a medium-grade treasure, and 3 pieces of enlightenment tea. Whether to accept, yes/no. The number of mission rewards seemed small, but Liu Yi was very pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be a treasure. This is beyond the existence of the highest grade magic weapon. Generally, it is a magic weapon only owned by powerful Jindan monks or even nascent soul monks. I didn't expect to have it as a direct disciple. And this is a middle-grade treasure. This reward alone is already worth the money, not to mention there are 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. Lui once saw the introduction of enlightenment tea in a book. A piece of tea can improve one's understanding for a whole day. If you are lucky, it may trigger an epiphany. If you use it a lot, it can even improve your understanding forever. This thing can be said to be an extremely precious and rare treasure of heaven and earth, even all kinds of foundation-building spiritual liquids can't compare. There are as many as 3 pieces. Although Lui now says that completing tasks can increase the level of spells, but the number of completed tasks is linked to Lui himself. The higher Lui's comprehension, and the deeper his understanding of martial arts, the fewer tasks he needs to complete to upgrade his level. This is the same as playing games. The basic attributes of the characters will also affect the difficulty of leveling up, and understanding is obviously a very important basic attribute. If he had this enlightenment tea, Lui would be able to complete tasks and increase his spell level much faster. Sure enough, regarding the mission of Peak Master Ling Luo, the rewards were as generous as ever. Lui happily accepted the task. If you want to break through the restrictions of heaven, you need to polish your foundation. Lui felt that there was nothing wrong with his aura foundation, but the problem now was his physical and spiritual foundation. The spiritual foundation now has spiritual wine containing divine dew, so it shouldn't be too much difference. The biggest problem is the physical foundation. Tomorrow, I will ask the second senior sister, and find a book on Qi Cultivation Realm's physical training method to practice. Lui made a plan before starting to practice. Came to the inner gate in the morning, passed the peak entrance assessment, and met the peak master. Now it is already afternoon. Lui practiced Bayun's footwork according to his past training habits. Since Bayun's footwork was upgraded to LV9, Lui practiced Bayun's footwork every day, and felt that the improvement was very slow, and he didn't know when he would be able to upgrade to LV10. However, people who cultivate immortals have a long lifespan, so Lui is not in a hurry. Anyway, he can practice normally every day. After practicing Bayun footwork in the training room, when the time came at night, Lui began to practice Bayun Qi Yinju again. With the Brightling milk as a training resource, coupled with the LV9 Bayun Yin Qi art, even if Lui breaks through to the 8th level of Qi training, his training speed is still astonishingly fast. According to the current cultivation progress, he should be able to break through to the 9th level of Qi training in just over a month. Considering the quality of Lui's atomized spiritual energy, this speed is quite fast. One day was spent in cultivation, and the time soon came to the next day. Lui was practicing with his eyes closed, when he heard Donggong Minjiahu's crisp and agile voice from outside the cave. "Junior brother, are you there?" Lui slowly opened his eyes, a white aura flashed in his eyes. He disappeared in place, came to the hall, opened the stone door, and saw Donggong Minjiahu in a white dress and twin ponytails standing pretty. Lui smiled and said, "Second senior sister, why are you here?" "I was going to find you." Donggong Minjiahu smiled and said, "Junior brother, you just entered the inner sect, haven't you gone to collect the training resources yet? We are registered disciples of the Peak Master, and the resources are unlimited every month. As long as you don't waste it, I will take you to collect it now." Lui's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was planning to get the materials about Tiger Bone Spirit Ginseng Soup and Yun Chen Lu, and he happened to do it now. Lui nodded with a smile, "Then I will trouble second senior sister." "Why are you being polite?" Donggong Minjiahu patted her chest cheerfully, "This lady is your senior sister, shouldn't she take care of your junior brother? In the future, just come to Miss Ben if you need anything." Lui glanced at Donggong Minjiahu's chest. Although Donggong Minjiahu is only 15 years old, she is a cultivator with rich nutrition, and she has grown quite a lot now. Lu Yi looked at Donggong Minjia's strength, afraid that her chest would be damaged. He smiled and said, "Okay, then I won't be polite to second senior sister from now on. If you have any troubles, second senior sister, you can also come to see junior brother. Junior brother will definitely help." Donggong Minjia put her hands on her hips, raised her head slightly, and said proudly, "My lady is a senior sister, how can there be things that I can't handle? Junior brother, don't worry." Lu Yi cheerfully praised, "Second senior sister is invincible." It's good to know. Donggong Minjia became happier immediately, her big lavender eyes narrowed with a smile. Let's go to the resource hall." Lu Yi nodded and followed. The inner sect is different from the outer sect. All the resources of the outer sect disciples are distributed by the affairs hall of the outer sect. However, the resources of inner disciples are allocated independently by the peak where they are located, and the distribution methods of inner disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples are also different. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lu Yi. As Ling Lufeng's registered disciple, he can take it as long as he can use it. This is a right that no direct disciple has. It is the resource hall of each peak that allocates resources. The resource hall of Ling Luo Peak is halfway up the mountain. Lu Yi followed the East Palace Minjia down the mountain, and soon saw a large palace, which was the resource hall. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.